Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 151. Everyone has an agent. Once you sign here, you'll become a full-fledged CAA client, Paula Wagner said, pointing to the dotted lines on the contract. So I'll have an agent after I sign. The sunny Tom felt like he'd won the lottery. Before, I could only find a temporary agent before auditions, just in case I got selected. Don't hesitate, isn't this your dream? Besides, Attorney Lindsay has already reviewed the contract for you. Ronald called Tom to discuss CAA's interest in signing him, and then invited him to dinner to celebrate Ronald's signing with CAA. Paula, having just finished communicating with headquarters and finalizing Tom's signing and contract details, also arrived at the restaurant. Since the lawyer was there, she took a look at the contract and had Tom sign it on the spot. Thomas Cruise Mapother IV. Tom signed his full name. Cheers. Paula breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Tom Cruise sign his name. Then she led the toast, and everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the sunny young man having a full-fledged agent. I will be your main agent at CAA. Pack your things and come with me to Los Angeles next. I'll find you a suitable apartment there. Paula was a competent agent, having thought of everything. No need. Sean Penn called and told me to come to Hollywood as soon as possible. I can stay in his guest room. You know I haven't officially acted in any film or television series, so, no, you'll have your debut soon. Don't worry about money, Tom. You're a contracted actor with CAA now, and we can cover your rent for the first 3 months. I'll have my debut? Tom asked excitedly. What kind? Movie or TV? I've been preparing for this day, Paula. Don't worry, I'll do my best. I have an appointment with director Zeffirelli tonight to discuss your role in the Endless Love series. Paula smiled slightly. You want him to play the male lead? Ronald asked curiously. CAA really had connections. They managed to get an Italian director on the first contract? But would the old glass-hearted Zeffirelli be willing to give up his benefits? Or would CAA's agent strongly persuade the actor to sacrifice himself? Ronald looked at Tom Cruise, then at the lawyer. If that were the case, he wondered if signing Tom to Paula was a good thing or a bad thing. No, that role isn't suitable for you, Paula said, wiping her lips with a napkin and taking a sip of water. Tom is the epitome of American heartthrob. He can't play such a gloomy villain. Ronald thought about it, and it was true. The male lead in Endless Love was actually a villain. He seduced a rich girl, was forbidden from seeing her by her father, and then lit newspapers on the front door of her house, hoping to rush in and save her while the smoke rose. However, he misjudged and burned the house down. He was later convicted of arson and imprisoned in the infamous Elizabeth Hospital. His parents sold their house to get him out. Afterward, he harassed the rich girl again, causing her father to die in a car accident, and even had an affair with her mother. In the end, he claimed it was all for love to absolve himself. Tom, you haven't been to acting school, so your debut role shouldn't be too demanding on your acting skills. I've picked out a small role for you, but one that plays a crucial role in advancing the plot. Ronald thought for a moment. Billy was David's classmate. During a conversation, he casually mentioned that he had once lit a wet newspaper outside his neighbor's house, creating a lot of smoke, and then went to put out the fire, winning the neighbor's favor. This gave David the inspiration for arson. Yes, you're very clever, Ronald, Paula said. If you're free tonight, come along. Ronald was familiar with director Zeffirelli and was good at talking. Paula wanted to get him on board to give Tom a better chance. Ronald glanced at the lawyer. Lindsay Dole said, this afternoon I'll be representing you at a meeting with the opposing counsel representing the NYPD to discuss his settlement. You'll need to be there, but it won't be long. You'll have plenty of time. Can I bring Michelle Pfeiffer? Ronald wanted to try and get Pfeiffer a role, even if she didn't get the lead. A supporting role like a classmate would be helpful for her finding an agent. Of course, bring her along, Richard agreed. Ronald, agents generally don't directly refuse clients' requests. Remember that, Richard added as he saw Ronald and the lawyer off. He means you don't need to ask Paula about this, just bring Pfeiffer. Paula needs your help, bringing someone makes things even. Don't give them a chance to refuse you, Lindsay Dole explained, noticing Ronald's slight confusion. Yes, I'm not quite used to having an agent yet. Rudy, my client was searched by the South Precinct of the New York City Police Department with an illegal search warrant, resulting in the loss of 2 important film scripts. He is a contracted screenwriter with CAA and was originally negotiating sales with Hollywood production companies. The actions of the South Precinct have violated my client's legal rights and caused huge economic losses. Attorney Lindsay Dole and Ronald sat on one side, while on the other side were the representative of the South Precinct and his lawyer Rudy. Lindsay, if your client drops the lawsuit, my client is willing to immediately return the seized materials. We can also apologize to your client privately. This is something you should be doing, not using it as a bargaining chip, Rudy whispered a few words to the police representative. Okay, if your client drops the lawsuit, the South Manhattan Precinct is willing to immediately return Mr. Ronald Lee's property and help apprehend the 2 children of God believers who falsely accused your client. Your officers deliberately violated regulations. The Internal Investigations Unit will launch an investigation. The lawyer also turned to Ronald and whispered, that's the police department's stance, if they don't want to escalate the situation and pursue a full-scale prosecution. I suspect the South Precinct's so-called search and internal investigation are just for show. You might as well offer to settle with them. You could even get some benefits. I heard from Karen that her shop is often harassed by thugs. Ronald nodded repeatedly, then said, actually, I'm very supportive of the police. My state tax payment this year is among the highest for my age. I really support the NYPD. For example, I have a small dance supply store on XX Street in Midtown Manhattan. When patrol officers come, there are far fewer gangsters and thugs harassing the area. The representative from the Southern District Police Department smiled for the first time and whispered a few words to Rudy. We are very grateful for your client's support of the police. Patrol officers work very hard and often don't have access to restrooms. If your store could, we would also provide some coffee so that patrol officers can better protect the public. In that case, we hope Mr. Ronald Lee can attend a meeting of the Southern District Police Department to recognize helpful citizens and quell some rumors. Deal. After exchanging opinions with his lawyer, Ronald agreed to this solution. After parting ways with his lawyer, Ronald went to the RTKD store to tell his aunt, Karen, that patrol officer Karen would be coming for coffee. That way, those annoying Italian gangsters controlling the Fireflies will come less often. If it weren't for Bud blocking the door, they'd always drive customers away, Auntie said. Ronald took Pfeiffer with him, and the two drove to see director Zeffirelli. That's how it is. Paula mainly wanted to promote Tom Cruise. I think this is an opportunity. If Zeffirelli can meet you, maybe he'll think he can give you a role too. His agent Richard's parting words inspired Ronald. No one in this world is omniscient. Sometimes you can take advantage of someone's blind spots and misunderstandings. Why are you helping me, Ronald? Michelle Pfeiffer, who had been silent in the passenger seat, suddenly asked while waiting at a red light. Ronald glanced back at Pfeiffer and smiled. Actually, I don't know. I didn't expect anything in return. It's a very competitive industry. Ronald made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand across his neck. I think it's especially hard for actresses to get ahead, you know? The traditional approach for agents is to only sign established stars, but now CAA has a new idea. They're starting to sign promising young male actors who aren't yet famous. I recommended you to Paula Wagner at CAA, but they thought investing in unknown actresses was too risky. I didn't want to see promising actresses rejected by the right opportunities, and besides, you asked me for help back then, so I think you must trust me a lot. Michelle Pfeiffer gazed at Ronald with her captivating blue eyes. You know, I've given up a lot to be an actress, and I don't want to settle down yet. I know. I just read Ingrid Bergman's autobiography. It shows that before a female star's status is secure, romance is a luxury. Before you can choose your scripts, life is a series of auditions and shoots, a constant rush. Ronald looked at the traffic lights ahead, thinking of the women he dated, and felt a pang of sadness. American women have to give up a lot to succeed in their careers. Ronnie, Ronald turned his head and saw Michelle Pfeiffer's face right in front of him. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, her cat-like face was inches away, and her beautiful blue eyes were slightly closed, only her fiery lips trembling slightly. Michelle Pfeiffer felt her lips gently pressed and enveloped by another pair of lips. Her whole body seemed to be stimulated by male hormones, soft and involuntarily letting out a satisfied sound. Beep beep, a horn sounded from behind. Ronald saw that the light ahead had turned green, stepped on the clutch, shifted into first gear, and continued forward. "Hello, Director, this is Michelle Pfeiffer. You've already met her," Ronald introduced Pfeiffer again. "This is Tom, this is his agent, Paula from CAA. This is his colleague, Richard." Ronald deliberately had Pfeiffer sit between Richard and himself, hoping to create a misunderstanding for the director. "Huh, you CAA people really know how to find time," a stranger's voice came from the doorway. The newcomer hugged Director Zeffirelli and pressed their cheeks together twice. "Some agents are like mice, they start digging holes and stealing your cheese if you're not careful. Let me introduce you, this is my agent, Ed Limato from William Morris, WMA, said Director Zeffirelli. "Like me, there's a Knights Counterattack story, originally a reader of Chicago 1990, whose Chinese entertainment novel, Entertainment starting in 1995, is now available, also using an apocalyptic setting. Those who enjoy Chinese entertainment novels might want to check it out." Chapter 152 The Agents' War. "Ed and I have known each other for a long time. He was my assistant director back in the day," Zeffirelli said, seemingly explaining to the CAA staff why he couldn't switch jobs. "Those were truly good old days," Ed Limato chimed in. "My first agent job was through you, Franco, Ashley, a famous agency. I knew Ted Ashley back then. His company had just merged with a famous artist agency and needed young talent." Paula Wagner and Richard Lovett exchanged quick glances. Neither of the CAA employees had expected Limato to come. This veteran star agent, William Morris, was renowned in Hollywood for his attentive service to his clients. It seemed the attempt to poach Zeffirelli needed a reassessment. They hadn't known about the director's connection to the agent beforehand. There's a tendency among agents these days to treat clients as commodities to help their own careers. "I still believe clients are objects to be served," Ed Limato finished recounting his history with Zeffirelli, then shifted gears and began to actively pursue the matter. "Young people, you need to keep your eyes open. Don't hire an agent who puts their own interests before yours," he said, his eyes sweeping over Tom Cruise, Ronald, and Michelle Pfeiffer. Paula Wagner's eyebrows shot up, her previously amiable round face hardened, and she was about to retaliate. She had finally managed to sign Tom Cruise, with similar intentions to Limato's words. How much can an agent earn just by serving clients? Only by tightly binding themselves to top male stars can they achieve a leap in their careers. She couldn't sign established male stars now, so she had to find promising newcomers like Tom Cruise. Ed Limato actually wanted to poach Tom? This Italian kept talking about treating clients like family, but in reality, he was extremely aggressive, openly trying to poach talent. Before Paula could speak, another voice rang out, and surprisingly, it was the usually low-key Richard Lovett who retorted first. "Agents' interests are naturally intertwined with those of their clients. Only when clients earn more money can we earn more. Considering our clients' careers is the only way for us to advance our own." This was a very insightful point. Tom Cruise smiled in agreement, while Ronald seemed thoughtful. Richard Lovett wasn't finished yet. For example, Sylvester Stallone, whom you represent, could achieve another leap in his acting career and become a top Hollywood star if he were managed by CAA. "Kid, your skills are still a bit green. You should stir things up in front of the people involved," Ed Limato laughed. "Your CAA's thinking has crossed the line. Helping clients plan their careers, do you think you know them better than they know themselves? Why don't you come and see CAA for yourself? I know it's hard to believe, but CAA's model can indeed help clients better plan their careers." Upon hearing Richard's words, even Ed Limato was surprised by his audacity. This wasn't just poaching clients directly, it was about luring Limato and all his clients away. "Kid, you've crossed the line. Michael Ovitz should be saying that to me personally." Ha. With that, Limato stopped talking about his agent business, and the conversation turned to the movie Endless Love. Peter Global only cared about the central character, the female lead Jade. As for the minor role of Billy, with the director and Ronald present, their influence on casting was sufficient. During the conversation, it was basically decided that Tom Cruise would play the role. Michelle Pfeiffer looked at Paula and Tom with a hint of envy. With a hard-working and professional agent, getting a role didn't seem so difficult. Ronald noticed Pfeiffer's expression, thought for a moment, and deliberately brought up the topic of casting the female lead. How is the casting for the female lead going? Is Mr. Google still insisting on Brooke Shields? Young man, WMA agent Ed Limato pointed at Ronald. You're too ambitious, trying to secure the female lead for your client right away? It's better to take it step by step. You must understand, Ed. Director Zeffirelli said, Ronald is my casting assistant, and he's also a director himself. Have you seen the recent Schulz Gum commercial? That's his work. He's my client, and also a screenwriter. Richard Lovett quickly defended his territory. I see. Very promising for his age, Ed Limato praised, his eyes involuntarily glancing at the remaining Michelle Pfeiffer. Michelle auditioned for the female lead earlier. I wonder if there are any other candidates in the next 2 days. Director, Ronald changed the subject, letting Limato cool off for a while. Deborah Wenger isn't quite stunning, and with her dark hair, she's reluctant to dye it, making her seem a bit difficult to work with. Zeffirelli was a talkative person outside of work. But the next day, a blonde girl was very competitive, a student at the University of Connecticut. Her name was Meg. Ronald hadn't heard the name Meg in a long time, but the blonde girl didn't seem to be her. Zeffirelli took out a small notebook and put on his glasses, which dangled from his chest with a necklace. By the way, her name is Meg Ryan, compared to Michelle, Ronald asked. Meg Ryan is very sweet looking, while Miss Pfeiffer is more sexy. Zeffirelli remained silent. What? You're Michelle Pfeiffer? Ed Limato was surprised. I've heard of you. Did you have a role in the ABC cop series Bad Cats? Yes, I played Agent Samantha. But only in the first season. Michelle Pfeiffer tried her best to present herself. Good heavens, I'd heard of a blonde girl, and I thought she was like Marilyn Monroe. I didn't realize you were so slim. No wonder I didn't recognize you. Ed Limato laughed, changing the subject. Paula Wagner was preparing to book a hotel room for Tom. Having just signed with Limato, she was very wary of him, having tried to keep Tom under her control while he was in New York. Richard and Paula waited with Tom for a taxi back to the Holiday Inn. Ronald and Michelle Pfeiffer waited at the door for the waiter to bring their car. Zeffirelli and his agent were also waiting for their car. Ed Limato's car arrived first. Seeing that the CAA representatives were some distance away, he quickly approached Ronald and handed him a business card. This is my business card. Tell me your and Michelle's phone numbers quickly. Ronald picked up his own pre-prepared business card and handed it over. My apartment number is on this. Limato handed a dollar bill to the driver, got into the car with director Zeffirelli, and waved goodbye to Ronald and Michelle. Michelle Pfeiffer emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around her waist, drying her hair with a large towel. Ronnie, why do you have Lux soap here? Which girl left it? I know some people in the film industry go too far, but I don't want to be with another girl. You're overthinking it. Ronald patted the sofa beside him, gesturing for Pfeiffer to sit next to him. He then rested his head on his lap, picked up the towel, and began drying Pfeiffer's hair. This is my cousins. They used to live with me here, but then I used the money from the commercials to buy them a small apartment, so they moved in. Pfeiffer leaned against Ronald's lap, her silky hair cascading over the sofa. Ronald gently dried her hair, his well-trained body radiated warmth through his clothes, making Pfeiffer feel incredibly comfortable. After drying her hair, Pfeiffer opened her eyes, meeting Ronald's intense gaze. Pfeiffer, a little embarrassed, reached out and hooked her arms around Ronald's neck. They kissed again, this time for a much longer time, far exceeding the 3-second haze rule of Hollywood. Pfeiffer felt hot all over from the kiss and simply sat up and straddled Ronald. Both of them had high noses, so they had to maintain a slight angle while kissing. After the second kiss, Pfeiffer gently brought her nose close to Ronald's, their breaths mingling, their eyes meeting, both feeling an unprecedented thrill. Pfeiffer's face flushed slightly, her breath growing hotter, and she exuded the wonderful scent of Lux soap. Ronald held her waist, maintaining the half-kissing, half-closed position, somewhat lost in the moment. Do you always expect the girl to take the initiative? Pfeiffer playfully eyed him, pulling Ronald's hand to the seam of the towel. I'm waiting for a very important call, about your future. Pfeiffer opened her large, blue eyes, which had been closed, and looked at Ronald, as if asking, really? Or is this just your way of flirting? How special. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang at just the right moment. Ronald's gaze remained fixed on Pfeiffer as he reached for the receiver beside the sofa. This is Ronald, Ed Limato. Can you and Miss Michelle Pfeiffer come to the Peninsula Hotel at 8 a.m. tomorrow? I need to sign an agency agreement with her. 8 a.m. tomorrow, the Peninsula Hotel. Look for Mr. Lemato. Okay, I'll take her there. Pfeiffer, who was pressed tightly against Ronald, was ecstatic upon hearing his reply. Stallone's agent was going to sign her. Pfeiffer was so excited she wanted to get up and celebrate. But her posture was off, her legs gave way, and she leaned back against Ronald. Ronald sensed the intense excitement in the beautiful girl's heart. He supported Pfeiffer's waist with one hand, tilted his head, and kissed her at an angle, their noses slightly ajar. With his other hand, he held the receiver, searching for the telephone. Hello, did you hear me? Peninsula Hotel, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting in the lobby tomorrow. Click, click. Ronald searched a couple of times before finally finding the phone stand and hanging up. Michelle Pfeiffer finally got what she wanted. Chapter 153. My hometown was raided. Ed Lemato met Ronald and Michelle Pfeiffer in the executive suite of the Peninsula Hotel, along with a yawning lawyer, Lindsay Dahl. Ronald had offered her triple the consultation fee to get her to give up her weekend morning beauty sleep to work overtime on contracts. I noticed you a while ago, Michelle, Lemato said to Pfeiffer, but then you lost contact with everyone, and I couldn't find you. I was planning to sign you last year, to give you your official Hollywood debut at the Golden Globes and Oscars. And Sly has a lot of ideas for his next film, so I didn't find you. Sly means cunning. Nobody would use that as a name, so it was probably a nickname. Sly, the lawyer asked on Ronald's behalf. Sylvester Stallone, we all call him Sly. Let me first tell you about my original plans for Miss Michelle Pfeiffer. I explored many ways to get Michelle to appear, including appearing at the Oscars as Richard Gere's date, shooting commercials. I didn't recommend Michelle continue wasting time on television. Your decision to move to movies was absolutely right. Ronald frowned slightly when he heard Ed wanted to arrange for Michelle Pfeiffer to appear at the Oscars with Richard Gere. He knew the name. He starred in the film Days of Heaven from 2 years ago. The film was highly praised by his cinematography teacher and shown to his students. All the cinematography was shot using natural light at dawn or dusk, and the cinematographer won the Academy Award for Best Cinematography. Richard Gere was the lead actor, a handsome long-haired man. But now that the Oscars are over, we need to revise your appearance plans. Ed Lemato, oblivious, continued explaining his plans for Michelle Pfeiffer. Ronald felt he might not have changed Pfeiffer's fate much. Lemato valued her so much, as long as Pfeiffer returned to Los Angeles, he'd discover her sooner or later. The lawyer reviewed the contract and indicated it was acceptable. Pfeiffer signed her name, hugging Ronald and stomping her feet repeatedly to express her joy. Ronald could only pat her back gently to comfort her. Ed Lemato called the concierge, asking them to bring up a bottle of champagne to celebrate. The role of the female lead in Endless Love isn't a good debut choice. Playing the female lead will only lead to being labeled a pretty face and a naive girl. Pfeiffer shouldn't debut with such a role, otherwise her acting career will be limited. Before having a powerful agent, of course, every opportunity had to be seized. Now, with WMA's powerful agent backing her, Pfeiffer could naturally be more selective about film roles. A waiter knocked on the door and pushed in a cart. Lemato handed him a dollar bill as a tip. The waiter happily asked if they wanted the champagne opened now. After receiving a signal, he skillfully took the champagne from the ice bucket, opened it, and poured it for the four of them. Cheers, Ed Lemato then said to Ronald and the lawyer. After signing the contract, I will officially represent Miss Michelle Pfeiffer. There are some private matters I need to ask her. Please give us some private time. You can watch TV here for now. Pfeiffer gestured to Ronald and then went into the room with Lemato. Ronald, bored, turned on the TV and started watching the rerun of entertainment news. Did you have these kinds of conversations when you signed the contract? The lawyer asked curiously. No, I'm a screenwriter. Perhaps actors have more private issues to deal with. Sylvester Stallone, while attending the premiere of the film The Coal Miner's Daughter, expressed a desire to take a break and has no plans to shoot any new films for the time being. News of Lemato's biggest client, Stallone, appeared on TV. The lawyer, sipping champagne, commented on the hottest action star. His face really looks like a boxer's. It's all distorted. PFFT. Ronald laughed so hard he almost spat out his champagne. Lemato, in the room, was completely unaware that the entertainment news was about Stallone. He unplugged the phone, locked the door, and then said seriously to Michelle Pfeiffer, "Now is the time for the truth, Michelle. You need to tell me everything dirty in your closet. I'm your agent, your interests are my interests, And I need to know in advance if you have any embarrassing past experiences so that I can take precautions after you become famous and prevent the paparazzi from digging them up. I used to have a serious smoking and drinking addiction, and then I was scammed by a vegetarian swindler while trying to quit. Michelle Pfeiffer recounted her experience of being scammed. Leave that to me. The children of God are being watched by the FBI now, so it won't be difficult. What about relationships? Are there any married men, couples, etc.? No, I was under the strict control of 2 swindlers, and for a long time I didn't have the opportunity to develop a relationship with anyone alone, or even have a deep conversation, until I met Ronnie, screenwriter. Well, the combination of a female star and a screenwriter is quite common, but only for has-been actresses and actresses who have given up their careers. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang in the living room, but Limato didn't answer it for a long time. Ronald knocked on the door. Mr. Limato, it's your phone. Ask who it is for me, Limato replied. Attorney Lindsay Dole answered the receiver. Hello, this is Ed Limato's room. Are you his assistant? Tell him I'm Sly and ask him to take the call. Oh, Mr. Stallone, please wait a moment, I'll go get him. The attorney winked at Ronald. She seemed quite excited about talking to a celebrity. Mr. Limato, it's Sly on the phone. Sly. Ed opened the door and said to Ronald, I'll listen in. Sly, it's Ed. What can I do for you? Ed, I'm very reluctant to tell you this, but both procedurally and for the sake of our friendship, I have to tell you, I won't be renewing your contract. What? Sly, we're both Italian. We've been together since you were a penniless screenwriter. And now you're leaving me? Have you forgotten what I always say, that we're a big family? Ed Limato became anxious, unconsciously clenching his fist and palm upwards in an emphasizing gesture. Stallone was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, seemingly moved by Limato, before continuing, Of course I haven't forgotten, but at this stage of my career, I need to broaden my acting range, and you always prevent me from trying serious roles. If I can break through in my acting range, I can become Hollywood's #1 male star, not just the #1 action star. Sly, if you really want to, we can try starting with a mid-budget comedy, or a comedy action film. Serious roles aren't your strong suit. Stallone paused for a moment, then interrupted Limato. It's all too late. I don't want to waste this most precious time on boxers. I need to try new roles. Ed Limato suddenly became alert. Who are you with? Sly, which motherfucker is teaching you to talk? Step forward, you coward. Okay, Ed, I didn't want to confront you directly. Ron Meyer? UCAA's motherfucker. You sent a little fox to curry favor yesterday, and today you're launching a surprise attack. What little fox? Listen, Ed, it's a done deal. You'd better accept reality. Sly can only reach his full star potential with CAA. What star potential? You'll be sued by the lawyers. That bastard has forgotten our shared history during the Rocky era. He's leaving our family. Sob sob sob. Ed Limato slammed down the phone. A grown man in his 40s was now crying in his room. Ronald, lawyer Lindsay, and Michelle Pfeiffer exchanged bewildered glances. No one had expected this turn of events. Ronald poured a glass of champagne and approached Limato. Ed, have a drink. Hollywood stars come and go all the time. Thank you. Ed Limato took the glass. No, you don't understand. I treat my clients like family. Sly is like my brother. I've always considered him part of my family. Losing him is like losing a family member. It represents a failure of my principles. As he spoke, Limato pulled a handkerchief from his suit jacket pocket and began wiping away his tears. Marlon Brando was tempted too, but he chose to stay in this warm family. I don't know why Sly was seduced by the evil CAA and betrayed Italian tradition. After crying his heart out, Ed Limato immediately started packing. Michelle, when I get back, I'll contact Zeffirelli to get you a supporting role in Endless Love. But I'll be very busy right now, fighting CAA with all my might, so I'll postpone dealing with those 2 con artists. Ronald called the concierge to call a car for Ed to go to the airport. You wait patiently for the audition results in New York. I'll arrange some advertising opportunities for you. Ed patted Pfeiffer's hand to reassure her, then quickly ran towards the elevator to go to the airport. So this crybaby Italian is really a top agent in the industry? Lindsay Dole asked. Probably. I think he's genuine with his clients and with that family concept. Ronald shook his head and replied, maybe Italians are just more emotional. Ronald, Michelle hesitated. I know, I was already planning to help you with the con artists. But you already have an agent. Are you sure you want my help? Ronald nodded, looking into Pfeiffer's eyes. Yes, Ronald. I owe you again. I have to stay in New York until Endless Love starts filming. I can't pin my hopes on Lamato, he's definitely focused on Stallone right now. And those two con artists are looking for me. Pfeiffer was unusually determined, she knew who she should rely on most right now. Ronald looked at the lawyer. The police's lawyer, Rudy, made a weak promise. The Manhattan police stopped their operation when they couldn't find them. We'll start with Assistant District Attorney Helen Gable, Lindsay Dole replied. But you have to be prepared to pay a price. Chapter 154, The Price. Mr. Scorsese, could I have a moment of your time? Ronald intercepted Martin Scorsese as he walked out of the screening room after Scorsese had arranged for the film High Noon to be shown in today's appreciation class. Ronald, long time no see. Just call me Marty, Scorsese greeted Ronald, and the two continued their conversation outside. How is Isabella? Ronald began with American-style concern for Scorsese's family, a polite gesture since he needed Scorsese's help. She's doing well, making me delicious Italian food every day, Scorsese smiled, waiting for the main topic to come. Hell, it's like this. I have a friend who's an actor, and CAA recently signed him. To help him grow, CAA agreed to his own request to have an hour-long meeting with several famous directors. Ronald was there on behalf of Paula, Tom Cruise's agent, to see if Scorsese could spare the time to meet with Tom. After Tom Cruise's signing was finalized, Paula immediately flew back to Los Angeles and, together with Rick Nisseta, showed Cruise's photos and audition footage to CAA President Ovitz. Ovitz greatly admired Paula's foresight and called long distance to ask which directors Tom Cruise wanted to work with and what his requirements were. Tom compiled a list including directors Coppola, Sidney Pollack, Scorsese, and actor Paul Newman. He wanted to have formal discussions with the people on the list, meeting with each of them for an hour to better understand the film industry. Just then, Ronald was scheduled to take a Scorsese class, so Paula called to ask him to make the connection. Ronald also needed Paula and Nisseta's help. His agent, Richard, told him that the screenplay for Crossroads, a cross-cultural romance, was receiving high praise, but the company's executives were searching for a Vietnam War screenplay and hoped he would write it first. Nisseta and Paula agreed that if Ronald's Vietnam War screenplay was of the same quality as Crossroads, they could recommend it to the company's executives, including Ovitz himself, at a meeting. The price was that he would arrange the meeting with Scorsese. Of course, an hour is no problem. Have his agent call my agent. I sleep during the day, so have him schedule it for the evening. Thank you, Mr. Scorsese, Ronald said happily. How is the editing of your new film going? Last time at Paya's house, I heard it was going to be released in 1979, but why is it still so slow? Sigh, Matty Scorsese sighed. Right now, it's just the editor and me, editing at my house every night, no assistants, so progress is very slow. How did this happen? Scorsese explained to Ronald the difficulties facing his new film, Raging Bull. The difficulties stemmed from two main issues. First, the lead actor, Bobby De Niro, insisted on not using makeup, but instead gaining weight naturally to portray the boxer Jake LaMotta. This caused a 6-month hiatus in filming. Ultimately, De Niro gained 60 pounds, delivering a convincing performance as the elderly boxer, but this significantly delayed the filming schedule. The second reason was the black hole film Heaven's Gate. The fat director Cimino had driven United Artists into a bottomless pit, pouring all their working capital into it, leaving Raging Bull strapped for cash and unable to even afford a few editing assistants. Scorsese was editing at home with an old-fashioned Movila editing machine. The apartment was too cramped for students to help. This film might be my swan song in Hollywood, Scorsese said, somewhat disappointed. Since his musical New York flopped 2 years ago, his opportunities in Hollywood had dwindled. Only United Artists, which had historically been generous to directors, still provided him with funding. United Artists probably won't give us any marketing budget. I plan to finish this film, and then Isabella and I will go to Europe to find some government funding to make some small-budget art films. Swan Song is an allusion to an artist's final work. This left Ronald speechless, unsure how to comfort Scorsese. After calling Paula and Cruise to share the good news, Ronald drove to a high-end restaurant on 57th Street. The lawyer said that her best friend and roommate, the assistant prosecutor in the Southern District of Kings, Helen Gable, wanted him to treat her to dinner before she would help Pfeiffer deal with the two con artists. King's is essentially the same as Manhattan, just with a different name, a remnant of the British colonial era, with different legal and administrative systems. Ronald made a reservation at one of Manhattan's most expensive restaurants for 7 p.m. tonight. Michelle Pfeiffer has a knack for taking care of men. She's especially good at making coffee and even fetched his laundry. The two had a pleasant time at the apartment, so the cost of this dinner wasn't too high. The waiter parked his car for him. Ronald entered the newly opened Chinese restaurant. The antique wooden chairs had a distinctly Chinese feel. The waiter led him to a good reserved spot, where Ronald sat down to wait for the prosecutor. The waiter promptly brought him water, which Ronald took a sip of and looked around. The lampshades on the wall were shaped like folding fans, the black chairs were decorated with red accents, and all the tableware and chairs bore the restaurant's logo. Ronald really liked this Chinese style. Ronald, a waiter brought in a beautiful woman dressed professionally. She wore a black top and skirt suit, revealing a light green shirt underneath, and her hair was tied back in a ponytail. Ronald was immediately struck by her beauty and poise. This prosecutor was very pretty and elegant, and inviting her to this expensive Chinese restaurant was perfectly fitting. Ronald quickly stood up to greet her, and the waiter led the woman to her seat, pushing a chair towards her. Ronald felt the woman scrutinize him carefully, and he couldn't help but think, no wonder she's a prosecutor, that scrutinizing gaze is very intimidating. In court, a look like that would probably make any witness obediently tell the truth. Ms. Gable, Mr. Ronald, the waiter introduced them, presenting the menu. Ronald grabbed the menu. The cover bore the restaurant's name, Mr. Chow. Flipping through the pages, he found only traditional Chinese official cuisine. Then I'll take the liberty of ordering some dishes, Ronald asked the beautiful prosecutor across from him. Oh, you know anything about Chinese food? I'll take your word for it. Helen Gable's voice was slightly husky, very sexy. For appetizers, I'll have sauté chicken and steamed dumplings, half a portion of Peking duck for the main course, along with crispy beef, bok choy, shrimp fried rice, and a bottle of red wine. Ronald noticed that the portions on the other tables were rather small, so he simply ordered more variety. When the appetizers and the first hot dish arrived, Ronald felt that the color, aroma, and taste were all excellent. He wondered if the food would suit the beautiful prosecutor's taste. The prosecutor was very satisfied with the taste of the food, repeatedly saying that Ronald knew good food and was a qualified New York bachelor. The two chatted happily, and the waiter brought out the main course, Peking duck, along with pancakes and sauce. Can you wrap Peking duck? Ronald asked the beautiful prosecutor. The woman shook her head slightly, indicating with her eyes that she couldn't. Let me help you. First, take a flatbread, then put the Peking duck on it, scoop some sauce, add some cucumber, and then wrap it up and you can eat it, Ronald said, handing the wrapped Peking duck to Helen Gable. Helen stared intently at Ronald, grabbed his hand, and then took the wrapped Peking duck directly with her lips, taking a small bite. Ronald felt a ticklish sensation as the beautiful prosecutor's tongue brushed against his fingers. This sauce is delicious, the beautiful prosecutor licked the sauce that had been squeezed onto Ronald's hand. I thought the price the lawyer mentioned referred to was an expensive dinner, Ronald thought. Thud, it sounded like a shoe hitting the floor under the table. Just as Ronald was about to look down, he felt a long leg in stockings press against his calf, slowly caressing it, then moving upwards until it reached above his knee. Hiss, Ronald felt a little overwhelmed and quickly took a sip of ice water. I'll wrap you another roast duck, the beautiful prosecutor gave him a charming glance. You're really romantic. I love it when you feed me. Should we go to your place or mine? The prosecutor's husky voice, full of seductive words, was particularly irresistible. American prosecutors are essentially public prosecutors representing the people. The prosecutor was dressed similarly to a lawyer, in a suit and uniform, with neatly combed black hair and a faint blush from red wine on her cheeks, making Ronald a little swayed. Michelle is still at my house. I have to. Before Ronald could finish, the beautiful prosecutor interrupted. So, it's to my house? I haven't brought a man I just met home in a long time. Hey, the prosecutor laughed happily. Her best friend and roommate, Lindsay Dole, hadn't misjudged him. Tall and strong, except for her dirty blonde hair and amber eyes, she was practically a Superman replica, especially when she stood up to greet him earlier. Her strong and powerful legs were immediately apparent. Cough, cough, Ronald choked on his water, spilling half a glass on the table and himself. He quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe himself. "Excuse me, Ms. Gable." Ronald stood up. "I need to use the restroom." He dried his wet pants in front of the mirror with a towel, then splashed some cold water on his face, barely managing to suppress his urge to leave. He returned to the table. The beautiful prosecutor, Helen Gable, was no longer there. Had she already gone to get her car? Was she in such a hurry? Ronald was torn. Was he a jerk for going to another woman's house for the sake of one? But on the other hand, his male instincts were stirring. As Ronald pondered, the prosecutor approached. "I'm sorry, Ronald, I received a page. There's a major case coming up, and I have to rush to the scene. Shall we postpone our appointment to another time?" Rain check. "Okay," Ronald managed to utter with difficulty and a sense of relief. "Don't worry, Lindsay will teach you how to apply for a court injunction. The prosecution will take legal action based on the report from the South Manhattan Police Department and subpoena both of them. That way, the court can approve Lindsay's application based on this evidence." "Thank you, Ms. Gable. Don't forget our agreement." The beautiful prosecutor hurriedly left Mr. Joe's restaurant. Ronald sat down and took another big gulp of ice water, raising his glass. "Waiter, give me some more ice water." Chapter 155, Chapter 106, Custom-Made Script. Attorney Lindsay Dole applied for a temporary restraining order, TRO, from the court. Since the TRO doesn't require a trial, it can be issued as long as the applicant has sufficient evidence. The police investigation records after Pfeiffer's arrest, and the district attorney's routine interview records with Pfeiffer, became decisive evidence. The TRO prohibited the two con artists from approaching Pfeiffer for 14 days, with a possibility of extension. This was enough time for Pfeiffer's agent to return from Hollywood to New York and resolve the issue completely. At that point, it wouldn't be Ronald's concern anymore. However, the Manhattan Police Department couldn't find any trace of the two, and it's highly likely they had fled America and gone to Central and South America to continue their scams. The casting for Endless Love was also becoming clearer. Michelle Pfeiffer, following her agent Limado's advice, gave up competing for the lead role, opting instead for a supporting role as a classmate of the lead. Tom Cruise was also confirmed to play Billy, a character with limited screen time but crucial to the plot. The Blue Lagoon received terrible reviews after its premiere, but its box office performance was surprisingly good. Goober lost patience with Brooke Shields' mother's increasingly aggressive negotiating stance and began the third round of auditions for the lead role. Ronald heard that a girl named Meg Ryan was a strong contender. Ronald didn't participate in any more auditions. He devoted most of his time to final exams and script writing. His agent, Richard, gave him a lot of feedback. This Vietnam War script was almost entirely commissioned by CAA based on Hollywood's prevailing trends, rather than being a free-form creation. The American people still harbored considerable psychological trauma from the devastating war. The weekly lottery-style draft kept a generation of middle-class parents on edge, fearing their college-aged sons would be selected and sent to Vietnam. Other parents lived in constant fear that the mailman would deliver a death notice. Every week, television broadcast footage of the bodies of the dead being unloaded from planes and bags. The Vietnam War remained a nightmare for American families. Therefore, Hollywood studios carefully avoided directly depicting the brutality of the Vietnam War. Many so-called Vietnam War movies actually depict the beauty of pre-war life, the trauma of veterans after the war, or use the Vietnam War as a backdrop to create a fantasy story. This is an unspoken rule in Hollywood. A Vietnam War script that isn't written this way won't get a buy. Even if you find foreign funding or finance it yourself to make a movie about the U.S. military's defeat in Vietnam, it won't get a theatrical release. Perhaps it will take several more years, until a new generation of moviegoers no longer has this memory, before a movie that positively reflects the Vietnam War will be released. Ronald was actually more pleased with this kind of script. The absence of war scenes meant a smaller budget, and focusing on post-war romance meant he could potentially cast big-name stars, increasing the chances of his script being made into film. His agent, Richard, made many long-distance calls, and the two communicated many times. Ronald summarized the feedback from CAA executives. The Vietnam War needed to highlight three elements. First, the relationship between comrades or lovers. Second, the devastation of humanity caused by the Vietnam War. Third, it would be best to have some controversial plot points related to the Vietnam War. Ronald thought about it for a long time, and suddenly it dawned on him, Wasn't this just copying the formula used by last year's Oscar-winning films for Best Actor and Best Actress? There's a love triangle, a disabled Vietnam War veteran, and a soldier's wife having an affair with her old lover. The CAA executive's approach is clearly copying award-winning films. But even copying has its methods. The 3 plot points from Homecoming can't be reused. Ronald decides to delve deeper into the veteran community and find relevant material related to the 3 elements. That day, Ronald visits a dance supply store, where many Vietnam War veterans' widows drop off handmade leg warmers and chat over coffee. The RTKD dance supply store offers these veterans' wives not only economic benefits but also a social setting. Through his interactions with them, Ronald learns some unknown secrets about the Vietnam War. For example, while the conscription system appears fair on the surface, many wealthy families send their children abroad to study, effectively evading military service, leaving a large portion of the conscription to the sons of poor families. One veteran's wife even recounts some secrets her husband had told her. Several years into the Vietnam War, recruitment became increasingly difficult. To meet quotas, a genius Secretary of Defense, McNamara, inexplicably turned to the intellectually disabled. McNamara devised a plan to recruit tens of thousands of intellectually disabled people each year. He himself had never been to combat and fantasized that soldiers only needed to follow orders, not necessarily possess high intelligence. The result was that these recruits, dubbed McNamara's idiots, were completely unfit for combat, unable even to master basic skills like firing a gun or throwing a grenade. The already strained military forces had to divert personnel to care for them, preventing friendly fire. These intellectually disabled soldiers suffered casualties on the battlefield several times higher than ordinary soldiers. Many veterans' wives knew their husbands had mentioned having intellectually disabled comrades, but they were unaware that this was a planned operation by the American government. Ronald thought this plot was excellent, controversial, anti-war, and critical of the American government, sure to be a Hollywood hit. He visited several libraries in New York to research related materials. However, he found nothing. It seemed the federal government was aware of the scandal's despicable nature and censored news reports. The original documents weren't yet declassified. Therefore, Ronald's plan to expose the scandal failed, and he shifted the focus to individual cases. A mentally challenged soldier serving in the military was ostracized by everyone except for a platoon leader from a family with a long military tradition. The platoon leader took pity on him and often looked after him during training and combat. However, the mentally challenged soldier still dragged the entire company down in battle, ultimately dying in the film's biggest battle. After retiring, the platoon leader found the family of the mentally challenged soldier who had died in Vietnam and helped care for his parents and siblings. The family was very grateful and tried to convince him that his son's death wasn't his fault, hoping he could start a new life with forgiveness. Until one day, the mentally challenged soldier's younger brother came to visit the platoon leader and discovered the truth about his brother's death in the platoon leader's diary. So what's the truth? Diane Lane, having found Ronald's script outline at Aunt Karen's house, was very curious and asked Ronald directly. I haven't decided yet. Maybe he killed the enemy who was attacking, saving the whole company, or maybe he threw a grenade carelessly, killing his comrades and being shot dead by the platoon leader. Ronald shrugged and replied. Diane Lane often visited her cousin Donna to get extra math and science lessons so she could get into high school, complete her studies, and graduate. In reality, she also wanted to escape her father, Bert. Especially since her Western films hadn't done well at the box office, and critics weren't giving her good reviews, the number and quality of scripts being sent to her had been declining sharply lately. What? You haven't thought it through yet? Diane was taken aback. Isn't writing a script supposed to involve first coming up with a story, and then writing it down? I don't know how others write. I just follow a certain framework, set the general direction of the plot, and then fill in the details. As for the plot itself, well, before the final draft is completed, it will be revised many times based on feedback. Ronald had run into Diane several times at his aunt's house recently. Donna's tutoring was going well, and Bert was reassured and even encouraged his daughter to come over. Making friends with high IQ girls her age would actually benefit her acting career. Okay, you have to show it to me first when you're done writing it. By the way, why doesn't your script have a title? I haven't thought of one yet. It needs a catchy name. Nobody knows me in Hollywood, so the script title is the only tool to get producers interested. I can only name a script after I have one that's made into a blockbuster movie. Diane Lane's interest quickly shifted from the script. Why didn't Michelle come with you? She's reading the script for Endless Love. I heard filming starts next month, and she wants to be well prepared. Diane Lane had been in the entertainment industry since she was a child and knew that actresses generally cared a lot about how they looked on screen. With Ronald's help, Michelle Pfeiffer should be guaranteed some screen time. With you as the director's assistant, she'll definitely get a few close-ups. Humph, Ronald laughed. Director Zeffirelli and Michelle shared an agent, so he didn't really need to help. However, Ronald had taken some photos of Michelle and drawn some storyboards with Michelle's scenes, which Zeffirelli saw by chance and greatly admired, inviting Ronald to be his assistant on set. Ronald estimated the filming time, which was roughly within his summer vacation, and since he didn't want to be too far from Pfeiffer, he agreed. Ronald, do you think the rules my father set for me are reasonable? I actually regret not taking the Blue Lagoon, Diane said, somewhat envious that Pfeiffer, a supporting character, had several close-up shots. I can't say for sure. Bert is an insider, he should know best what's the right path for you, but his ideas are decades old. Find a big-name director and try to get a lead role. Diane Lane complained. These days, big-name directors rarely direct teen movies. I'm either playing a daughter or a younger sister, and my screen time is always very limited, and when I finally get a role with more screen time, the critics don't even say anything good about it. Critics are just giving feedback after the fact. It doesn't really reflect the creator's artistic ability, Ronald advised. HMPH, you're famous and praised by critics. Of course you'll say that. Diane Lane leaned back on the sofa, propped one leg up on the armrest, and began to concentrate on drinking her beverage and watching TV. Ronald chuckled. His old acquaintances, the two film critics from the Chicago Tribune and the Chicago Sun-Times, Baldy and Glasses, had their film review television program syndicated for national broadcast by PBS since last month. This meant that every new episode was seen by audiences across the country, making them the most talked about film critic duo. They gave Fame a very high rating, awarding it 3.5 out of a possible 4 stars. What Ronald considered the film's flaws, such as its incomplete narrative, its excessive exposure of the darker side, and its excessive use of profanity leading to an R rating, were transformed into major strengths by Glasses Albert. Baldy Sisko, on the other hand, shared a similar view with Ronald. The songs and dances were the main draw, appealing to teenage audiences. Their vigorous promotion didn't significantly boost the film's box office. After its wide release, per theater box office quickly fell below average, and it was soon to be pulled from theaters. However, their earlier film review shows were also re-aired by PBS. Their episode reviewing High School of Rock seemed to have received a positive audience response, boosting midnight screenings' box office. Roger Coleman even called to congratulate them, meaning Ronald's second payout was just around the corner. Sorry for the lateness, I had something to do today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Chapter 107, The inspiration from the naming of the play. So we're Quakers. Ronald drove Aunt Karen and Donna to church. Yes, Ronnie. My mother and I are from the Quaker Diocese on Staten Island, and your father is from the New England Quakers. Don't you remember? Maybe because the church there uses another name for the denomination, Quakers. This was the first time Ronald had learned his parents' denomination. After losing her husband, Aunt Karen had been very busy earning money, often working Sundays and rarely going to church. In the past 2 months, her leg warmer business had started to pick up, and Donna had entered a prestigious high school, finally giving Aunt Karen the opportunity to resume her Sunday church tradition. Before, some Quaker veterans' wives from Little Bard also came to sell leg warmers. They told me there's a Quaker chapel in Manhattan, and a new priest is preaching today. They said his sermon is fantastic. I remember when I was a child, there wasn't a priest at church, and everyone was silent, communicating with God on their own. Right, Donna still had some memories of going to church. Perhaps it's a different way of drawing closer to God. I heard this priest is from the South. Dear parishioners, I hope you will all close your eyes and pray with me for a miracle in your lives. Have you heard the good news? The gospel of God is spreading among our brothers and sisters. Today I will speak about Genesis 4, 1 to 4:16, the story of Abel and Cain. Fellow parishioners, we are all brothers and sisters, we are the keepers of our brothers and sisters, my brother's keeper, which means you are a trustworthy and godly person who cares for others when they need or are struggling. This statement is very heartfelt and conveys a strong message. That is, you show great courage, responsibility, and a willingness to put others before yourself. God created this world 5,500 years ago. He created all this in 6 days and rested on the seventh day. The former governor of California, now the Republican presidential candidate, has already gained an advantage in the primaries of 36 states. He's God's chosen one for America. Let us pray for him to defeat Jimmy in the presidential election at the end of this year and lead America to prosperity and security. This pastor from the South was very engaging in his sermons, his voice had a magnetic quality, and his speech was rhythmic. However, Ronald had no interest in religion, but he found it a bit strange. Isn't the current president from the South? Why is this pastor from the South supporting the former governor of the Republican Party? His aunt looked at him, dumbfounded. This question was beyond her knowledge. Perhaps the former governor is a more devout believer. Amen. Aunt Karen went to socialize with the other veterans' wives, not forgetting to bring her homemade cookies. Donna whispered to Ronald, I don't like this pastor. He says the earth is only 5,500 years old, and that evolution is wrong, that all life was created by God. Yet he ignores the dinosaur fossils from hundreds of millions of years ago that science has discovered. Yeah, but what about the church you mentioned where there were no priests and everyone just prayed in silence? Ronald had never heard of such a custom in churches before. I don't know either. Although the church was also a Quaker church, everyone would be silent for half an hour, no one would speak, and they would communicate with God themselves. Then it was a social occasion, and it didn't matter if there was no priest presiding. Then let's go to that church in the future. Ronald felt that this priest had a certain brainwashing ability, and he didn't want his family to be brainwashed. That's all. I remember when I was in middle school, it closed down because there were very few believers. Girl, you must be talking about the liberal Quakers. Next to him was a college student-looking man with a big beard and long hair, who had a very spiritual air about him. Seeing Ronald looking over, he introduced himself. I'm from the anthropology department at Yale University. I deliberately grew my beard and hair long to investigate churches around the world. As he spoke, he took out his university library card, and sure enough, the photo on it showed him with trendy slightly longer hair and a clean-shaven beard, looking quite normal. What do you mean by liberals? After World War I, many religious institutions went bankrupt, and nobody believed in God anymore. The college student whispered to Ronald. The churches at that time also began to lean towards the liberal side, not denying scientific research findings, such as the lifespan of the earth and the issue of evolution that your sister mentioned. They tended to see the Bible as an ancient story rather than a sacred classic. Some conservative institutions used even more conservative views to attract right-leaning believers. They are fundamentalists. They believe that every word in the Bible is truth, not a metaphor or description. For example, Moses parting the Red Sea or Christ's return to earth are real events, but these claims seem too far-fetched in modern society, so starting 30 years ago, a Southern priest named Billy Graham began promoting evangelicalism in America. Evangelicals are more centrist than fundamentalists, but they oppose the liberal attitude towards the Bible. Did you hear the good news? This phrase is their code. They often start their evangelistic work with this phrase, but we are Awakens. Why invite an evangelical priest? Ronald asked. That's a misunderstanding. Evangelicalism isn't a denomination, but an evangelical movement. It encompasses all denominations. For example, within the most widespread and numerous Baptists in America, there are liberals, evangelicals, and fundamentalists. Liberal believers are prone to embracing science or questioning God's existence, leading to a decline in their numbers. Fundamentalists are too extreme. Most of the well-developed Puritan churches today are evangelical. They've also reconciled with Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, and have a significant presence worldwide. What did he mean by my brother's protector? Haha, don't you read the Bible? Seeing Ronald's slight embarrassment, the college student explained, that's from Genesis 4. Adam's son Cain only offered God the fruit of plants that fell to the ground. His brother Abel, however, killed his own livestock and offered its flesh and blood to God. God favored Abel, so Cain killed Abel. God rebuked Cain, and Cain argued with God, saying, I am not my brother's protector, so, Saying someone is my brother's protector is a praise of that person possessing the virtue Cain lacked, putting the interests of their brother and even strangers before their own. My brother's keeper. Ronald repeated this short biblical phrase, feeling it perfectly suited the title of his new Vietnam War script. A mentally challenged man, ironically, understood God's true meaning better than many of the intelligent men. He couldn't throw grenades, couldn't aim a rifle, and during training, he threw a grenade into the air, nearly causing an accident. Luckily, his platoon leader pulled him into a blast trench. After being deployed to Vietnam, the others in his company shunned him, deliberately leaving him on Vietnamese soil. The mentally challenged man was captured by the Vietnamese army and used in combat, and despite his mental disability, they didn't mistreat him. After encountering his former unit, the ambushing Vietnamese army captured many of his former comrades. His former comrades all thought he was a traitor who had deliberately brought the Vietnamese with him. The simpleton cared for the wounded among them and secretly released prisoners at night, giving them weapons so they could go home to see their mothers. The Vietnamese became alert and gave chase with the simpleton. The simpleton was playing with his comrades' grenades, and whether intentionally or out of curiosity, he threw a secretly hidden grenade into the air, killing himself when it fell. In the chaos, the platoon leader and his comrades managed to escape and return to America to reunite with their families. However, everyone said that the simpleton was the incarnation of Christ, that he hadn't been killed by the grenade, and was still on the Vietnam battlefield, protecting all his brothers. Ronald took out his notebook and quickly jotted down his inspiration, writing furiously for dozens of pages. Until Aunt Karen gently asked him, "Ronnie, are you finished? We should go back, huh? Is it already noon?" Ronald saw that most of the worshippers in the church had gone to lunch. "I'm sorry, Aunt, I had a burst of inspiration and wrote a lot of plot. Now, there's not only brotherhood and camaraderie, but also controversial plots, anti-federal government war policies, and religious elements. It's bound to be a bestseller." Ronald was pleased with his inspiration. "Shall we go to Burger King? Their burgers and fries are pretty good," Donna said with a smile. "Okay, let's go." Burger King's beef, I don't know what cooking method they use, was indeed a bit better than McDonald's. Donna ate with gusto. "Mom, I don't like this priest. What he said is completely different from what we learned in our science textbooks." "Yes, don't let it interfere with Donna's studies. Ivy League scholarships don't include theology," Ronald chimed in. "All right, I'll attend the Sunday gatherings for veterans and their families from now on." Aunt Karen didn't really like the church atmosphere either. Surprisingly, no one praised her baked cookies. Tap 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 tap. Ronald spent the afternoon and evening at home frantically typing on his typewriter. When inspiration struck, he had to seize the moment and type as much as possible, because once the inspiration was gone, it was gone forever. Every now and then, he would take a sip of the red wine beside him, light a Marlboro, and smoke while looking at the notes he had taken from interviewing Aunt Karen's friend. At times, he would bury himself in typing, completely ignoring the beautiful Michelle Pfeiffer. Michelle Pfeiffer, wearing a bathrobe and with a towel wrapped around her head, sat beside him watching the papers he typed and helping him organize them. Pfeiffer knew Ronald had entered a strange state of mind. Building on the existing dozens of pages of draft, Ronald was writing rapidly, accumulating nearly 100 pages. Looking at the man 2 years younger than herself, Pfeiffer found his focused expression incredibly captivating. Could he be Hollywood's next top screenwriter? Like John Milius, the author of Apocalypse Now, or Billy Wilder, the writer and director? All done, Ronald finished typing page 96. After more than 10 hours of continuous writing, the first draft was completed in one go. "Darling, I lost track of time while writing." Looking at Pfeiffer's smiling face as she held his draft, Ronald stretched and took a sip of red wine. The urge to write flowed quickly onto the paper. Ronald seemed not yet satisfied, his energy still saturated. Michelle Pfeiffer gently pulled down the towel wrapped around her head, her silky hair cascading down like a waterfall, over her open-necked bathrobe, and onto her snow-white shoulders and chest. "Ronnie, you really have talent," Pfeiffer whispered in Ronald's ear, held tightly in his arms. Pfeiffer gasped softly. It was the man's way of expressing gratitude for the encouragement. Chapter 157, Chapter 108, The Duties of the First Assistant Director. "Is this all?" asked the FedEx courier in his purple uniform. "That's all." This was the script Ronald had punched holes in at the copy shop and bound with two 1.25-inch No. 5 brass staples. Even with the 96 pages and the cover, The staples were still longer than the copies. Ronald used 2 washers to increase the thickness and then hammered the staples flat so the reader wouldn't cut their hands. He sent 3 copies to CAA headquarters, which was more expensive than long-distance fax, but the text was clearer, unlike faxes where some parts were illegible. Then Ronald took Michelle Pfeiffer to the gym. Since resuming a balanced diet, Pfeiffer had been very focused on maintaining her physique, going to the gym every other day for cardio and also doing yoga at home. Today, Ronald didn't go to the gym. Instead, he was at director Zeffirelli's office to discuss pre-shoot preparations. The Italians were getting into shooting mode, spending Saturday in the office preparing. Polygram allocated a portion of its New York record company offices to its film department, and Zeffirelli's office was located in this building on 8th Avenue. Ronald saw a poster announcing a band signing last month as he entered. The poster featured 4 band members, each holding up a mask to cover their faces. This was Kiss, a band discovered by Casablanca Records, a Polygram label. The members always appeared with heavy, cat-like makeup, so fans had no idea what they looked like. Finding Zeffirelli's office, Ronald knocked and entered. Ronald, it's great to have you here," Zeffirelli greeted him with a cheap kiss. "I've seen your storyboard sketches from Miss Pfeiffer. How about it? Want to be my first assistant director?" Ronald was a little surprised. The first assistant director was the director's right-hand man, a crucial position chosen by the director and not open to interference from the producers. Before filming begins, he's like the director's secretary, doing a lot of preparatory work. After filming starts, he's like the director's arm, carrying out the director's will on set and managing dozens or even hundreds of people in a large crew efficiently. At Ronald's young age, being the first assistant director isn't really suitable. Usually, one starts as the assistant to the second assistant director, then becomes the second assistant director, and only then does one have the experience to be promoted to first assistant director. Of course, you're only responsible for the pre-production scene breakdown. My assistant director, Robert Jeremy, can't come right now because of the delay in filming Stallone's Nighthawks, so you'll cover for me in the early stages of scene segmentation. This is the first important task for the first assistant director on set, usually starting 4 weeks before filming begins. Scene segmentation involves breaking down each scene in the script and grouping scenes in the same scene together for easier shooting planning. For example, in Endless Love, there are many scenes at the female lead Jade's house, from the beginning of the script until the male lead David sets the house on fire. These scenes are filmed within a concentrated time frame to facilitate the crew's carpentry, prop setup, and lighting, significantly reducing production costs. Only a few well-funded productions shoot each scene in the order of the script to ensure more precise acting. Endless Love had a budget of $8 million. Considered a mid-range production in Hollywood, and was filmed according to the principle of shooting scenes in close-quarters blocks. You don't just have to break down the script based on the markings. Sometimes the screenwriter's writing isn't accurate, like here. Director Zeffirelli said, his attitude towards Ronald becoming much more friendly after sharing an agent with Pfeiffer, treating him almost like family. For example, in this scene, Jed walks down the stairs and sees his lover sleeping in front of the fireplace in the living room. If you were to capture this with a camera, how would you do it? I would set up a fixed camera position for Jed walking down the stairs, following him down. Then cut to a shot of the male lead, David, reacting. Good, but there's a problem here. The script only indicated an interior scene, a night scene, and nighttime. But the 2 shots you just mentioned require lighting twice, and Jed also needs to walk down the stairs. We can actually divide this into 2 scenes, the wooden stairs and the fireplace in the living room. Zeffirelli began to teach Ronald some techniques for dividing scenes. Then, in the divided scenes, group all the scenes in the same location together, and you'll get a shooting schedule. Ronald nodded and began to look at the markings for each scene in the script, highlighting them with a highlighter. In the shooting schedule, you also need to mark which scenes require different makeup, props, vehicles, or special shooting techniques, like the scene where Jade's house is burned down. Yes, you're very clever. These kinds of scenes need to be replanned. We only have one shooting opportunity, and safety is also very important. Here's a scene breakdown table from an early Romeo and Juliet script I shot. Take it as a reference, and show it to me when you're done. You can do that later. Now, chat with me. Can you drink espresso? Seeing Ronald nod, Zeffirelli got up, went to the coffee machine, and pressed a button. 190-degree Fahrenheit high-pressure water poured over the coffee grounds, instantly extracting 2 cups of espresso. Ronald thanked him, took the small cup, and drank it all in one gulp. A small cup of espresso, with its energizing effect, is equivalent to a large cup of unpleasant Americano. Is the female lead Brooke Shields or Meg Ryan, Mr. Zeffirelli? Ronald asked. Meg Ryan, it's already decided, just waiting for the contract. Zeffirelli downed his coffee in one gulp, the standard Italian way of drinking. Don't talk about work during breaks, Mr. Zeffirelli, how do you manage to speak English without an accent? Most Italians in New York always have an Italian accent when they speak English. Ronald asked a flattering question. Call me Franco. Zeffirelli was still savoring the taste of his espresso. It's actually quite a legendary story, you definitely won't believe it when I tell you. Ronald adopted an attentive listening posture. It all started when I was a child. My father and mother were not a couple. My father, Koshi, may they rest in peace in heaven, was a Florentine silk merchant, and my mother was a housewife. I was born out of wedlock. Zeffirelli began to reminisce about the past. Now he could recount his childhood experiences more calmly. In Italy, illegitimate children can't use their father's surname, so my mother came up with Zeffirelli as my surname, which means little sea breeze from Mozart's opera. However, the employee in charge of registration misspelled it as Zeffirelli. My mother died when I was 6 years old. My father hired an English tutor for me, and I grew up in the British expatriate community. They were a group of elderly British women, mostly widows and spinsters left over from World War I, who lived out their retirement in Italy. The Florentines called them the Scorpion Gang. During World War II, they even visited Mussolini and had afternoon tea with him, saving the British expatriate community from being destroyed by the Italian army. After the Allied landings, I even used the English I learned from them to work as a translator and guide for the British and American troops. After listening with great interest to director Zeffirelli's childhood experiences, Ronald took his script and said goodbye, heading home to work on it. Ring 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 ring, Ronnie, there's a girl named Helen here looking for you, Donna called from the dance supply store. Helen, is that you, Ronald? I'm here to buy my leg warmers. After your movie came out, all the students at the Performing Arts High School went crazy wanting to buy your leg warmers. It was Helen Slater, daughter of Gerald, the vice president of PBS. Of course, pick whatever you like. 2 are free, and the rest are 40% off, Ronald said on the phone. Aren't you coming? My mom saw the ad you filmed for me with the Carpenters song version and brought you a thank you gift. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right there, soon. Ronald walked to the RTKD dance supply store. What's this? Ronald took a large package from Helen Slater. Open it and see. Helen seemed to be trying not to laugh. Okay, Ronald forcefully tore open the package. Inside was a large sign that read, "Eliminate all nuclear weapons for mankind." My mom is an anti-nuclear public interest human rights lawyer, Helen giggled. This gift is quite unique. Ronald placed the sign in the store, glancing at his watch. Let me treat you and Donna to dinner, Helen. How about you treat us to a movie? I haven't seen Famous yet. Please spare me. I can't stand seeing myself on screen so often. It always seems so artificial. Ronald sensed that Gerald didn't want his daughter to see the negative aspects of the Performing Arts High School, perhaps using the R rating as an excuse to forbid her from going. Okay, Helen Slater said, a little sullen. How about we go see Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back? Have you seen it? Ronald suggested. Great. I haven't seen it yet. Helen cheered up again. Young people's moods are always easily improved. He gave Helen 2 free leg warmers from a large bag she liked, and the rest were discounted by 60%. Ronald led Helen and Donna to a nearby movie theater. The recently released The Empire Strikes Back was still very popular, even though it was a morning showing, the theater was quite full. The budget for The Empire Strikes Back was far greater than that of the 4th installment, A New Hope, and the special effects were far more stunning. Ronald watched with great interest, some scenes feeling strangely familiar, perhaps even familiar from a past life. Helen and Donna were completely engrossed, watching the space chase between the X-Fighters and TIE Fighters, Master Yoda's humorous inverted sentences, and the space monster that nearly swallowed the Millennium Falcon. These scenes drew gasps from the audience. The plot reached the scene where Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader dueled with lightsabers inside the spaceship. Luke was forced to stand at the edge of the spaceship, his hand severed by Darth Vader's lightsaber. Luke angrily shouted, "You killed my father, Darth Vader stepped forward, and for some reason, Ronald prematurely uttered the line, "No, I am your father, I am your father." The Dark Knight on the screen echoed the same line. As Luke screamed no, he fell, only to be caught by the Millennium Falcon. Helen and Donna both turned to Ronald. "How did you know?" "So how did you know?" During lunch, Helen asked Ronald again how he could have predicted the plot twist. At this point in the story, following the usual development path had led to a dead end. Only an unexpected twist could turn this scene into the climax of the movie. I was thinking, what can I do as the screenwriter? There's only one way. Vader is Luke's father, Anakin, so I just blurted it out involuntarily, Ronald explained to them. Donna looked skeptical. Did you secretly go see it beforehand? No, I think he was quite surprised when he saw Han Solo being carbonite, Helen said. Is your father very busy lately? Ronald, not knowing why he blurted it out, changed the subject. Yes, he's been very busy lately. I can't even get an appointment with his secretary, Helen replied. Really? What's going on? Ronald asked. I don't know, my dad didn't mention it. After seeing Helen and Donna back to their shop, Ronald went home alone and continued to break down the script. Chapter 158, Chapter 109, The Dessert at the 73rd Minute. 202-707-9100, Ronald dialed the Capitol Hill Library in Washington, D.C. at 9 in the morning. Hello, I need 2 copyright registration application forms. After a long wait, an operator finally answered Ronald's call. Yes, the PA form. Please send it to the East Village in Manhattan, New York. Michelle Pfeiffer watched him busy making the call, somewhat puzzled. After Ronald hung up, she asked, I've met a few screenwriters in Hollywood who put their scripts in envelopes and mail them to themselves. Doesn't that prove copyright, honey? Do any of the screenwriters you know have agents? Ronald put a copy of the script for Crossroads and a copy of My Brother's Protector into his briefcase. I don't know, probably not. They all work odd jobs at coffee shops. Pfeiffer laughed as she spoke. Isn't this method safe? Yes, my agent Richard reminded me to register the copyright with a formal institution. Ronald started getting dressed. The method of mailing the script to yourself is called a poor man's proof of copyright, but if there's a copyright dispute, the court won't accept this evidence. Why? How can you prove that you didn't mail yourself an empty envelope 10 years ago and then put the script in it today? So, generally, to protect their rights, people pay $30 to register with the Writers Guild so that others can access it. However, registration requires renewal every 5 years, and if there's infringement, you need to prove that the other party profited from it. A safer approach is to have a copy made at the Library of Congress, so that it automatically serves as evidence of infringement, but the registration process takes longer. That's why the Library of Congress is the world's largest library. Didn't you already call the Library of Congress for an application form? Why do you still need to register with the Writers Guild? Pfeiffer reached out and put her arm around Ronald, who was picking up his briefcase. Producers usually check copyright registration with the Writers Guild. Richard said it's best to register it anyway. It's only $30 a script, and I don't need to work at a coffee shop. Aren't you afraid your agent will cheat you? Or that he'll send your script to other producers, so they also have the script and can't register it first? Michelle Pfeiffer wasn't really worried about that, but she wondered why, under the same circumstances, agents wouldn't cheat screenwriters. Honestly, I'm not afraid. My agent makes money off me, so protecting my interests is the right thing to do. Just like your agent wouldn't secretly give a role to someone else unless he has a prettier actress than you, or he doesn't want to work anymore. As for producers, they're too busy. Rather than plagiarism, they'd rather spend a small amount of money to buy a script option. For filmmaking, the cost of buying a script is small. Ronald turned back and kissed Pfeiffer before heading out. Oh, right, my agent, Lee Meadow, is in New York. I'll be meeting him later and won't be back until tonight. Pfeiffer went back to her yoga practice, satisfied. Her high-slit yoga outfit looked stunning on her, and she even wore long leg warmers for added beauty. Okay, honey, see you tonight. At the Writers Guild's office in New York, he spent $60 to register his 2 screenplays. The staff gave him 2 slips of paper with registration codes. These were the registration numbers for his screenplays. Ronald carefully put them away. You can use your outlines for registration from now on. Many screenwriters here do this. Outlines can also prevent plagiarism, the staff reminded him. Okay, I will. Earning them an extra $30 wasn't a big deal for Ronald. Back at his apartment, Pfeiffer hadn't returned yet. Ronald continued to break down the scenes in the endless love script. This kind of practice would also be good training for his future directing career. Every director has different ideas. The same scene in a script can be filmed differently by different directors. Ronald consulted Zeffirelli's script for Romeo and Juliet and the scene breakdown to try and understand Zeffirelli's directing style. It seemed Italians like to shoot films like operas, often using a static camera that followed the protagonist's face, much like the eye movements of an opera audience. Having grasped Zeffirelli's style, Ronald began arranging shooting scenes according to the director's preferences. This method could be somewhat rigid, limiting the expression of certain unique cinematic audio-visual language. However, it had significant advantages. It was cheaper and faster to shoot. Time passed quickly. Rubbing his sore eyes, Ronald got up to make himself lunch. He took some butter from the refrigerator, melted a small dollop in a pan, then slowly fried 2 slices of bread until golden brown, before spreading salmon sauce on one side and heating it. Meanwhile, I chopped some tomatoes and some Maoist pickles from a Ukrainian restaurant. Finally, I melted 2 pieces of bacon from the supermarket, fried them, sandwiched them between 2 pieces of bread, cut them into 2 triangles, and took a bite, crust and all. Paired with ginger soda, it tasted delicious. While eating, I turned on the TV to watch CBS's midday news. At the recent Elephant Party National Convention, the former governor of California, as expected, defeated the former CIA director and the head of the U.S. Representative Office in China to become the Elephant Party's presidential candidate. The former governor of California stated that he would invite former President Gerald to be his vice presidential nominee. 4 years ago, during the election campaign, many Elephant Party delegates, after hearing the former governor's defeat speech, admitted they had cast the wrong vote. In 1976, when the Electoral College delegates from each state voted to confirm the presidential candidate, one delegate from Washington state broke his vow and voted for the former governor instead of Gerald. On the other hand, incumbent President John F. Kennedy defeated his challenger, Edward Kennedy, the third brother of President Kennedy, to become the Democratic nominee. Edward's hit-and-run scandal, which resulted in death, greatly impacted his election prospects this year. Even though his 2 brothers had been assassinated, and the public sympathized with the Kennedy family, this sympathy quickly turned into anger and disappointment. This year's election will be between the incumbent president and the former governor of California. Let's hear what the experts have to say. He really got the nomination. Ronald finished the last piece of his sandwich. America is really free. The governorship of California is one thing, but the president could be an actor. Ring 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 ring. Ronald answered the phone. It was his 2 agents, Richard Lovett and Rick Nisita, calling together. Ronald, we received your script. It's perfect. But you seem to have forgotten something. Forgot what? Ronald couldn't think of anything. You forgot about the dessert at the 73-minute mark. What? Nisita laughed. You don't know what dessert means? No wonder, it's a popular Hollywood term. You're in New York. Dessert means sex scene. Sex scene? But isn't this a Vietnam War movie? Why can't there be sex scenes in a Vietnam War movie? Didn't Homecoming have a sex scene between Jane Fonda and a disabled veteran? Oh, right. Ronald forgot about that scene, touted as the first sex scene between disabled people on American screens. It's said that Jane Fonda later became a sex symbol for all disabled people. For a script to get a producer's approval, the most important thing is for a star to be willing to participate. If you add a love story between the protagonist, a platoon leader, and a female volunteer who takes care of veterans' families, and lengthen the entire script to 120 minutes, I think it'll be ready to be marketed to studios. Okay, I'll revise it right away. To get the project approved for filming as soon as possible, Ronald was willing to agree to any changes. But even with a love story, will a studio be willing to participate? Of course. Have you forgotten how many hands a script needs to pass through before reaching a producer? If a star likes your script, you can skip all the steps and take the elevator straight to the top floor. That way, we can ensure your script gets on the desks of vice presidents and above at the 8 major studios. You have someone in mind. Ronald sensed some confidence in Nisita's words. Perhaps he already had a suitable star in mind? There's no specific choice yet, but after Jane Fonda's second win for Homecoming, many actresses think that filming a Vietnam War-themed drama is a shortcut to winning the award. Many agents are frantically searching for suitable Vietnam War scripts. For example, Barbra Streisand, Farrah Fawcett, the newly crowned Meryl Streep, even Maggie Smith from Britain. Make a list of Hollywood actresses, and I guarantee everyone on it will be interested. Okay, I'll revise it as soon as possible. Ronald felt full of fighting spirit. Even after breaking down the script for Endless Love during the day and working overtime at night to revise My Brother's Protector, he was still full of energy. Remember to put the biggest love scene on page 73 of the script. Why? Ronald asked curiously. 73 divided by 119 equals. Ronald picked up the calculator. It equals 0.613. That's the golden ratio. I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, Nisita hung up the phone. Ronald realized what she meant. In Hollywood, one page of script is roughly equivalent to 1 minute of finished film footage, and the credits usually roll in the last minute. A 2-hour movie's actual runtime is around 119 minutes. Page 73 is the golden ratio of a 2-hour film. Inserting a passionate scene here would be perfect to energize the audience when they're tired and get them into the second half of the story. Ronald was thinking about how to portray this female character. She's a volunteer caring for veterans' families, and she and the platoon leader eventually become lovers. What kind of identity should he give her? A young female college student, or a mature divorced woman? The sound of a key turning in the lock came from the door. Michelle Pfeiffer and her agent, Lee Meadow, had returned. Ronnie. I have to go to Los Angeles early, Pfeiffer said, looking at Ronald. What? You're not playing the supporting role in Endless Love? Ronald asked curiously. No, she can't play it. Waiting here is a waste of time. I've arranged everything for her in Los Angeles, acting classes, industry parties, public appearances, and so on, Lee Meadow answered for Pfeiffer. Ronald and Pfeiffer had planned to go to Los Angeles together after filming Endless Love, and he also needed to go to the CAA, where President Ovitz would meet with each signed client. Why can't Michelle play the role? Chapter 159. The thing capitalists feared most has happened. The strike ultimatum from the two major screenwriters' unions expires tomorrow night. A very inside source tells me the Producers Association refuses to compromise. All film and television actors will officially begin their strike at 2 a.m. the day after tomorrow. All film, television, live, and radio production in America will cease. Starting the day after tomorrow, major television stations will only be able to broadcast already filmed episodes. After next weekend, television stations will only be able to broadcast reruns of old shows or imported dramas. Film production will also stop completely. In 6 months, the American people will have no new movies to watch, Agent Lee Meadow said. What? All entertainment production has stopped? Ronald looked stunned. American film and television actors belong to two major screenwriters unions, the Screen Actors Guild, SAG, and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, AFTRA, also known as the Television Actors Guild. Starting in March 1980, the two screenwriters unions began collective negotiations with the Association of Motion Picture and Television Producers, AMPTP, demanding better treatment. The two sides in the negotiations were a government-registered union, which could initiate collective wage negotiations on behalf of all its members and launch a strike if negotiations broke down. All union members were obligated to comply, and those who disobeyed strike resolutions could be expelled as scabs. The other side was an association, which had no binding force on its members. However, this association was the Producers Association, an association of capitalists. No one would willingly let the union take away more profits for no reason. In addition, the AMPTP was smaller, more united, and more tolerant of strikes, giving it, in a sense, more bargaining power than the two major actors' unions. The two sides negotiated from March to May, with the AMPTP refusing to budge, while the two actors' unions vowed to strike if their demands were not met. At this stage, no one took the strike threat seriously. 2 years earlier, in December 1978, when Ronald was involved in the filming of Rocky High, the two actors' unions also threatened to strike, but the management quickly compromised, ending the labor dispute. However, this time, news from Agent Lee Meadow was not optimistic. The reason was that the two major screenwriters' unions had made seemingly unreasonable demands, and their negotiator, Ed Asner, was like a desert cobra, biting and refusing to let go. The Screen Actors Guild, SAG, for film and television made two main demands. First, to continue raising the minimum wage for actors, increasing it by 40%, from $225 to $315 per day. Ronald realized this would make joining the SAG even more difficult, Even more pressing was the second demand: the SAGs would demand a share of the revenue from home video. In addition to the fixed salaries paid for film and television production, all actors had to participate in a share of the revenue from VHS tapes, beta tapes, and pay television. The unions demanded that 12% of all pay television revenue from videotapes be included in the actors' surplus, to be paid by the production company to the two SAGs, who would then issue checks to their members to distribute this surplus value. Is this videotape revenue a lot? Ronald wasn't sure how much this portion of money was. The percentage is high, but the total amount is small. Pfeiffer's agent, Lee, replied. Currently, only 2% of households in America own a VCR, and the percentage for pay TV is about the same. It's a small amount, but it will gradually become more widespread, right? Ronald himself owns a VHS VCR, which he has recorded many classic movies on, and it's very convenient to use. It's hard to say. With VCRs, who'll still go to the movies? The 8 major studios all hate this stuff. Universal is currently suing Sony, the manufacturer of beta VCRs, and there's a high possibility that VCR sales will be banned in America. So many people don't understand why union negotiator Ed Asner is being so tough. Lee information network is excellent. Just like television destroyed many niche markets in Hollywood, housewives no longer go to the movies but watch TV at home. If teenagers also watch VCRs at home, then Hollywood's last piece of the pie will be gone. If it's not for the benefit of the unions and actors, then it's for their own benefit. Ronald isn't a naive child anymore. There's always something wrong with unusual behavior, and this Asner is probably no exception. Yes, you're very smart, Ronald. Rumor has it that Asner is seeking the presidency of the Screen Actors Guild, SAG. Isn't he a TV actor? Michelle Pfeiffer, who had worked in television, knew Asner's name. He was a regular on one of the hottest shows of the 1970s, a regular on CBS's The Mary Tyler Moore Show, playing a character named Lou Grant. That character was very popular. After The Mary Tyler Moore Show ended, CBS even gave him a spin-off called The Lou Grant Show. TV actors don't have the social influence of film actors. Lee disliked this cobra, as it had brought his actors' work to a standstill. Besides, Lee's clients were all star actors, and he didn't care much about the interests of the lower-level actors the union was advocating for. He's a far-left member of the Donald Party, an activist in the American Donald Socialist Association, and inspired by the former California governor's victory in the Republican presidential nomination, he wants to follow suit. Lee saw through Asner's ambition. How long will the strike last? Ronald asked. Nobody knows, but Asner will hold out for at least a month, otherwise he won't be making headlines much. Making headlines during election season is his real goal. Lee pressed Ronald's shoulders and continued, I know about you and Michelle, but Pfeiffer is a rare star. Her face is naturally suited for the widescreen, her hair color and temperament are top-notch. She just needs an opportunity to soar to stardom. I've secured her an advertisement for Lux soap. The news of the strike hasn't leaked to the public yet. If we quickly go back to Hollywood and sign the contract, we can get the rare work opportunities during the strike. Lux is a mass-market consumer product. Her ad will be known nationwide. Ronald looked at Michelle Pfeiffer, intending to ask her opinion. But seeing the desire for success in her blue eyes, he realized he didn't need to ask. He already knew Pfeiffer's answer. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning, Lee answered for her. I'll pick her up at 8 tomorrow morning. You two can have a good talk tonight. He turned and left. Ronnie, I'll owe you twice over. You helped me get rid of that conman and signed me to a great agent. You'll come to Hollywood sooner or later. I know your ambition. I'll be waiting for you in Hollywood. Michelle Pfeiffer approached Ronald and said hesitantly. Ronald didn't want to make the brief separation sad. You know I'm an advertising director? You can shoot a Lux soap commercial. You can act it out for me first, and I'll give you some pointers. Pfeiffer smiled and hugged Ronald. The scent of Lux soap wafted from her body, seeping through her hair and into Ronald's nose. Her slightly damp hair draped over her shoulders. Pfeiffer crossed her arms and smiled back. Lux soap makes my skin smoother. Her smooth back, combined with her perfect curves, was captivating. Ronald picked up his Nikon camera and started snapping photos. That's it, Michelle. The way you smile when you turn around is the most charming. Setting down the camera, Ronald finished with special acting coaching. The two lay together, embracing, Pfeiffer tracing lines on Ronald's chest with her finger. I'm afraid of being alone. Come to Los Angeles as soon as possible. I will. If the script progresses, I plan to suspend my studies at NYU. After finishing with the Endless Love crew, I'll go to San Francisco first. I have an appointment with Mr. Murky, Coppola's editor. I'll go there to study for a while. I'll come to Los Angeles to meet you this weekend when I'm free. Kissed me, Ronnie. The two spent the night in passionate embrace. The next morning, Ronald got up early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Pfeiffer, smiling as he ate with her until their agent, Lamatora, knocked on the door. "Aren't you going to take me to the airport?" Pfeiffer noticed Ronald hadn't gotten up. "No, I find I can't stand airport farewells. Let's part here, like a normal couple saying goodbye in the morning. Haha, husbands seeing their wives off to work, that's not common in America. Call me when you're settled." The two shared a tender kiss goodbye, and Ronald helped Pfeiffer's luggage downstairs and into the taxi her agent had called. After seeing Pfeiffer off, Ronald started calling people he knew in the industry. First was his agent, Richard. "There's a strike tonight, I have confirmation." "Oh, SHXT. Is the information reliable?" Richard's rank was clearly not high enough to know this inside information in advance. "Very reliable. Pfeiffer's agent has taken her to Los Angeles, giving up the role in Endless Love. I'll go tell Nissita right away. He has several actors who will be affected, and Jane Fonda's Golden Pond will also be suspended. I'll contact you later." Richard hung up the phone. "Paula, there's a strike tonight. You need to rearrange Tom's plans. Is the news reliable?" "Okay, I'll send him back to Hollywood first, rent him an apartment. We need to keep the role of Endless Love as much as possible. Right now, he needs a screen appearance." Then it was his advertising agent, Eddie. "Eddie, did you hear? The two unions are confirmed to strike tonight. Calvin Klein's advertising projects can continue. Brooke Silva's mother will definitely go to the Endless Love set to lower her price when she hears this, and Google will swing the scales back from the girl named Meg Ryan for the lead role. We need to seize this strike period to get the advertising shit done. Terry won't tolerate his daughter not working for a month. Leave it to me. Wait for my call." Eddie Cohen hung up the phone and went to contact Calvin Klein, the designer of CK jeans. Then came director Zeffirelli. "Franco, it's me, Ronald. I have confirmed that the two major screenwriters unions will announce a strike tonight. It will last at least a month. Fanculo. Ed Asner, that viper, I knew he'd stick to his hard line. We have to suspend filming. I'm going to see Mr. Google. He probably already knows. I'll give you the script breakdown I've finished. I think your assistant director should be available. I'm sorry, Ronald, but when filming resumes, I welcome you to the set. Thank you, Mr. Zeffirelli. Experience counts," Ronald thought, recalling Helen Slater's father, Gerald, who had clearly been busy with this matter. PBS programming mainly consists of educational programs, documentaries, and imported British dramas. These programs don't have videotape or pay TV access, and their contracts are different, so they are unaffected by the strike. Conversely, the three major public broadcasters still need to purchase programming from PBS to fill the void left by the strike and the lack of new dramas. However, if the strike lasts a long time, then the films scheduled for release will also be affected. The copies of Rock High, which are already in extended runs and midnight screenings, will sell even more, and it seems he'll soon meet the conditions for his second profit sharing. Ronald stroked his chin, thinking that perhaps he could ask Mr. Roger Coleman for a larger bonus. 3 updates today. Let's see if I can keep up with the pace. If I have more time to write in the future, I'll add an extra update at noon. Chapter 160 Workers' Pickets. The Screen Actors Guild has announced a strike, halting filming of 3 movies in New York due to the absence of their lead actors. Ronald glanced at the cover of Backstage magazine on the newsstand, bought it, and rolled it up with Variety and The Hollywood Reporter to take back to his apartment. The strike didn't end as Brooke Shields' mother, Terry, had hoped. Instead, it erupted. Television stations began reporting their own news, using relatively restrained language. Newspapers and magazines were less cautious, with gossip and interviews flying everywhere. Perhaps due to the distance from Hollywood, the studio's control over the media was inadequate, and the halt of 3 big-budget films in New York was also exposed. The worst off was Rich and Famous, starring Jacqueline Bisset and Candice Bergen. Filming had started the day before the strike, and the 2 beauties simply didn't show up on set the next day. This infuriated director Robert Mulligan, who resigned on the spot. It was rumored that Jacqueline Bisset had also invested in the film, willing to lose her own money for the strike. Fortunately, he hadn't joined the Screen Actors Guild because he didn't want to be an actor. Ronald secretly rejoiced as he ate his McDonald's sandwich with scrambled eggs while watching Good Morning America. His agent, Eddie Cohen, was with him. The two planned to meet up with Calvin Klein first to contact Brooke Shields and discuss the commercial shoot. These people are crazy, willing to lose money just to strike. No, Ronald. Eddie put down his knife and fork, picked up his water and took a sip. The strike is temporary. Jacqueline's so-called investment is only a small percentage. The studio will bear the brunt of the losses, but isn't that irresponsible to the filming? How much money will the crew lose if the production is shut down for a day? Besides, the strike is nowhere in sight. Who knows when it will end? It's not their own money anyway. If they don't follow the union's rules, the only outcome is leaving the union or being fired. Even stars can't afford such consequences. The union handles the actors' insurance, the calculation and receipt of subsequent payments. Non-union members face significant limitations in hiring actors. For the sake of one movie, they're adding trouble to their future artistic careers. There might only be one person in Hollywood who can do this. Who is it? Ronald asked curiously, wanting to meet this remarkable person. Who else? George Lucas. He was unhappy with the Directors Guild's rule that the credits must be at the beginning of the film, and insisted that Star Wars opening credits not include a credits section, so he withdrew from the guild. But that's because he owns the Star Wars copyright, so he's fearless. Tisk, those with power and influence can do whatever they want in Hollywood. Ronald thought to himself as he and Eddie drove to Calvin Klein's studio. I'm afraid Brooke Shields' mother won't give in so easily. I've asked some friends in the industry. Terry is known for his greed and his mother hen-like protectiveness of her daughter, Calvin Klein said to Ronald and Eddie, sitting in his chair. Calvin's studio maintained his consistent style, focusing on simplicity. Large floor-to-ceiling windows, interior decorations and furniture made of steel bars and wood panels, looked very modern and Bauhaus style. The only problem was that it wasn't comfortable to sit in. Ronald adjusted his posture. It really didn't feel as good as his own sofa at home. That's right, but I've received inside information that the strike will last at least a month. Terry will have to face reality, and she'll panic. She'll lower her daughter's fee, which gives us an opportunity to persuade her to do some commercials for her daughter during this lull. I'm afraid this is the only chance to get Brooke Shields' advertising fee down to your expectations. After filming Endless Love, her value will likely skyrocket. Calvin pondered for a moment. You're right, Ronald. At first, a lot of actors will lower their fees for commercials, but after a while, advertising agencies will realize that the truly appealing ones are still the original ones suitable for commercials. Then Brooke Shields' value will recover, or even rise. We'll all go greet her and her mother later. Terry cares a lot about being respected, Eddie added. Good morning, Ms. Shields. Good morning, Brooke. Ronald stood at the door, welcoming Brooke Shields and her mother. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Terry recognized Ronald. Are you directing the commercials again? She asked, seemingly feeling that Ronald wasn't a big enough star. Yes, I'm Ronald. If you agree to let Brooke direct the Calvin Jeans ad, I'll be the director. Afraid Terry would forget his name, Ronald quickly reintroduced himself. I also directed the Chewels gum ad for Hershey. Hello, Terry. Calvin Klein greeted Terry and Brooke with a fashionable cheek kiss. Ronald looked at his own hand, wondering if he should change his handshake habit. An hour later, both sides had no objections to the ad's concept and shooting schedule, but Terry refused to lower her price. She and Calvin were still in the back room discussing Brooke Shields' fee. Ronald and Brooke waited in the outer room. Brooke Shields picked up various fashion magazines from the table, flipped through them, and put them down again, as if the girl had grown taller recently. Following her mother's teachings, she sat with her knees together like a lady. The chairs at Calvin's place weren't very suitable for tall people, and Brooke couldn't find a comfortable position. After shifting a few times, she returned to her old posture. She wore a white silk blouse, beige trousers with a linen lining, and flat sandals, a very tasteful combination. Ronald couldn't help but think of Diane Lane at his aunt's house, watching TV with her legs hooked on the sofa armrest. Both were from single-parent families with young actresses, and their ages were similar, but their fathers and mothers had different approaches to raising their daughters. Bert gave Diane a lot of freedom, while Terry controlled every detail of Brooke's life. Perhaps Ronald's smile made Brooke misunderstand, because the girl spoke up. What do you think about my jeans commercial? I heard you're directing it. When her mother wasn't around, Brooke's tone of voice was also different, a little high-pitched. Perhaps Terry also had requirements for his daughter's speech. Ronald looked at Brooke, who was trying hard to act like a little adult, and smiled as he replied, "My job is more like an executor, mainly to realize Calvin's ideas on camera. He's in charge of the whole commercial. Of course, how to portray your qualities is also a focus of my work," Ronald added, seeing Brooke listening attentively. "If you were shooting this, what would your concept be?" Brooke Shields clearly wasn't going to let Ronald off the hook and began seriously discussing the advertisement with him. Ronald glanced at the conference room. The door was still closed. "Just a hypothetical discussion. If it were me, I'd shoot scenes of you engaging in various sports, showcasing how CK jeans fit well, accentuate a woman's curves, and are suitable for everyday wear. I love your idea. I'd buy a pair of jeans if I saw an ad like that." Brooke Shields, talking about something she liked, instantly lost her composure, abandoning her ladylike demeanor, and moved closer to Ronald, even crossing one leg. "Let me tell you, those ads are incredibly uncomfortable to shoot. Some of the clothes are custom-made, unlike what they sell in stores. And I have to hold one pose for a long time. Luckily, my mom trained me from a young age, and those photographers really enjoy shooting me." The door clicked open, and Calvin and Terry walked out. Ronald turned around, seeing their expressionless faces, unsure whether the deal had been struck or not. Swish, Brooke Shields, upon seeing her mother, instantly reverted to her ladylike demeanor, straightening her back, knees together, and sitting with her feet slightly to one side in a graceful pose. "Ms. Shields, I will contact Brooke's agent. I hope we can finalize the filming schedule as soon as possible." Calvin Klein hugged Terry cheek to cheek again, this time as a farewell. "Ronald, it's a pleasure to see you again." Terry proactively extended her hand, breaking Ronald's idea of changing to a hug. "It's a pleasure to see you too, Ms. Shields." After politely shaking hands with Terry in farewell, the group watched the mother and daughter leave. "How did it go?" Eddie was even more anxious than Ronald. "She agreed, and I'll have her agent sign her. But the filming schedule hasn't been finalized yet. Terry still has hope for endless love. It seems that having a celebrity mother like this won't be a pleasant experience." Ronald noticed that Calvin's expression was a bit unpleasant. It seemed the price wouldn't be low. The final exams at NYU were over, and Ronald felt there were no problems. The school also offered many courses during the summer vacation. Those who wanted to earn credits could choose not to take the break and attend classes. Summer courses were relatively easy to choose, allowing students to take electives from other colleges. However, Ronald wasn't particularly interested. He had already arranged with Walter Murchie of the San Francisco Mirror Company to take a reel editing course there soon and work as his assistant. That day, Martin Scorsese called Ronald to discuss his final assignment. "I didn't expect you to write a film review like this, Ronnie. You surprised me. Hollywood generally praises Hitchcock's groundbreaking Psycho, and you think he imitated Orson Welles' touch of evil. Actually, I'd prefer to use the word plagiarism. The female lead is Janet Leigh, and Welles' use of her clearly inspired Hitchcock. His use of light and shadow on black and white film also inspired many important scenes in Hitchcock's work. I'm not trying to argue with you, Ronald. I gave your final paper an A+. Thank you, Professor. You have some very original ideas. In this field, most people just follow the crowd, only a few have their own ideas. Keep it up," Scorsese encouraged Ronald. "How's your new film going, Professor?" "Ugh, it stopped. The strike hit." "What? Wasn't your film already in post-production? Are there any scenes that need reshooting?" "No, I've been targeted by the workers' picket line." It turned out that besides the two major screenwriters' unions, strike leader Ed Asner had also mobilized the American Musicians Association to participate in the strike. A crucial part of film and television post-production is the score. The Musicians Association's strike forced many films and television series that had finished shooting and were in post-production to halt production. They also organized over 500 composers and music staff into a workers' picket line, patrolling the score studios of major film studios, stopping anyone they saw composing. Many studios were forced to send their score work overseas, sending real musicians abroad. Scorsese didn't get the budget from United Artists, and the workers' picket line came to his home, stopping the score and sound editing, forcing a temporary halt to production. "They're trying to force the investors to give in," Ronald said. "Yet, even finished films can't be post-produced. Asner and his team want to make sure all theaters have no new movies showing for a month, forcing the Producers Guild to give in. That guy is a real master of political maneuvering. Yeah, my movie might have to be delayed for another year, missing the '80s Oscars, but wouldn't Blue Lagoon make a fortune in that case? Ronald thought. Without new films, theaters would have to extend the run of their current movies to save the day. Unfortunately, Famous throughout the world had already finished its run and missed out on this wave of profits. Chapter 161 The Road CAA President Ovitz. Brooke Silva's commercial break date was uncertain, as was the start date for Endless Love, and many bookings had been disrupted by the strike. Ronald decided to go to San Francisco first to learn editing from Walter Murphy. The trip to San Francisco was already arranged with Murphy, but before going, he needed to go to CAA headquarters to formally meet with his agents, including Nisida, as Richard had mentioned several times. He figured he could take advantage of the opportunity to discuss the revised script and get it done at the same time. Michelle Pfeiffer was busy attending acting classes in Los Angeles, and sometimes when she couldn't reach him by phone, she had to convey her longing through her agent. After saying goodbye to his family, Ronald boarded a Pan Am flight to Los Angeles. This company, which originally specialized in international airlines, had acquired National Airways after the president relaxed air traffic control laws and had also begun operating domestic routes. Ronald, it's so good to see you finally here. His main agent, Richard Lovett, visited Ronald at his hotel that evening, embracing him as he opened the door. Ronald took 2 drinks from the refrigerator, and the 2 young men began talking in the room. Richard, how's Hollywood? Is it affected a lot by the strike? Ugh, everyone's gone crazy. I just came from the office, and half the staff were still working overtime at 8 p.m. The shutdown is a huge blow to actors. CAA just made a big push into the film industry, and now everything's in chaos. I've brought my new script, Ronald said, taking a copy from his luggage and handing it to Richard. The revised draft was a quarter thicker than the first, totaling 119 pages. Ronald had added a romantic subplot, the widow of a Vietnam War veteran, who worked at the Veterans Service and cared for the family of a mentally challenged man who had been conscripted and died in Vietnam. Because the man's body hadn't been found, and no comrade could confirm his death in action, he couldn't be classified as killed in action, but rather as missing. This meant his pension and family benefits were significantly lower than those of fallen soldiers. A retired platoon leader volunteered to live in a trailer next to the man's house, taking care of his family. The neighbors didn't understand and discriminated against him because of his Vietnam War veteran status. The man's family also didn't understand him and were wary of him. Only the Veterans Service Department's widow understood the platoon leader's behavior and defended him to others. The platoon leader was bullied by the neighbors' children, spat on, and stoned, but he never retaliated. However, one evening when the widow visited him, she was robbed by a stranger. He decisively intervened and chased the robber away. The widow then realized he was a skilled fighter, and the two had a further conversation. Having learned everything the platoon leader had been through, the widow fell in love with him, and the two shared dessert on page 73. Finally, the mentally challenged man's brother saw the platoon leader's diary and learned the truth. The family accepted the platoon leader, and he settled in the small town where the mentally challenged man lived, reuniting with the widow. Richard quietly finished reading the script, then closed the cover, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly, he slammed the script down on the table, startling Ronald. "What? Is there something wrong with it?" "No, the script is excellent. Mr. Ovitz and Mr. Mayer are both looking for Vietnam War-related scripts for their clients. I'll go back to the office right away and have them take a look, see if they can recommend it to Sean Connery and Sylvester Stallone." Hearing these names, Ronald was also delighted. One was the original 007, the other the fiery Italian boxing champion. "Is there any hope? But Sean is getting old, can he play the platoon leader role?" "No problem, the script will be adjusted according to the stars. We'll try replacing the platoon leader with a senior sergeant." Richard Lovett was excited. With a strike, all filming schedules had to be adjusted. This was a perfect opportunity to sell scripts to major studios and then slip in stars. It might even solve CAA's current crisis. The strike had caused another crisis for Sean Connery's film career, and he had already confided to Ovitz about switching to William Morris. If CAA's first top male star ran away, it would be very detrimental to the company, and even their newly signed Stallone would waver. His client, however, possessed a currently popular Vietnam War script. Who wouldn't want to earn an Oscar nomination, or even win, like The Deer Hunter, with a good script? This was extremely valuable to Ronald, himself, and the company executives like Ovitz. Ronald, as a screenwriter, respected the studio's opinions and was a quick writer, a rare find. There are countless screenwriters who can write characters and countless screenwriters who can craft stories, but few can quickly revise their scripts according to the wishes of all parties and still produce satisfactory revised drafts. Many screenwriters believe their scripts are perfect, changing even a single sentence or word feels like self-inflicted pain. When asked to add a romantic subplot, he immediately added one while preserving the original religious, war, and anti-war themes. It seems Ronald has the makings of a top-tier screenwriter, capable of collaborating with stars and handling the various strange and unusual requests from stars and producers. Richard Lovett hurriedly returned to his CAA office, leaving Ronald alone in the hotel room. Bored, Ronald called Michelle Pfeiffer again, but still no one answered. He had contacted her and her agent, Lee Meadow, before coming. Pfeiffer was currently busy attending acting classes and trying to land a Lux soap commercial. He realized he wasn't the only agent relying on commercials for publicity during the strike. Due to the time difference, although it was only a little before 9 p.m. in Los Angeles, Ronald was already exhausted. So, instead of visiting his old friends like Cameron, he took a hot shower and went to bed, waiting to meet the bigwigs of the CAA the next day. The next morning, Ronald woke up early and saw his agent, Richard Lovett, waiting outside his room. "You're here so early." Ronald checked his watch. It was only 6 a.m. He was still in New York time because of the 3-hour time difference. Richard looked like he had been there for a while and was probably still waiting outside. "I'm at the office from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day," Richard smiled. "With your hard work, it's hard not to succeed," Ronald laughed. "Shouldn't I be glad I found such a hard-working agent?" "I should be glad, Ronald. Mr. Rick Nisita called me late last night and said he really likes your script and will recommend it to Mr. Ovitz this morning." Richard smiled happily, which was why he came to the hotel so early this morning. Ronald asked him, "Shall we go to CAA now?" "No need so early, we can be at the office by 9 o'clock. Richard's world revolved around Ronald now. "So what brings you here?" "I came to keep you company. You just arrived in Los Angeles, and you need someone to handle a lot of things. I drove, so I can give you a ride to CAA. Let's go have breakfast together." Ronald pulled Richard along, and after having breakfast at the Holiday Inn restaurant, they talked a lot about CAA and Ronald's ideas for rewriting the script. Then the two of them got into Richard's beat-up little car and drove to CAA together. Rick Nisita, accompanied by Paula Wagner, stood at the office door to greet Ronald. "Welcome, Ronald, Hollywood's youngest top screenwriter." This time, Ronald wasn't mistaken. He used the Hollywood-style greeting of a hug and a cheap kiss. In the entertainment industry, any greeting less than a warm hug is seen as a sign of serious conflict. "Paula, how's Tom?" Ronald greeted Paula with a hug. "He's fine. We'll arrange for him to meet with Paul Newman next week." "Thank you for arranging for Scorsese to speak with him last time." Nisita, the highest-ranking of Ronald's 3 agents, led him on a tour of the company, greeting the other agents in the office. Ronald noticed that although it wasn't yet 9 a.m., the official start time, more than 10 agents were already busy in the office, some meeting with clients or on the phone. This was truly a dynamic company. Everyone was hard-working and ambitious. Mr. Ovitz is busy. His scheduler said he's free at 10:30. "We'll meet with him and Mr. Mayer then to discuss your script." Nisita and the others returned to his office, and he asked Ronald to sit down. "You can look around, or I can introduce you to some of our clients. You can focus on your own work first. If possible, I'd like to look at some Hollywood scripts from the last few years. You should have quite a few here. I plan to collect scripts during my trip to Los Angeles." "Richard," Nisita snapped his fingers, signaling Richard to take him to the next lounge, where he brought him a lot of scripts from his office. "A large part of my work involves reading these scripts," Richard told Ronald. "I help Mr. Nisita read scripts, write summaries and comments for him, and he helped me graduate from the mailroom, making me an apprentice agent ahead of schedule." Ronald quietly looked at the more than 20 scripts in the box. He first turned to page 73 to verify, and sure enough, more than 15 of them contained passionate scenes within a page or two around page 73. Sure enough, Hollywood these days needs some violence and excitement to entice audiences out of their homes and into theaters to see something different from what they watch on TV. Since public television networks directly target children under 18, The dramas on America's three major public networks are relatively conservative, equivalent to G-rated film. Ronald flipped through many scripts, mainly musicals, biopics, and action films, all genres that had produced blockbuster movies a couple of years ago. Needless to say, the script quality was significantly higher than Roger Corman's New World script. However, none of them were about the Vietnam War. It seems this Guardian of My Brother was appreciated mainly because Homecoming and The Deer Hunter ignited the Vietnam War theme, fitting current trends. Perhaps quality Vietnam War scripts are being given more attention and not wasted on a low-level agent like Richard. Ronald, let's go see Mr. Ovitz together. Ronald, who was fiddling with the scripts, heard Richard's call and quickly stood up, walking with him towards the conference room. In CAA's largest office, President Michael Ovitz sat. A middle-aged man with graying hair and round glasses, he exuded energy, his deep nasolabial folds and square jaw suggesting a strong sense of self. His perfectly timed smile effectively softened any preconceived notions of a stubborn personality. Beside him were two secretaries, both impeccably dressed young women. One was arranging his schedule, the other tracking his upcoming phone calls. "Mary, how does this tie look with this suit?" "I have a meeting with a major client later," Ovitz asked his secretary, Mary, after repeatedly examining his tie in the full-length mirror. Mary, newly hired as Ovitz's secretary, was a little apprehensive. After nearly 10 seconds of hesitation, she bravely voiced her opinion, "Ugly. A purple tie with a light blue shirt, it doesn't suit you." "Thank God, I finally have a secretary who dares to tell me the truth. I just felt something was off, but everyone said it looked good." Ovitz's exaggerated expression amused Mary. Mr. Ovitz, Mr. Nisida and his new client, screenwriter Ronald Lee, have arrived, the secretary in charge of Ovitz's schedule reminded him. "Please have them in the executive conference room," Ovitz said, quickly changing into a navy blue tie. "Ah, welcome, Mr. Lee," Ovitz greeted Ronald from the conference room table, without standing up to welcome him. His two secretaries continued to fetch and return documents requiring his signature and other notes as instructed. "Hello, Mr. Ovitz," Ronald said, sitting on the other side of the table with Rick Nisida, Paula Wagner, and Richard Lovett. "I heard you have a script about the Vietnam War." "Yes, the Vietnam War, brotherhood, anti-war, fools, religion, romance." Ronald briefly summarized the selling points of his script. Richard presented two photocopies to the conference table. Opposite Ovitz was another CAA partner, Ron Meyer. Next came the usual introductions. Ronald recounted his experiences starting in the New World, and Meyer introduced the history of the CAA and some of the main stars they represented. Meyer picked up the script and glanced at it. "My Brother's Guardian, that's a good title." Ovitz didn't participate in the discussion, instead burying himself in the script. "He's busy, he schedules his time in 10-minute intervals," Richard whispered to Ronald. "So, my meeting is only 10 minutes? Ronald wondered, outwardly agreeing with Meyer's comments on his script. Less than 5 minutes had passed when Michael Ovitz suddenly stood up from his chair without a word and walked out of the meeting room. "What an rude man," Ronald thought to himself, watching Ovitz leave without a word. Chapter 162 I Never Lie. Ovitz strode back to his office, picked up the phone, and dialed Sylvester Stallone. "Sly, Ovitz, I have a script." No, Michael, I just got back from Hungary. Don't talk to me about scripts. This damn football movie, the Hungarian government won't let us film during the actors' union strike. I don't understand why the Hungarian government supports a strike in America. Director John Huston is in Paris looking for locations now, and we only have 5 days of footage left to shoot, and this damn strike has brought the whole crew to a standstill. We went to a socialist country to save money, and now we might as well have filmed in Hollywood. Sly, this script is pretty good, don't you want to take a look? Forget the script, I need to adjust to the time difference. I was playing a goalkeeper on set in Hungary, and Pelé messed me up badly. I still have bruises. Okay, Sly, your intuition is always right. Beep, beep, beep. Stallone had already hung up. Ovitz rubbed his hands together and then found Sean Connery's number. But he hesitated before dialing. CAA's first celebrity client is currently facing a crisis. Signing celebrities is the best way to expand an agency's power. The problem is that celebrities generally don't care about television programs, preferring movies. Ovitz has put a lot of effort into moving from television to film, proposing a policy that each agent must sign a screenwriter, all to penetrate the film industry and secure film contracts for their stars. Especially with Sean Connery, CAA has spent resources disproportionately on this fading Scotsman to attract other stars, aiming to set an example for the company and attract more stars. Even Sean Connery and his ilk can be sold. This is CAA's biggest reliance in attracting other celebrity clients. However, Sean Connery is not an easy client. He previously felt that 007 limited his acting range and withdrew from the Bond films. But he hasn't found a new path, and Roger Moore's takeover of 007 has been well received, making Connery somewhat regretful. Because of his regret, CAA has overturned his previous idea of changing his acting style and is focusing on lone heroes again. But it's incredibly difficult for an actor to climb back up after a decline. Sean Connery hadn't received a satisfactory 007 role in over a year. Each communication involved threats of switching agencies again, and Ovitz was getting annoyed with him. In reality, signing with any other agent meant he couldn't possibly return to United Artists to play 007. However, for the sake of the company's overall reputation, they had to try their best to find him a suitable film role. Ovitz thought for a moment and then dialed Sean Connery's number. "Sean, this is Ovitz. Is my new job secured?" Connery asked in a thick Scottish accent. "Yes, I have a script here, Vietnam War, anti-war, brotherhood, stop. I may not be playing 007 anymore, but I still have an image to maintain. Anti-war is impossible. Listen, Michael, I like you, I like Mayor, but my patience isn't unlimited. You need to find me a suitable role as soon as possible, like James Bond." Beep, 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 the Scotsman hung up. "If you like Bond so much, why don't you keep playing the role? Is there any movie character more 007 than 007, Ovitz thought to himself. Taking off his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose, Ovitz picked up the list of stars represented by CAA and started looking at it. He ran his finger over the names one by one, finally stopping at those starting with F, then found a phone number and dialed it. Jane Fonda, the two-time Best Actress winner, who was resting at home in Los Angeles after the union strike postponed filming of her new movie Golden Pond, she answered the phone. "Jane, this is Ovitz." "Oh, Michael, this is absolutely terrible." Jane picked up the receiver and began to complain. "Golden Pond was a script I bought specifically for my father, Henry. I originally planned to have him work with Ingrid Bergman, but Bergman's health is also very poor. We finally managed to get Catherine to agree to film it, but she's not happy with me playing her daughter. Henry's health is very bad, Michael. Then the New Hampshire set was shut down by a union strike, and I'm worried about Henry's health. We had to apply for a special exemption to save time." "No, Jane, stop. I'm not here to hear about the strike. I have a script, Vietnam War, brotherhood, anti-war, fools, religion, romance. Do you want it? A complete solution, from screenwriter to director. Your production company, APC Pictures, can consider it for your next film. Go on." Jane Fonda instantly snapped out of her complaining mode. Her own production company, APC Pictures, had a 3-film distribution contract with Universal that was about to expire. They needed a suitable script to negotiate the next distribution contract with the 8 major studios. When a mentally challenged person is forcibly conscripted into the army, are the normal people the saviors, or are they saved by the mentally challenged? That's it. This screenwriter graduated from Roger Corman Film School. He understands business. He even rewrote scripts for British director Alan Parker. He has artistic talent. Have you seen his screenplay Fame? It's receiving great reviews in the industry right now and is expected to win big during awards season. Also, the title of his screenplay is My Brother's Protector. Listen to that. He effortlessly incorporates biblical allusions. It's a real gimmick. If you ask me, the title alone is worth $1 million. I need to talk to Bruce. Bruce Gilbert is the general manager of IPC Pictures and Jane Fonda's partner. He produced her first 3 IPC Pictures films, Chinese Syndrome, 9 to 5, and On Golden Pond, Tomorrow Morning at 10:30, My Office. You and Bruce are coming together? I'll have screenwriter Ronald Lee talk to you guys about his ideas too. He's a great guy, Ovitz suggested. I'll have the office courier deliver the script to you right away. Okay, I'll read the script first. If it's as good as you say, Bruce and I will go to CAA at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Trust me. Alright, Michael, I trust your taste in scripts. Tomorrow morning at 10:30. Bruce and I will be there. Jane Fonda agreed and hung up the phone, then suddenly muttered to herself, "Ronald Lee, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." Ronald was in the conference room listening to Ron Mayer introduce CAA's star strategy. CAA currently has 3 leading male stars. Bill Murray represents CAA's key strategic comedy films. Sylvester Stallone is a top star, writing, directing, and starring in his own films, a triple threat, sought after by all 8 major studios. And then there's the veteran 007, Sean Connery, the first male movie star to sign with CAA. Ronald understood that Mayer was trying to get him to tailor scripts for these stars. But he was somewhat distracted. Rick Nisita said that Ovitz and Mayer valued every client and were currently focusing on a screenwriting strategy, marketing scripts to studios and then bringing in directors and actors for the projects, providing a comprehensive solution. Therefore, CAA treated its screenwriting clients with great respect. But Ronald hadn't seen any respect for him today. Mayer just wanted to routinely finish his lines. Ovitz was nowhere to be seen. In short, this meeting with the CAA partners had been very unsatisfactory. It was as if he wasn't a valued client at all, but rather just there to make up the numbers. Of his 3 agents, Rick Nisita was busy scribbling in pencil, Paula was completely focused on Tom Cruise, and Richard Lovett, the only one who valued him, was the lowest ranking and didn't even have the chance to speak at the meeting. Reality was disheartening, and Ronald understood his place in CAA's client pyramid, at the bottom. He seized an opportunity to interject during Mayer's routine remarks. "Mr. Mayer, thank you and Mr. Ovitz for taking the time to meet with me. It gave me a profound understanding of CAA's scope of business and client list. You're both very busy. For my script, I'll contact Richard from now on." "All right," Mayer smiled. "Michael, as is customary, will take a photo with clients he's meeting for the first time. Mary, go ask him about his upcoming schedule." Freed from the task of explaining things, Mayer immediately started working in the meeting room, taking out his work log and calling his secretary to bring his schedule book and arrange a time. Once Ovitz finished his work and came to take the photo, he could go back to work. Sylvester Stallone's new film, Escape to Victory, encountered a strike during filming. Due to ideological constraints, the Hungarian government had no choice but to support the American Screen Actors Union, which also represents the working class. The halt in filming caused a significant budget overrun, and the main cast included Pele, former England goalkeeper Banks, and many current professional athletes. If the shutdown continued for too long, the new professional league was about to start, making it difficult to recall them. Director John Huston was forced to go to Paris to scout locations, hoping to find suitable locations to finish the remaining week of filming. In fact, Hungarian government officials preferred filming to continue, as this would earn valuable US dollars. They could use this to their advantage, getting the Hungarian Ministry of Culture to endorse a special exemption for the union, allowing them to finish filming for the remaining week. Ron Mayer began preparing the next steps. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and President Michael Ovitz rushed in. "Okay, you and Jane Fonda, her producer Bruce Gilbert, discuss the script tomorrow at 10:30, he said loudly, pointing at Ronald. Ronald was utterly astonished, glancing at his watch. "You're kidding, right? You arranged for Jane Fonda to see me in just 10 minutes, Ron Mayer and Rick Nisita both laughed. They were naturally familiar with Ovitz's ability to close deals quickly, and they often saw this kind of reaction from Ronald's clients working with CAA for the first time. Established brokerage firms like WMA and ICM were too old and inefficient. Many of their brokers actually worked 9-to-5 jobs. Ronald misunderstood their laughter and said seriously, "You have a great sense of humor, Mr. Ovitz. You can joke, but please don't joke like that with me again. I'm a young man, and I'll take it seriously. If no meeting is arranged afterward, I'll think CAA is lying." Ronald disliked this tactic often used by Alan Parker, using a joking tone to get down to business, taking credit if successful, and blaming the lack of humor if unsuccessful. Ovitz, who was about to leave the meeting room to continue contacting the studio to discuss My Brother's Protector, stopped in the doorway upon hearing this, turned to Ronald, and slowly but firmly said, "I never lie. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Is there a problem with chapter 163? Richard drove Ronald back to his hotel and then drove away. Ronald felt this whole thing was a bit far-fetched. He was just a young, inexperienced screenwriter. Even if his script was good, it couldn't possibly have the impact of an Oscar-nominated actress. The film industry is all about connections and seniority. Many producers don't know why one film is a box office hit while a similar one isn't. Most people judge your future value based on your past successes. Unless your script gets an Oscar nomination, there's a chance. But he was just a nobody screenwriter. Even if Ovitz was bragging, there was no need for him to. Ronald couldn't think of anything Ovitz could possibly want from him, so he decided to call a friend. He started by calling his advertising agent in New York, Eddie Cohen. "Have you heard that joke, Ronald?" "What joke?" "How to marry the daughter of a Mobile oil director. You just tell the Mobile director you want to marry his daughter, and say you're a vice president of the World Bank. Then say your father-in-law is a Mobile director, and you're applying for the vice president position at the World Bank." Ronald laughed. "You mean, Ovitz is that young man applying for the job? Taking my script to Jane Fonda, telling her the studio wanted her to star in it, and then going to the studio to tell them Jane Fonda wanted to make the film, asking them for investment, something like that? Maybe Ovitz has better connections, or a deeper understanding of the industry, but I don't know," Eddie replied. "Is it possible that Ovitz liked my script, then pitched it to Jane Fonda, and after Jane Fonda agreed, he pitched it to the studio? Like he told me, a screenwriter first strategy?" Ronald asked again. "Ronnie. So which answer do you want me to tell you?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ronald laughed and ended the call. He was also letting his emotions cloud his judgment. The script had a chance to be starred by an Oscar-winning actress, and sometimes he couldn't think things through calmly. He kept calling Michelle Pfeiffer, but no one answered. So he simply called her agent, Lee, and told his secretary he was in Hollywood discussing the script with CAA. After a long wait, Lee finally called back, saying Pfeiffer was meeting with Lux and the two sides might finalize the contract soon. If Ronald could wait until the day after tomorrow, they could meet. Ronald had nothing to do in the afternoon and evening, so he called Gail, the assistant to the president of New World, and asked her to meet him that evening to catch up. Then he invited Jim Cameron, and the three of them went to the hotel lounge, ordered some cocktails and beers, and chatted over drinks. Cameron's exploitative film War of the Stars, with special effects and model photography, was already edited and waiting for its September release. This is a piece of garbage, a copycat Star Wars movie. The so-called $2 million budget mostly went to the salaries of the two big-name leads, with very little money allocated to special effects. I even stole a few McDonald's plates to decorate the spaceship interior. Cameron, ever outspoken, criticized Roger Corman's stingy approach. So the movie didn't do well. My job was to make this garbage less glaring. Cameron held the beer bottle by the neck with 3 fingers, pouring the remaining beer into his mouth. The final result should be alright, not that bad. I thought of many ways. Or should we talk about You're Famous? I saw it's already out of theaters. Gail shifted the topic to Ronald. Yes, the box office was so-so. An $8 million production budget, and a small initial release. I heard from the producer that it only grossed less than $20 million in North America. The print rental fees probably didn't even cover the costs. It seems everyone's starting to calculate total box office revenue now, instead of print rental fees. Gail, standing next to Roger Corman, was very perceptive about these business matters. I heard from people at the TV station that film review programs are now broadcast live on television. Viewers don't understand what the print rental fee means, so they just report the weekly box office total, making directors and producers very nervous, afraid that bad numbers will affect future box office attendance. Yeah, a lot of people watch that PBS film review program now, The Bald Guy and the Glasses, Ronald replied. Haha, did you give them those nicknames? After reminiscing about the past, Ronald told his two friends about his script being recommended to Jane Fonda. That's how it is. I feel like something's not right, but I can't quite put my finger on it, so I'm asking for your help. Am I overthinking this? That's hard to say. It could be true. Gail took a small sip of her cocktail. In Hollywood, the real big money goes to male stars. If 2 or 3 movies are box office hits in a row, studios can often offer a staggering $2 million. Female stars, on the other hand, earn much less. Even if you're like Jane Fonda, with 2 consecutive box office hits and an Oscar nomination, you'll only get a maximum of $1 million. In short, There's gender discrimination in Hollywood, relatively speaking, between male and female stars with similar media exposure. Female stars are easier to approach. They're also more demanding with scripts. It's not impossible for them to buy a script they like and talk to the screenwriter. If it were Ryan O'Neal or Sylvester Stallone, I'd think there's probably something wrong with this. With Jane, there's still some hope. Gail, relatively familiar with the inner workings of Hollywood, added, and Jane Fonda might remember your kindness in belittling the deer hunter on TV and helping her win the Oscar. She might even give you a boost. Ha ha ha. Cameron laughed heartily. Ronald could only manage a forced laugh. What do you think, Jim? It's simple. Just go. If it's a scam, beat up that agent. If it's real, then ask Jane Fonda out. Don't overthink it, Ronnie. Ha ha ha. This time, Ronald laughed genuinely. Indeed, overthinking was useless. He had no leverage. He'd see how things went tomorrow. So, will you still be doing special effects in New World? Ronald asked Cameron. No, Roger won't be investing in special effects films anymore. Cameron shook his head. Why? Ronald asked, puzzled. Doesn't he think Star Wars will do well at the box office? No, Star Wars is special. Before filming even started, he sold the overseas rights to Orion Pictures, a rising star in the industry. It's said that the proceeds were enough to cover the $2 million production cost. Now he's in talks with HBO about selling the television rights, and it should go for close to $1 million, Gail added. Then why isn't Roger continuing? Gail explained to Ronald, the good times have passed. Both Orion and HBO are entering new markets to enrich their film libraries. Orion's founders are several high-ranking executives fired by United Artists. Starting with Love at Sunset Bridge, their films received critical acclaim, and now they want to enter the distribution business. HBO is scheduled to become a 24/7 pay TV network next year, requiring a batch of films to be ordered for initial broadcast before Roger can sell them at a high price. After that, it's all about merit. Only films that perform well at the box office will have the chance to sell overseas or television rights. Plus, with a recent strike, Roger's new film plans have all come to a halt. Ugh, this damn strike, Ronald sighed. He could have gone even further, becoming the first assistant director on the Endless Love set. So what about you, Jim? Me, Ronald replied, sipping his newly ordered beer. I'll be working on the special effects for John Carpenter's new film, Escape from New York. His film has a low budget, and they need to create the effect of planes crashing into the Twin Towers on screen. After seeing my performance in War of the Stars, he called to invite me over. Congratulations, Jim. Cheers. Ronald quickly raised his beer bottle and toasted his old friend. Cheers. Meanwhile, Michael Ovitz, president of CAA, was raising champagne to each other with Frank Price, president of Columbia Pictures. Price hadn't felt this good since taking office. Before joining Columbia Pictures, he worked at Universal Television Network, where he had achieved remarkable success, launching the hit sci-fi series Battlestar Galactica and the crime drama Columbo, two major franchises. However, after taking over Columbia Pictures, he felt constrained in every aspect. Middle managers subtly discriminated against him for his television background, and his will was often not implemented on many projects. Columbia Pictures only had enough cash for 6 months, and he desperately needed to control film industry resources to organize his own film projects. Only with a blockbuster film could he establish his authority in his new position and give his disobedient subordinates a good talking to. The key to securing funding for film projects was star actors and directors. Both were with established agencies like William Morris Agency, WMA, and Innovation Management International, ICM, where Price had little influence. WMA and ICM had caused him several setbacks, putting his projects behind those of his established studio connections, to the point that Price hadn't yet started filming a single movie under his control. Only Michael Ovitz, sitting opposite him, represented CAA, a newcomer to the industry, who, like him, desperately needed to achieve results to gain influence. So what price did you ask for Jane Fonda? $4 million, Ovitz gestured. This film doesn't have many war scenes. The biggest explosion is a grenade, and the majority of the scenes are about the romance between the male and female leads, which is why Jane Fonda is interested. Too expensive, Price shook his head. Jane Fonda is my client. According to protocol, I need to go with her to inquire about prices from all the interested studios at the 8 major studios. Ovitz moved closer to Price, raising his glass, and lowered his voice. You need to offer a significantly higher price than your competitors so I can guarantee you the lead role, $3 million. Any higher and I can't approve it. It needs to be discussed at a management meeting, $3 million it is. Plus a lead role for Sean Connery in a Columbia Pictures film. Okay, wrong is right, needs a 007 style lead. Deal. Price raised his glass and asked Ovitz. Frank, give Jane an unprecedented salary, $2 million, you must be joking, Michael, Frank Price said, displeased. That would break the price agreement between the Big 8 studios, and it would be difficult for me, but what you want is a big story, isn't it? Mr. Price doesn't need Columbia's garbage to get an Oscar-winning actress to make a big production. It's a win-win situation, Frank, think about it. Alright, Price hesitated for a moment, but you have to make sure I get this project, and don't let other studios snatch it away. Don't worry, I'm a professional. My brother's protector is yours. I never lie. Ovitz raised his glass to the Columbia president. Chapter 164 Walking on Water. So Jane Fonda is really coming to CAA this morning to discuss the script with me, of course, Ronnie. This was the third time the same conversation had taken place between Ronald and his agent, Richard. He'd been asking this since picking Ronald up from the hotel, in Richard's car, and even in the elevator at CAA. About to meet the double Oscar-winning actress, Ronald still felt like he was dreaming. How could he have just finished his second independent screenplay and already be noticed by Jane Fonda? Was it genuine talent, or just good luck? Pushing aside these chaotic thoughts, Ronald entered CAA. The receptionist greeted him, Rick Nisita, in a light-colored suit, hugged him, and Paula Wagner looked beautiful, but Ronald paid no attention. Only one thought occupied his mind: would Jane Fonda come? If Ovitz had lied to him, or failed to persuade Jane Fonda, he wouldn't necessarily turn against him. He could simply forgive him and ask him to promote his scripts more effectively. Besides My Brother's Protector, he also had Crossroads, which was also a strong seller. Ovitz might feel ashamed of his boasting yesterday. No, the word shame didn't exist in these agents' dictionaries. He had boasted in front of a newcomer like himself yesterday. He had to point out the lie to put some pressure on them. But he couldn't be too harsh and embarrass the president of an agency. He had to strike a balance. Ronald silently rehearsed the lines and Ovitz's reaction in his mind. Nisita pushed open the door. 3 people were sitting in the executive conference room from yesterday. On his left was CAA President Ovitz, who smiled and asked the man and woman opposite him, "So, can I take this as your commitment to participate, Jane?" "Of course, I commit to participating." Ronald's gaze shifted to the speaker, a middle-aged woman with large gold earrings and her hair casually pulled back into a bun. She wore a brown striped shirt and a khaki skirt. It was Jane Fonda, who had won her second Best Actress award for her triumphant return. "Can you walk on water like Jesus?" Ronald turned back to Ovitz and blurted out. Everyone paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ovitz laughed especially heartily, standing up and saying to Jane Fonda, "Jane, this is the screenwriter, Ronald Lee. I believe you two have known each other for a long time." Jane recognized Ronald as the sleepyhead who had supported her in a television interview years ago. She herself had been interviewed by a television station and asked for her opinion on Ronald's comments about The Deer Hunter. The Oscar race that year was incredibly fierce, and this unsolicited audience comment gave her a boost in her bid for the Best Actress award. Jane Fonda stood up and embraced Ronald. "Ronnie, it's so nice to see you. It seems you're not only good at criticizing, but also at creating." Although she was in her early 40s, Jane Fonda's figure was still amazing. Ronald greeted her with a couple of cheek kisses and then greeted her producer, Bruce Gilbert. For a white actress to maintain such a figure and charisma at 40 is the result of a lot of exercise and a disciplined diet. No wonder her ex-husband, Vadim, left behind European beauties like Catherine Deneuve and Brigitte Bardot, willingly coming to America to marry her. "So, tell me, how did you come up with the idea to write a script about the Vietnam War?" Jane Fonda pulled Ronald's hand, making him sit beside her. Her beautiful eyes looking at him, her question impossible to refuse. That's the charm of a star. They can instantly win people's hearts. Whether on or off screen, audiences always feel that the star is their friend. With this kind of charismatic star, they can control the audience's emotions, making them loyal and devoted. Ronald took a deep breath and replied, "Actually, you inspired me, Jane. My aunt is a Vietnam War widow. After seeing your triumphant return, she told me, 'Ronnie, you have to write a Vietnam War script, with Jane Fonda playing a character with a happy ending.' falling in love with a Vietnam War veteran and living happily ever after. Ha ha ha. She really is a lovely woman, and she has great taste. Jane Fonda laughed. So, all those details of your Vietnam War story came from your uncle's former comrades? Yes, I interviewed about 50 Vietnam War veterans and their wives. Ronald reached for his briefcase, took out a large interview notebook, and handed it to Jane Fonda. This is my interview transcript. Actually, they have many true stories, but sometimes you have to buy them a drink before they'll tell you anything real, otherwise they just use urban legends to fool the kids. Jane Fonda took Ronald's interview notebook, flipped through it a few times. It was full of shorthand symbols and later typed drafts. Then, she subtly winked at her companion, Bruce Gilbert, and handed the notebook back to Ronald. I can tell you've done a lot of preparation. I was wondering how someone your age could know so much of the slang among Vietnam War veterans, like the nicknames they used for various weapons. I went to Vietnam and heard some of it, and it's exactly the same as what you wrote. Yes, they generally didn't want to talk too much about the details of the battles, but they were very loyal to their weapons and gave them all sorts of nicknames, like calling the M16A1 rifle the musket and the M60 machine gun the pig. Ronald and Jane Fonda hit it off immediately and had a very pleasant conversation. They talked a lot about their creative ideas and the characters, focusing on my brother's protector. Time flew by during their conversation. Michael Ovitz tapped his watch. Jane, Ronnie, as your agent, I have to remind you that you still need to sign a letter of intent. With this, we can inquire about prices from the 8 major studios. Jane Fonda sat up straight and nodded. I'll sign it, as long as you meet one condition. As she said this, Jane Fonda looked at Ronald. Ovitz hadn't expected this unexpected turn of events and quickly tried to lighten the mood with a joke. What condition? I hope it won't be too difficult for Ronald. I want Ronnie to change the protagonist of the script to me, turn the platoon leader into a female officer in the Vietnam War, and change the title accordingly to her brother's keeper. Ronald was stunned. Was this the legendary Hollywood phenomenon of stars forcing screenwriters to change scripts? Ignoring story logic and character development, just for more screen time and more shots, forcing the character's personality to fit their star image, instead of the actor adapting to the character's personality? But Jane Fonda doesn't seem to have that kind of bad reputation, does she? Her roles in Crut, Homecoming, and even her earliest exploitation film, Barbara, are all very different characters, and Jane Fonda portrays them all brilliantly. Her public image mainly stems from her many anti-war and peace actions with her current husband, Tom Hayden, including the peace efforts in Vietnam, which led to her being called Hanoi Jane. This has nothing to do with her screen image. But when things come to a head, words are superfluous. Ronald stammered for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out, did the U.S. Army have female officers during the Vietnam War? Ha ha ha. Jane Fonda burst into laughter. Got you. I thought you could write such a mature script, and you were already quite mature in other aspects, but now it seems you're a true Hollywood newcomer. Oh, it was a joke, Ronald thought to himself, secretly wiping away a bead of sweat. Ronnie, come to my party tonight. I'll introduce you to some young people in Hollywood. Jane's parties in Hollywood are known for being wild and full of stars, Ovitz interjected. That's all in the past. Now my parties are mainly for conversations between creative geniuses. Will you come, Ronnie? Jane Fonda invited. Of course, I'd be honored. Here's my address. I'll have your agent bring you over tonight, Jane Fonda said, getting up to sign a letter of intent and handing it to Ovitz. Then I'll be waiting for your good news, Michael. Of course, I won't let you down. Ovitz hugged Jane Fonda goodbye. I'll drive you to Jane's tonight, Ovitz said to Ronald, then turned and called to Ronald's agent, Rick Nisita. Rick, you come too. He nodded to everyone and returned to his office. How is it? Aren't you very happy, Ronald? Rick Nisita, seeing the opportunity to attend Jane Fonda's party as a great social opportunity, came over and patted Ronald's shoulder, asking him excitedly. I feel like I'm walking on water, my legs aren't even touching solid ground. Ronald hadn't yet recovered from the series of surprises. Haha, you'll get used to it. That's Hollywood. You can go from nobody to a big shot overnight. Jane, so Ronald really is the screenwriter? Producer Bruce Gilbert asked his partner Jane Fonda on the way back. No doubt about it. His interview notes and train of thought are spot on. He wouldn't know details like any nicknames if it were someone else's script. It seems he's not Owens or some big shot's nephew, but will the audience accept you with a script like this? After all, You've always portrayed an anti-war character. If you try to please the majority of the audience, you risk ruining your anti-war persona, so I can't play the female officer you want. I have to play a character who stays away from the war, whose family is hurt by the war, and who eventually falls in love with a retired officer who deeply reflects on his wartime actions. But you've already won 2 Oscars for Best Actress, and you have a Vietnam War-themed film coming up soon. The chances of the judges giving you a third win are slim. Yes, that's why I need to fight for a large guaranteed contract. I want to set an example of equal pay for equal work for men and women in Hollywood. Bruce. Chapter 165 Jane Fonda's Party. Ovitz invited Ronald to his sports car and personally drove him to the party. In the parking lot, a silver gray Jaguar sports car, its license plate above the exhaust pipe bearing only the letters CAA, belonged to President Michael Ovitz. Ronald walked to the front of the car. The 4 headlights, coupled with the iconic inverted trapezoidal engine bay, made the Jaguar resemble a great white shark ready to pounce. Opening the passenger door, he tried to squeeze himself into the seat. Ovitz helped adjust the seat back, and before Ronald could even fasten his seatbelt, he started the car, the powerful engine emitting a deep roar. Ovitz pulled the aircraft-style gear lever, shifted gears, and drove out of the company gate onto the road. Rick Nisida and 2 other agents followed in another car. Jane Fonda's parties are famous throughout Hollywood, Ovitz told Ronald. We're going to her Malibu home. Ever since she and her ex-husband bought this house, it's been the best place for Hollywood stars and young up-and-coming friends. Her father, Henry, once roasted a whole pig in that yard for the guests, using honey made from his own bees. Ronald gripped the car door handle tightly, looking around. He felt the Jaguar had plenty of power, and the engine roared loudly when accelerating. He could only keep making aha sounds in agreement with Ovitz. Do you like this car? Once we sell your script to a studio, you can afford one too? Ovitz assumed Ronald was looking around because he liked his Jaguar. After all, he was young, and it was normal for him to like sports cars. At parties, beautiful women would also take a second look at you. Soon they arrived at Jane Fonda's large house in Malibu. Jane, who had been notified by the waiter, and her husband, Tom Hayden, came out to welcome Ronald and Ovitz. After the hug, Jane specifically instructed Ovitz, Michael, tone it down a bit. Warren and Jack will be here today, don't scare my guests. I know, you're going to discuss dealing with a strike. I'm just going to chat with some people outside, Ovitz said with a smile. Jane Fonda nodded and pulled Ronald into the house first. This is Ronald Lee, he's a very good screenwriter. This is Matt, a movie actor, the new James Dean of Hollywood. Jane walked to the middle of the living room and introduced Ronald to a young actor. I still have to go in with Tom to talk to him about something. You young people chat a bit more. Then she went upstairs. Ovitz disappeared in the blink of an eye, seemingly off meeting some celebrity clients. Nisida and the others also dispersed. The main purpose of these agents attending the party was either to entertain their celebrity clients to prevent other agents from poaching them, or to poach other agents' celebrity clients. Ronald picked up a cocktail and toasted the actor named Matt, even though he hadn't seen any of Matt's movies. Screenwriters, huh? When I was filming Little Darling last year, they were on set, busy typesetting the script for tomorrow. Ronald Lee, I'm from New York. Ronald reached out to shake his hand. Matt Dillon, Matt, who was downing a shot of liquor in his right hand, extended his left hand to shake his. Matt, after My Bodyguard was released, what are your plans for a new film? Some young men and women drinking nearby took the opportunity to ask him about his next movie. Matt Dillon had become a Hollywood darling after his debut in 1979. Starring in Over the Edge, his face, physique, and temperament were very similar to James Dean in the 1950s, making him suitable for playing rebellious teenagers. Many studios wanted to sign this rising teen star to make a film for them. This year, he had 2 new films released, both playing the role of a handsome bad boy, which was very popular with young audiences. I didn't know. Ron Miller, the president of Disney's production company, is talking to my agent about a new film. A woman in the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Disney only made animation for children, they really had little to do with live-action movies. Really? Matt Dillon said, a little annoyed. Ron is the husband of Walt Disney's only daughter, Diane. He's planning to shift Disney towards live-action films and has brought in Tim Zinnemann, the son of the famous director, as a producer. Ron is also planning to find a best-selling novelist. Matt stopped there, sobering up from the alcohol. The young people around him began to whisper about Disney. occasionally letting out laughter, as if mocking Matt Dillon. Ronald knew Fred Kinnaman. He'd even seen his film High Noon in Scorsese's Class, an unorthodox western in which Grace Kelly played a beautiful Quaker. "So your new film wasn't affected by the strike, was it?" Ronald asked. Matt Dillon, realizing Ronald was trying to smooth things over, resumed his nonchalant grin. "It's okay, they're just kids of stars, they don't know anything." He grabbed a cocktail and walked a few steps away from Ronald. "To answer your question, the strike hasn't affected the new film. Tim Kinnaman is pursuing a woman 20 years his junior, and he wants to cast her as the lead in his new movie, so Disney is really entering the live-action film market. Yes, Mr. Ron Miller has only recently become Disney's CEO and president, and he wants to shed the image of Disney as just an animation studio and become a true Hollywood studio." Cheers. Matt Dillon and Ronald downed their drinks together. "Come on, Ronald, let me introduce you to Mr. Kinnaman. I heard you're a screenwriter." "Yes, Jane Fonda is interested in my script." "Oh, you'd better tell me more about your script. Do you have a suitable role for me?" "Of course, every screenwriter would love to have an actor like you in their script." "Ed, the strike has greatly affected our film production. I had my husband, Tom Hayden, invite you here to discuss a solution." In a small room on the second floor, Jane Fonda and several stars were challenging Ed Asner, the negotiator for the two screenwriters' unions. "Yes, the strike can continue indefinitely, we're all suffering huge losses." It was action star Sly Stallone who spoke first. "Sly, you're just an actor, you get paid every dollar you owe, and the losses for the production are covered by insurance." Asner remained unmoved. "But your attitude is affecting everyone in Hollywood." Jane Fonda picked up where she left off, continuing to press, "Our crews all started filming before the strike, but the strike has disrupted our shooting schedule. Actually, on Golden Pond hadn't even started filming any of the actors' scenes yet, only a few empty shots of the lakeside scenery had been shot." But Jane Fonda deliberately obscured it, saying filming had already begun. Asner glanced around, knowing that these stars all wanted to finish their current films so they wouldn't be affected by the strike. In fact, resuming filming during the strike, amidst a sea of suspended productions, would reduce competition when the films were released. "I understand your pain, but whether you're a star or someone who just got your Screen Actors Guild card, you're a member of the Guild, and the Guild treats everyone equally, Ed. We're not talking about stars. The issue is that the actors here, their crews, have already started filming. You yourself are an actor and know the losses that a production halt can cause. You should grant filming exemptions to crews that have already started filming. After all, we're targeting the Producers Guild, not your Screen Actors Guild's paid members." Jane Fonda's husband, Tom Hayden, replied. He was also interested in politics and knew that Asner's real intention was to put on a show for his position within the Democratic Party. The union was already planning to open exemption applications to film crews that had already started shooting. "This strike won't end anytime soon. We will fight until the capitalists give in and protect the actors' interests. The current focus of the negotiations is a 40% increase in the minimum wage. The capitalists have shown signs of compromise. But they want to spread the 40% over the next 3 years, which we cannot agree to. With inflation of over 10% every year, delaying the minimum wage increase for a year means exploiting the actors for another year." Ed Asner seized the opportunity to ask for benefits. Getting these stars to speak out in the media and support his tough approach as a negotiator. "So we all agreed, right? The matter is resolved," Warren Beatty exclaimed. "I knew Ed was a good negotiator. I wish you were the president of our Screen Actors Guild." Ed Asner shook hands with several stars with satisfaction, agreeing to their crew's request for a strike exemption, which also added considerable weight to his future prospects. "Ed, about my candidacy for California legislator next year representing the Democratic Party," Tom Hayden saw the union negotiator. "Asner, out? All settled? Let's have a good drink." Warren Beatty, along with Jack Nicholson, two of Hollywood's 3 most eligible bachelors, immediately became lively, discussing the targets of tonight's party. "Don't scare Tim's girlfriend, he's really into this girl." Lobbying for the lead actress in Disney's new film, Nicholson raised his glass to Tim Kinnaman and laughed. "You're not serious, are you? Going to church for the 3rd time? She's outside, she idolizes you, Jack. She wants to meet her acting idol." Tim Kinnaman, a man in his 40s, might have found true love this time, and was being treated as a girlfriend. "Why not? Why don't we all go out and meet your girlfriend? Anyway, Jack Nicholson and Warren Beatty were going to the party downstairs to hunt for women. Mr. Kinnaman, we were just about to look for you. This is Ronald, he's a very good screenwriter. Tim Kinnaman smiled when he saw Matt Dillon, the pre-selected male lead for the new Disney film. Wait a minute, Matt, Jack, Warren, and I have some things to do. Ronald and Matt Dillon stood there. He's very easy to talk to. I'll introduce you when he's done. Thank you, Matt. Come meet your acting idols. The two saw Kinnaman pull a young woman out of another room and bring her to Jack Nicholson and Warren Beatty, two Oscar-winning actors. Oh, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. Beatty, I didn't expect to meet you. A dark-haired girl greeted them with surprise. Meg, Ronald recognized the newcomer as Meg Tilly, who had Chinese ancestry, and called out her name. What? You know her? Tim Kinnaman asked suspiciously. An acquaintance from the Fame crew, Meg Tilly replied, glancing at Ronald before turning back to Kinnaman. Chapter 166 The Arena of Fame and Fortune is a male arena. You too, Matt Dillon, like everyone else, witnessed the entire exchange of glances between the two. Yes, Ronald's mind raced. Denying they had some unknown history was unwise and would only fuel gossip. He didn't want to create a scene of jealousy and rivalry in Jane Fonda's home. Besides, he had no dealings with Meg Tilly, this China doll, so it would be pointless to cause trouble. He even regretted coming to the party. Securing a script contract with one of the 8 major studios was his top priority. If you were introduced to the party guests as the screenwriter for Jane Fonda's next film, the level of welcome would be entirely different. However, anything could happen before a contract was signed. Ovitz had specifically instructed him not to tell anyone about Jane Fonda's acceptance of the role. He would be taking him to various studios to discuss film projects. Yes, that's how it is. Ronald quickly found the focus of his story and said to Dillon, I was helping with casting for the movie Famous back then, and one of the leading ladies was chosen from another girl. She lost. Oh, that's bad. She's now Kinnaman's girlfriend. If she's targeting you, you're in big trouble. Kinnaman has a lot of connections in the industry and is very close to the Disney boss. Ronald hadn't expected to run into Meg Tilly here. It seemed she was doing much better than in New York, already able to attend Jane Fonda's parties. Her new boyfriend, Tim Kinnaman, looked much older than her. Perhaps Meg, who grew up without a father, felt safe with a man like him? Of course, Kinnaman's resources were indeed much greater than his own, the son of a big director, a close friend of Disney's son-in-law. Ronald felt a little envious. Some people were born with a much higher starting point than him. Hollywood is a place of fame and fortune. Ronald had heard this phrase often before, but never understood it as deeply as he did today. Ronald felt a pang of disappointment, not because of love, but because he disliked losing in competition. Male primates, when gathered together, always compete, establishing a power hierarchy based on the outcome. Career, money, love, and the opposite sex, from a purely unemotional, scientific perspective, are all spoils of this competition. In his areas of expertise, Ronald disliked failure. He downed his cocktail in one gulp and replied to Dillon, You might have misunderstood. That film has 8 main characters, 4 men and 4 women. That character is only a quarter of the female lead. Besides, he doesn't have the power to blacklist me in Hollywood, an ensemble film, huh? Dillon was actually just a boy under 18. Hearing that passionate declaration, he inexplicably wanted to show off his status in front of Jane Fonda's go-to screenwriter. I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. Your secret is safe with me. Kinnaman is seeking the adaptation rights to a best-selling novel. He'll put me as the male lead and Meg as the female lead. Ronald turned to look at Dillon. So young, and someone was already tailoring a movie for him? Considering the studio was Disney, is it a young adult novel? Which one? I can't say yet, but I can give you a hint, Dillon said. We read his novels when we were kids. He made a gesture of combing his hair back. When we were kids. I don't remember. Ronald and the American teenagers didn't share many memories. So, based on the combing motion, he guessed randomly, Grease. Yeah, that's the new book by the author of those Greaser books. Dillon seemed to have misheard Ronald's name, but who cares, he'd give himself away if he kept going. Yeah, I'll find it at the bookstore myself. The party was getting into full swing. Meg Tilly, arm in arm with Kinnaman, was talking to the 2 leading men, making this undoubtedly the focus of the party. All the guests wanted to be as close to this focus as possible, except for Ronald. And then there was Matt Dillon. He seemed to be born to be the center of attention, If there was another focus, Dylan would either join in and steal it, or stay out of it. Warren Beatty, when he was with Jack Nicholson, was the center of any Hollywood party, so Dylan chatted casually with Ronald on the side. "So what are you busy with now?" "Jane's new film. The script is finished. If it weren't for the strike, I should have been on the set of Endless Love as the first assistant director." "Who's playing Jed?" "You have to tell me." "Well, this young star actor is also a reader of the novel Endless Love." "I don't know. The producers are still negotiating. It could be Brooke Shields, or it could be some unknown newcomer." "Oh, Brooke is certainly suitable." Dylan fell silent. After a while, he asked, "Is this movie being filmed in New York?" "I can visit the set when I get back. I won't be involved." The director brought in his old partner as the first assistant director, Ronald replied. "What, are you from New York too?" "Of course." "What, can't you tell my accent?" "Looks like my recent dialogue training has been quite effective." As the two were chatting casually, a girl on the outskirts of the crowd near Meg Tilly suddenly made a loud noise. "Chris, what about what you promised me?" The girl flung her hand, knocking over 2 wine glasses on the nearby table, which shattered on the floor with a crash. All eyes immediately fell on her. Even the 2 leading actors stopped talking to Meg. Christopher Atkins, the blonde actor famous for The Blue Lagoon, forcefully pulled the girl out of the crowd, turned back to everyone with a smile, and said, "Sorry, it was a little misunderstanding." The girl was still struggling. "Hey, you said you could bring me to Hollywood to find opportunities. That's why I flew to Los Angeles with you. Hollywood is a place of fame and fortune. Competition is everywhere, and sometimes you can't avoid it just because you want to." Ronald quickly stepped forward, grabbed Atkins's hand, and pried it off the girl's arm. He then stood between the girl and Christopher Atkins. This blonde, curly-haired actor was slightly shorter than him and had drunk quite a bit. If a conflict broke out, he could subdue him. "Don't drink too much, Chris. There's some broken glass here. Let the waiter clean it up first." Atkins, currently at the height of his popularity, deftly shook off the girl's advances, raising his hands to show his innocence. "I didn't do anything to her. She insisted I introduce her to a producer." He then casually tossed his hair and began chatting with other beautiful women. "Hello, Ms. Lane. I am the producer." Tim Kinnaman recognized the girl as Diane Lane, who was being called the new Grace Kelly. He stepped forward and handed over his business card. "Sorry, Diane is still a minor. You can contact her father and agent." Ronald blocked Kinnaman's path. "No, I've already published a notice announcing my independence from my father's guardianship. You can sign with my agent." Ronald turned to look at Diane Lane, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "What are you doing in Los Angeles?" "Does Bert know?" "None of your business," Diane said, lowering her voice slightly. "Yes, and who are you to him? Can you represent Miss Lane's wishes?" Kinnaman chuckled. If he could coax Diane Lane into signing a few film contracts cheaply, he'd make a fortune. After all, this girl had graced the cover of Time magazine and had some box office appeal. "I'm a friend of his father, Bert, and a screenwriter. If you want to sign Diane, why don't we call Bert together?" Ronald replied. "Screenwriter, ha ha ha," Kinnaman laughed heartily. There's a widely circulated joke in Hollywood about an actress who was stupid enough to sleep with a screenwriter. Everyone burst into laughter. Most of the people at the party were celebrities, actors, agents, and pretty girls they brought in to look for opportunities. Everyone understood the meaning behind the joke. The shortest shortcut to entering the entertainment industry was to sleep with a few powerful people and get cast in minor, decorative roles. And on the ladder of power, there were directors, producers, and male leads, but no screenwriters. Ronald was burning with anger. This Kinnaman was trying to take advantage of a naive girl like Diane, making fun of him. His aim was simply to provoke Diane Lane's rebellious spirit. Once he could get Diane away from Ronald's influence, he would have a chance to slowly persuade her. "No, Ronald isn't just a screenwriter, he's also a director," Diane Lane said. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Ronald, so young, could be a director? They'd never heard of any powerful person's son named Ronald wanting to try his hand at directing. "He's a commercial director," Diane added. Everyone burst into laughter again. In Hollywood, a commercial director was nothing special. Just then, the hostess, who had heard the laughter, came over. Jane Fonda saw Ronald standing in the middle of the circle, opposite Kinnaman, with a girl behind him. She assumed the two were having a fight over him. He quickly walked to the center. "Ronald, this is Mr. Tim Kinnaman." He's a very famous Hollywood producer and the son of the respected director Fred. Tim, this is Ronald, a very promising screenwriter. Promising, which means there's still a lot of room for improvement, huh? Kinnaman quipped, picked up his wineglass, and walked away with Meg Tilly. With Jane Fonda here, the chances of him getting Diane Lane to sign a film contract were slim. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his guard, and said to Jane Fonda, "Jane, I'm sorry for breaking a few glasses. This is Diane Lane, who's been called the new Grace Kelly. I don't need to introduce her, Ms. Jane Fonda." Diane was happy to meet the hostess and stepped forward to hug and greet Jane Fonda. "Jane, can we borrow your phone? I need to make a long-distance call to New York." Ronald looked at the excited expression on Diane's face, considered it, and then asked to borrow the hostess's phone to call Bert, who probably still didn't know where his daughter was. Chapter 167 Father and Daughter. "Bert, this is Ronald. I'm at Jane Fonda's house in Los Angeles. I saw Diane." Ronald dialed Bert's number. "She's with me now, don't worry." "Well, Diane said she's already placed a notice in the newspaper declaring her independence and doesn't want you to arrange her acting career anymore." Bert breathed a long sigh of relief on the phone. He had been very worried after seeing the letter his daughter left, knowing she had gone to Los Angeles with that bad boy, Atkins. Relieved, Bert was also heartbroken. He had always treated Diane like a friend, discussing everything with her. Besides a few principles, Diane had a lot of say in accepting roles. But his daughter's acting career had encountered a slight setback, and after being provoked by a bad boy, she ran away from home. "She left me a letter saying she was going to Hollywood to make her own way, and that my film selection principles were outdated and she wanted to decide her own future. Didn't I always ask for her opinion on every role I accepted? Or did I force her to choose a role?" Ronald listened to his father Bert's complaints and almost laughed. The way this father and daughter interacted was quite amusing. He turned on the speakerphone so Diane could hear Bert's thoughts. Jane Fonda, who had brought Ronald and Diane in to make the call, also heard what Bert was saying and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Her own relationship with her father, Henry Fonda, was like this father and daughter's, constantly oscillating between love and hate. From a young age, Henry Fonda taught Jane that to be liked by men, she had to be a perfect girl. When Jane was very young, her mother went insane and committed suicide after her father, Henry, divorced her and married another woman. Her brother, Peter Fonda, also picked up a pistol to seek revenge, but accidentally discharged it, injuring his own thigh. This intensified Jane Fonda's obsession. She believed that women had to please men and become the perfect woman in men's eyes in order to save their marriages. For her first husband, Roger Vadim, Jane Fonda went so far as to dye her hair blonde, striving to be a sexy woman, and even starred in Vadim's erotic exploitation film, Barbara, the Space Heroine, but this didn't hold on to her husband's heart. Her ex-husband, Vadim, continued his infidelity, and after their divorce, Jane Fonda met her current husband, Tom Hayden. To please her husband, a left-wing activist, she went to Vietnam and took photos with North Vietnamese soldiers, calling for peace. The photos, when they reached the UK, almost ruined her acting career, attracting the attention of some politicians who wanted to expel her from the entertainment industry. Fortunately, public opinion shifted, and Jane Fonda's peace appeals received only mixed reviews. However, because of this incident, her father, Henry Fonda, was deeply hurt by Jane's unpatriotic behavior and refused to speak to her for several years. Thinking of this, Jane Fonda picked up the receiver and spoke to Bert. "Hi, Bert. This is Jane Fonda. We've never met, but I've heard a lot about you from your partner, John Cassavetes. Diane is safe in Los Angeles. Ronald is taking good care of her. She can stay at my house in Los Angeles for a while." At that moment, Michael Ovitz, who had heard the news, arrived. Ronald and Ovitz left the room and found a secluded corner where Ronald recounted the whole story to Ovitz, explaining how producer Kinnaman wanted to sign Diane Lane and how he had stopped him. "I'm afraid we need to adjust the timing and order. I'll contact Disney first tomorrow morning. Otherwise, given Kinnaman's relationship with Disney president Ron Miller, it would be bad if he met with Miller first. That's a big deal. I only stopped him from signing Diane without an agent present. You don't understand, that's the structure of Hollywood power." Ovitz didn't want to elaborate, only telling Ronald to prepare himself for an intensive meeting with executives from major studios starting tomorrow. "Diane, if you'd like, you can stay with me for a while, learn more about the entertainment industry, and then decide how you want to proceed with your acting career," Jane Fonda said to Diane Lane after finishing her call with Bert. "Thank you, Jane. I have money, I can stay in a hotel. I'll stay in Hollywood for a week and then go back to New York." Diane declined Jane Fonda's offer, but her idea of venturing into Hollywood alone had been extinguished after this experience. Atkins wasn't a reliable person, and Hollywood had many pitfalls. She planned to stay in Los Angeles for a while and then return to New York. However, once back in New York, Diane Lane didn't want to live with her father anymore. Anyway, she had saved up quite a bit of money from making 2 movies, and her chamberjacks were all in her own account, so she could move out and pay her own rent. Jane Fonda admired Diane's independent personality. She thought about how she and her father, Henry Fonda, hadn't spoken for years, and now she had to buy a script to invite the old man to make a film in order to reconcile with him. "That's fine. I'll be going to the Golden Pond set soon to resume filming. You can arrange things yourself. But you must let Bert know your whereabouts. Girls should be independent, but don't cut off communication with your parents. They love you no matter what, and you love them too." Diane nodded, still with a question in her mind. "I have another question. Mr. Tim Kinnaman wanted to sign me, but Ronald stopped him, saying he had to wait for my agent. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" Jane Fonda didn't want to spoil other people's business, so she thought for a moment and answered from a different angle. "To sign with Kinnaman, you need a very good agent and a very good lawyer." "Thank you, Jane. I'll go find Ronald. We'll go to Disney tomorrow, then Orion, 20th Century Fox, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Columbia, and Universal. That's roughly the order. Small studios first, then medium-sized studios, and finally the biggest ones." Michael Ovitz and Ronald were leaning against a small table in the outer corridor, discussing the order in which they would go to the studios to promote the package deal for My Brother's Protector. Ronald nodded. Screenwriters were required to be present during the first negotiation. Ovitz's strategy was to sell the script first, then announce Jane Fonda's willingness to star, and finally bring in interested directors. The remaining positions could be filled by any CAA client they could fill. "The smallest package is a screenwriter plus lead actor plus director trio. We won't consider anything below that," Ovitz explained quietly to Ronald, hoping he would read his mind. "Why exclude United Artists and MGM?" Ronald took out his small notebook and jotted down the names of 7 studios they planned to sell to using shorthand notation. He noticed 2 were missing and Orion was added. MGM is going through a rough patch. Ever since Kirk Kerkorian acquired MGM, turning it from Hollywood's biggest studio into a casino and entertainment company, you know what? They even sold Dorothy's ruby slippers from The Wizard of Oz. Ovitz, a film buff before entering the entertainment industry, was heartbroken by MGM's decline. "Your screenplay for Famous might be the last theatrical film produced by this former giant." "What? MGM is going bankrupt," Ronald thought. No wonder MGM hadn't even secured a theatrical release date in advance, and the scale of the screening was very small. If it weren't for the good results of the limited screenings in New York and Los Angeles, it might have been pulled from theaters altogether. Kerkorian will spin off MGM's production business and sell it. The MGM brand will remain forever on the rooftop of his MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas. Business-wise, that's a good decision, but MGM is, then there's United Artists. They were screwed over by Michael Cimino of Heaven's Gate. Really? What happened? Ronald loved hearing this gossip. Last month they had an internal screening. I heard the film is over 5 hours long. The new executives who replaced the 2 fired top executives have gone crazy. They forced Cimino to cut the whole thing down to under 3 hours and release it in November, so now they don't have money to invest in new projects. All the executives are waiting for one last gamble, to see if a Apocalypse Now miracle will happen, or a Cleopatra farce. Ronald understood Ovitz's analogy. Coppola's Apocalypse Now also dragged on for a long time, ultimately exceeding the budget by 3 times. However, the film was of very high quality, winning the Palme d'Or at Cannes and performing well at the North American box office, which helped Coppola recover from near bankruptcy and regain his status as Hollywood's top director. Cleopatra, on the other hand, drained Fox's last coin, with the entire studio ceasing to pay its employees for 4 months. Had it not been for the off-screen rumors of an affair between the 2 leads, Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor, which drew audiences to the film and sparked their romance, Fox would have already declared bankruptcy. Of course, the worst tragedy is the Queen Kelly type of tragedy, Ovitz, thinking Ronald was unaware of this old story from 1932, explained. Director Erich von Stroheim's epic film was 9 hours long, and was ultimately shelved by the production company. The silent film queen, Gloria Swanson, faded into obscurity until Billy Wilder cast her in the sound film Sunset Boulevard, bringing her back into the public eye. Erich von Stroheim, the butler from Sunset Boulevard, right? I've seen it. I didn't know he was a director. Ronald nodded, thinking that it would be best if United Artists let Fatty go down this path. Cimino's film seemed dull, but if you ask him to cut parts to shorten the runtime, he really can't bring himself to do it. Cutting any part would make the plot incomplete. Then why are we meeting Orion? What's that company like? Ronald counted, noticing that Ovitz had mentioned Orion in addition to the 8 major studios. Actually, Orion Pictures was founded by executives who were fired from United Artists in 1977. They're a company that really respects artists and basically doesn't interfere with the creative process of directors and actors. They only oversee the final cut. I know Orion. My film, The Bridge at Sunset, was Orion's first movie. Diane Lane jumped out of the room and saw Ovitz and Ronald talking about a company she knew, so she interjected. Diane, are you done talking with Jane? Are you staying with her? Did you tell Bert? Ronald asked a series of questions. Diane Lane suddenly became very obedient. I'll find my own hotel, spend a week in Los Angeles, and then go back to New York to prepare for my equivalency exams so I can start high school next year. That's good. I heard you're going to meet with a production company. Ronald, do you have a new script you want to discuss? Ronald stood up to introduce Ovitz and Diane Lane. This is Mr. Ovitz, the president of CAA, Hollywood's most capable talent agency. This is Diane. Of course I know Miss Diane Lane, Ovitz said happily, standing up to hug and greet Diane. Miss Lane, do you have an agent now? Chapter 168 Awkwardness. Diane Lane already had an agent with Innovation Management International, ICM, a firm specializing in managing film projects for stars. Bert had his daughter signed with Ashley, one of the predecessors of ICM, when she was a young actress in a Broadway play. Ovitz, undeterred, gave Diane a business card, asking her to remember him if she considered changing agents. The three of them went downstairs, heading towards the party center on the first floor. Ronald, which hotel are you staying at? Diane asked as they walked. Holiday Inn. Would you like to stay there? The breakfast is very good. Yes, I bought some large traveler's checks at the bank before I came. That should be enough for a week's room, right? Of course, the Holiday Inn has very good prices. You can cash traveler's checks at the front desk, and you can use the extra money to shop. Traveler's checks are fixed amount checks that can be purchased at banks, similar to money orders. However, they are theoretically more secure because they require signature verification when cashing. When buying traveler's checks with cash at a bank, you need to sign the top column. When cashing them, you need to sign the bottom column. Hotels and shops will only cash them after verifying that the signatures in both columns match. In the Western world, signatures are commonly used to confirm authorization, so many people practice a specific signature style for checks and contracts, different from their everyday signature. Forging a signature on someone else's traveler's checks in a short time is not easy. When the three reached the party hall, Jack Nicholson and Warren Beatty had already found their targets for the night and left. However, Jane Fonda's party was never short of stars, and several more big-name celebrities arrived. The current center of the party was one of America's most handsome male movie stars, Robert Redford. His directorial debut, Ordinary People, was already completed and awaiting release in September, so he hadn't arrived early to participate in the stars' collective pressure on the Screen Actors Guild. As one of the most beloved movie stars among American housewives, Redford always felt his acting talent was being overlooked. This opportunity to direct Ordinary People was also an opportunity for Robert Redford to change his image in the entertainment industry and among the public, which is often perceived as relying solely on his looks. Robert Redford and Jane Fonda are old friends, having played husband and wife on screen many times, such as in Chief Kate and Newlyweds. They are also good friends in real life. Redford's visit to Jane Fonda's house was also intended to invite her to the premiere of his directorial debut. Ovitz's eyes lit up, and he immediately moved forward to strike up a conversation with Redford. Suddenly, someone appeared from the side. Ovitz looked closely and recognized him as Ed Limato from WMA. Their auras clashed, and they both stopped, squinting at each other. Agents have their own way of recognizing each other, able to identify friend or foe in a second and decide whether to fight or cooperate. Seeing that Owitz's target was Robert Redford, Lemato immediately stepped aside. Although Redford was signed with WMA, he wasn't his client, so he didn't need to stoop to Owitz's level. "So what brings you here?" Owitz asked, a hint of unease in his voice. He scanned the crowd with his radar. Robert Redford was a big fish in the talent agency market. CAA partner Ron Mayer had just poached Stallone from Lemato. Seeing that Lemato wasn't competing with him for Redford, was there some bigger target he didn't know about? Lemato pointed to a group of younger people on the other side. "I'm not like you guys, only stealing established stars from others. These days, agents don't have the traditional virtue of loyalty. Discovering, cultivating, regardless of poverty or wealth, highs or lows, serving clients until death do us part." Hearing Lemato deliver these words, which sounded like wedding vows, with such passion, Owitz felt a chill. He quickly shrugged him off and squeezed into Redford's group. Just then, Jane Fonda came out to greet Robert Redford, and Owitz immediately followed the hostess, easily entering the inner circle. Jane Fonda and Redford embraced and kissed on the cheek. Although not a couple off-screen, they were longtime friends. The two had just reunited on screen after many years, playing a couple in the film Electric Night, which ranked 9th at the box office in 1979. Redford particularly wanted to invite Jane Fonda to the Los Angeles premiere of his directorial debut, Ordinary People, hoping their on-screen presence would attract media attention. Jane Fonda knew she was likely to receive a filming exemption in the next few days, and her priority was to continue filming on Golden Pond, so she didn't immediately agree. "Robert, when is your film premiere?" "September, Jane, if you can come, we're old friends, I'll definitely attend if I'm free." "What do you think about Heaven's Gate?" Redford asked, a hot topic in Hollywood at the time, always mentioned at star gatherings. United Artists is no longer the Hollywood studio that Chaplin and Mary Pickford founded. Respecting artists, Robert Redford, which of his films is your favorite? Diane Lane asked excitedly from the crowd. The density of stars in Hollywood was clearly higher than in New York. As a young girl, the fact that she could be among celebrities, listening to their insightful opinions on the industry and acting, made the trip to Los Angeles worthwhile. The sharpshooter and the strategist, Ronald, unable to resist Diane's pleas, squeezed her into the circle centered around the two stars. Fortunately, everyone was civilized and didn't openly reprimand Ronald's country bumpkin behavior of meeting celebrities in the city. After listening to their lively discussion for a while, Ronald felt a bit bored. He knew that comments made in such a crowded setting couldn't be taken seriously, most were just perfunctory. However, Diane rarely had the opportunity to hear veteran celebrities comment on world heroes, so she listened with great interest. Ronald quietly slipped out of the circle and started looking for Matt Dillon. He figured he should chat with someone his own age and then take Diane back to the hotel later. "Ed, is this the only way William Morris socializes with his clients?" Michelle Pfeiffer felt a little awkward. She wasn't very comfortable at celebrity parties, having been approached by several stars and producers today. "I'd rather stay home and watch Johnny Carson's Tonight Show." "Great, just say that when you're on Johnny Carson's show on the 1st of next month." "That old lecher loves it when beautiful women compliment his show," Ed Lemato replied. "The up-and-coming ICM talent agency loves using social networking to expand the social circles of its stars, and I'm just following the trend." "Michelle, if you don't like this approach, I'll arrange fewer of these social parties in the future. You can just show up." WMA is a veteran agency. Our strongest point is our extensive media and program production relationships. Besides securing the Lux soap ad, I've also arranged for you to appear at the press conference for the latest Charlie Chan movie. Even as a supporting actress, you'll be in the spotlight. After all, Angie Dickinson, who plays the Queen of the Dragons, was born in the 1930s. Add to that Johnny Carson's appearance on The Tonight Show, I guarantee that next month, every young American man will be getting to know you through a barrage of television news. Female stars must have their own income. Hollywood has high expectations of you: suitable clothing, suitable jewelry, suitable social circles, suitable boyfriends. "Ed, we've already discussed this." Pfeiffer looked embarrassed. Lemato had mentioned several times that popular actresses rarely dated ordinary screenwriters. That was usually the choice of has-been actresses, hoping a screenwriter could tailor a script to help them make a comeback. "Okay, you have your ideas, I won't pressure you. As long as you have income from commercials and movies, you'll have a lot of control and won't be forced to do things you don't want to do because of money." I've enrolled you in acting training at the Beverly Hills Playhouse Acting School. Milton Katselas will personally teach you. I know, Ed. I'm grateful. Michelle Pfeiffer wasn't a Hollywood newcomer. She had already worked in television for a year or two. She knew the name Milton Katselas. Katselas had also been a teacher at Lee Strasberg Actors Studio before starting his own business in 1978, acquiring the Beverly Hills Playhouse and opening classes in Hollywood. Many actors had studied there. He has extensive teaching experience, and many stars consider him an important mentor on their acting journey. His only drawback is that he's a devout Scientologist, which can create unspoken pressure for students to convert. However, Pfeiffer has his agent, Ed Limato, backing him up, so it's not a big problem. We're all family, we should take care of each other. Now I'll take care of you, and you'll take care of me in the future, right? Now go socialize with those future stars, Ed Limato said, gesturing to the circle of young actors. Jane Fonda's parties have a long-standing tradition of supporting young talents in the industry, and young people often attend to network with their seniors. Accompanying Robert Redford were the two young leads of Ordinary People, Timothy Hutton and Elizabeth McGovern. Hutton was a very sunny, handsome American boy, and he and his girlfriend McGovern seemed to be a couple. However, Hutton also picked up the bad habits of powerful Hollywood male stars, flirting with other pretty girls in front of his girlfriend. He saw a blonde beauty approaching and immediately went up to her. "Hello, I'm Timothy Hutton, in Redford's new film Ordinary People." "What's your name?" Hutton introduced himself to Michelle Pfeiffer. McGovern automatically followed, intimately taking Hutton's arm and pressing himself tightly against her, asserting his ownership. "Hello, I'm McGovern, playing Timothy's love interest." Michelle Pfeiffer felt even more awkward. Compared to constantly meeting new friends, she fundamentally preferred spending time with familiar people. However, she remembered Limato's teachings. Confidence was essential in times like these. "Michelle Pfeiffer, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I just landed a supporting role in Charlie Chan and the Dragon Queen." "Charlie Chan, the Chinese detective? The one who can't even speak English properly," McGovern began sarcastically. "So what should we call you? Charlie Chan girl?" "Elizabeth's just kidding. Actually, I watched Charlie Chan's movies when I was a kid. Confucius once said, 'Don't use a cannon to kill a mosquito.'" Timothy Hutton quoted Charlie Chan's classic line. The Chinese detective frequently quoted Confucius. "Michelle, what are you doing here? It's so good to see you." Ronald unexpectedly saw Michelle Pfeiffer, came up to hug her, and they kissed. "I thought I wouldn't see you for a few more days. Limato always said you were too busy." Ronald was overjoyed and began to chat with Pfeiffer about what had happened since they parted. He left the two ordinary young stars standing aside. "Let's go first, give Michelle and her friends some time," Elizabeth McGovern said, pulling Hutton away. "Sorry, I was just too excited. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ronald Lee, a screenwriter. Have you seen Matt Dillon?" Ronald quickly apologized and introduced himself. Hutton chuckled inwardly, didn't answer, and pulled McGovern away. "Ronald, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait 2 days?" "I'll arrange for Michelle to meet you," Ed Limato said, emerging from the shadows to question Ronald for interrupting Pfeiffer and Hutton's conversation. "How did you know Pfeiffer would be at Jane Fonda's party today? How did you get in? Were you following us?" Ronald was being targeted for no reason. He was about to explain, "No, I'm here to see Ms. Jane Fonda," when he turned around and saw the unusually embarrassed expression on Michelle Pfeiffer's face. Suddenly, he understood what was going on. Instead of arguing, he took Pfeiffer's hand. "I'm going back to the hotel anyway. Would you like to come with me?" Chapter 169: A closed door and an honored guest. Of course, Michelle Pfeiffer put her hand on Ronald's, and the two smiled at each other before walking into the crowd. Michelle, her agent, Limato, followed behind. "You can't do this, Ronald. I admire you very much, but you have to understand, Miss Pfeiffer needs exposure right now." Ronald stopped. "Ed, remember? I was the one who persuaded Michelle to sign with you. If you don't want her to have anything to do with me, maybe I can arrange for her to talk to Michael Ovitz of CAA." "What? How do you know Ovitz?" Limato stopped trying to persuade Pfeiffer and instead stayed close to the two, protecting his valuable asset from being taken away. Ronald found Diane Lane and said he was going to leave first, asking if Diane would come with him. "Michelle, you're here too. It's nice to see you." Diane was pleased to see Pfeiffer there as well. "Mr. Robert Redford is leaving too. There's nothing interesting to talk about here," so I'll go too. I've left my luggage with a waiter. Ronald found Ovitz and offered to take Michelle Pfeiffer and Diane Lane back to their hotel. Ovitz glanced at L'Amato following behind Pfeiffer and whispered to Ronald, "Don't tell anyone about the script before the contract is signed, especially not people connected to other agents. You never know what might happen." Ronald nodded in agreement. He also remembered what happened with Kinnaman earlier and was a little worried that Kinnaman might speak ill of him to Disney president Ron Miller. "I'll have Richard drive you. It's hard to get a taxi here. I'll pick you up from the hotel tomorrow. I've arranged an appointment with Mr. Miller through my connections. We need to hurry." "Thank you, Mr. Ovitz. You're welcome. This will be CAA's first successful package deal. Let's work together." At this moment, Diane Lane arrived with a suitcase, followed by the hostess, Jane Fonda. "I heard from Diane that you are leaving first. Have you found a suitable girl?" Jane Fonda glanced at Michelle Pfeiffer standing with Ronald. "Let me introduce you. This is Miss Michelle Pfeiffer. She's my client. She's going to be on Johnny Carson's Tonight Show, and I've arranged a supporting role for her in the movie Charlie Chan," Ed L'Amato interjected, introducing her to Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda and L'Amato were old acquaintances. Before signing with CAA, she was also a WMA client. "Ed is a very good agent. He always puts his clients' interests first," Jane Fonda said, praising L'Amato. "Girl, you're lucky." Ronald hugged Jane Fonda goodbye, then took the two girls to his main agent, Richard Lovett, ready to leave. Wow, Ronald, you really surprise me," Matt Dillon, who had somehow managed to bring a beautiful woman with him, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the two beauties beside Ronald. "Matt, I'll contact you again when I get back to New York, okay, buddy? I'll contact you even if you don't. I want to go see the filming of Endless Love." After saying goodbye to everyone, Ronald and the other two waited at the door for Richard to pick up the car that Nisida and Paula had brought. They would take them back to the hotel first, and then drive back here to get their own cars. L'Amato pulled Michelle Pfeiffer aside and whispered, "I'll find out about Ronald's connections. Are his parents some big shots? As far as I know, he's an orphan. He only has one aunt who runs a small shop in Manhattan, New York. That's impossible. This is Hollywood. Would Jane Fonda treat a fledgling screenwriter so seriously? Maybe they're friends of his parents. You should also try to find out. Having such connections will be very beneficial for you." Richard drove Nisida's BMW. Ronald helped carry Diane's luggage and let the two women sit in the back. He opened the passenger door, got in, and left the glitz and glamour of the Hollywood party. "Tim, do you think our movie Ordinary People will be a hit?" a slightly chubby Elizabeth McGovern asked, hugging Timothy Hutton, who played her boyfriend in the film. "Of course, darling. Jane just said the test screening was very well received by critics." Hutton, a rather plump woman, watched the BMW speed away with a hint of envy. Who was that screenwriter's son? His two slender girlfriends were more to his liking. "Bye, good night." Diane Lane grinned mischievously, pulling her suitcase to her room. After helping Diane check in, Ronald and Michelle returned to their room. Their long-awaited reunion naturally led to another round of sweet talk, reminiscent of page 73 of the script. After a while, Pfeiffer put her arm around Ronald's shoulder, telling him about how, thanks to L'Amato's efforts, she had signed a Lux commercial and a role in the latest Charlie Chan film. Ronald was delighted, feeling that Pfeiffer had finally made it. "Will you stay in Hollywood forever?" "Not yet. I'm going to San Francisco to study editing. If this script gets picked up by a studio, I'll have a chance to support myself as a screenwriter. Then I'll pause my studies at NYU and come to Hollywood to look for opportunities." Ronald explained his plans. His biggest worry was that his Aunt Karen was strongly against him pausing his studies, and he had to persuade her. "I'm lonely in Los Angeles. There's nothing to do with the girls I share an apartment with. Every day is just acting lessons, rehearsing lines, and waiting for L'Amato's call." Pfeiffer began to complain. "By the way, why don't you call me more often? Sometimes I call New York and can't reach you. We should find a way to solve the communication problem." Ronald quickly comforted Michelle Pfeiffer, gently massaging her shoulders. "AT&T answering machines cost $1,000 now. I'll install one when I get back. I'll need one too, since I'll be busy with screenwriting work. I'll also buy one of those beeping machines so you can page me. Those only cost $400. Ronald massaged her for a while, then his hands started to wander, gradually moving towards Pfeiffer's shoulder. He could feel the girl's breathing becoming heavier again. Looking to the side, he saw Pfeiffer's face was starting to flush slightly, and her fair neck was also blushing. Pfeiffer had some light freckles, but they looked even more adorable against her snow-white skin. Ronald stared at Pfeiffer's face for a long time, feeling that her baby fat had faded slightly, and her slightly thinner face matched her slender figure better. Her blonde hair fell over her shoulders, and her eyelashes trembled slightly in her closed eyes. Perhaps feeling Ronald's hand on her waist, the heat seeping through his palm and clothing, Pfeiffer recalled Limato's repeated hints that she should dump the boy and get to know the real power players in Hollywood, and felt a little embarrassed. Ronald noticed the embarrassed expression on Michelle Pfeiffer's face again. Usually, people's facial expressions aren't pleasant when they're embarrassed. But even when Pfeiffer was a little embarrassed, her face was still very beautiful, and on the big screen, it would be a very delicate expression. "What's wrong, Pfeiffer?" who had been waiting for a kiss that didn't come, opened her eyes and kissed the boy proactively, asking, "What are you thinking about, Ronald?" "I was thinking that maybe you should act in serious dramas. Your face is a bit thinner. From a cinematographer's perspective, your face is more suitable for serious dramas with strong dramatic conflict, able to express the emotional layers and richness of the female lead very well. Maybe Limato shouldn't have let you take on a decorative role like Charlie Chan," Ronald concluded. "I also want to act in serious dramas, but you know, the audition candidates for serious roles can stretch from here all the way to the studio entrance," Pfeiffer chuckled. "Have I really lost weight? I exercise a lot." "Yes, you haven't gone back to vegetarian diet, have you?" "No, I just eat very little." They chatted for a long time before going to sleep together. "Good, you still woke up early," Ovitz said to Ronald in the passenger seat of the Jaguar. "Hollywood's glitz and glamour only belongs to the successful, and we're on our way to success," Ronald chimed in. The benefits of his gradual return to wrestling and physical training were showing. After last night's party, he had no problem waking up early. Ovitz picked Ronald up, and the two went to Disney's headquarters in Burbank to discuss the script with President Ron W. Miller. Disney wasn't located in the same area as the other major studios, but in Burbank, north of Hollywood. During the time of founder Walt Disney, because the business was animation, and Walt himself was anti-Semitic, there wasn't much interaction with Hollywood, where the Jewish influence was strong. So they simply built a factory, which housed several hundred animators, in Burbank, far from Hollywood. After waiting for a long time in the reception area of the president's office, Ovitz even impatiently checked his watch several times. A thin man in a suit appeared before them. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ron Miller has something urgent to attend to and can't see you, Thomas." "It's the same seeing you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ovitz gave the man a professional smile and embraced him. Thomas L. Wilhite, vice president of production for Disney's live-action films division, was representing the company to discuss the collaboration. "I've read the script beforehand," Wilhite said calmly after the initial pleasantries. "I personally like the script, but under Ron Miller's leadership, Disney's main focus is on entering the teen live-action film market, and there are no plans to make adult dramas like this in the near future, so this time, Disney won't be making an offer for My Brother's Protector, even if you manage to persuade Jane Fonda." Ovitz knew that Wilhite's presence meant the collaboration was unlikely, so he set aside the script and discussed the current state of the industry and Disney's plans for live-action films. The meeting lasted 15 minutes, and he promptly said goodbye and left. As the two drove out the gate, Ronald looked back and saw the wrought iron sign above the entrance to Disney's Burbank headquarters, and an abstract circle with two smaller circles above it, the Mickey Mouse logo. "So it's because I offended Kinnaman," once they were out of Disney territory. Ronald finally couldn't help but ask Ovitz why he'd been turned away. "It's hard to say, it's possible. But Disney's focus on live-action films for teens is probably true. This trend started at least before Ron Miller became president." "I should have known," Ovitz honked the horn on the steering wheel and said to Ronald. In 1976, Ron Miller produced Freaky Friday, starring Jodie Foster as a 15-year-old girl who swaps bodies with her mother. I had just founded CAA then, and that film grossed nearly $40 million. Ron Miller wrested power from his wife's cousin, Roy Disney Jr., thanks to the huge success of a series of live-action films. "Jodie Foster, is she also one of your clients?" "I really like her acting. She used to be at ICM, but that's no longer important. She's decided to retire and is going to Yale next month." Hollywood is cruel. 4 years later, nobody will recognize this talented young woman. In the afternoon, Ovitz and Ronald went to Paramount Pictures. As the former leader of the 8 major studios, Paramount is located on Melrose Avenue in the heart of Hollywood. This time, they met with Jeffrey Katzenberg, who last year successfully revived a sci-fi classic in the hearts of Americans with Star Trek, the motion picture. William Shatner's Captain Kirk returned to the Enterprise, achieving a box office of $80 million. In particular, its opening weekend broke the opening weekend box office record set by the 1978 Superman film. However, Star Trek fans were outraged, believing the film ruined Captain Kirk's iconic image. But since the classic Star Trek series has been revived, Paramount is already preparing a sequel, and Katzenberg has been promoted to president of production at Paramount, second only to President Michael Eisner. Will make an offer. Jane is hot right now. Paramount is willing to bid on any project she's involved in. Katzenberg had also read the script beforehand and was happy to have the opportunity to take on the project after learning that Jane Fonda was willing to star. Young man, your script is very well structured. Is this your first script? Katzenberg, wearing glasses, looked like a typical executive. His tailored suit fit him perfectly, and he looked stylish whether standing or sitting. His hair was slightly thinning, and his hairline was quite high, which also gave him an executive air. After finishing their business, they still had some time, so he asked Ronald a few questions. No, this is my second one. My first one was a romantic love story about a fusion of diverse cultures in New York. That's interesting. Your two scripts have different themes. Michael, have your subordinate send me the script as well. He was somewhat interested in Ronald, so he chatted with him a bit more. So, what kind of person do you want to be in this industry? I want to be a director, to make a film that people will remember decades from now. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. The Columbia CEO personally reviews the script. That's no easy feat, Katzenberg chuckled. Making an Oscar-winning film, making a box office hit, is relatively easy, but making a film that stands the test of time is extremely difficult. Why? I don't quite understand, Mr. Katzenberg. Anyway, we still have some time. If we finish now, my secretary will bother me with a backlog of calls again. Katzenberg was passionate about film and decided to delve deeper into the conversation with Ronald. Do you know how many films Hollywood produces in a year? Ronald shook his head. Film production has shrunk dramatically, but there are still over 300 films released nationwide each year. Hollywood produces at least 10 times that number. If we were in the golden age 30 years ago, before television, that number would be several times higher. But how many films released before 1950 are still remembered today? Ronald fell into deep thought. He had only watched about 100 old films in Scorsese's classic film appreciation classes, plus the VHS recorded evening television dramas. This is a collection of classic films produced from the birth of cinema to 1950, a total of 50 years, filtered through the sifting of time over 30 years. It seems that to be remembered for 30 years is indeed a very high requirement. However, he only wanted to direct one film that would be remembered. Perhaps with effort, luck, and the chance to dream of such a film, he could achieve it? Yes, Mr. Katzenberg, I know how difficult this is, but it's also the goal I've pursued all my life. Well said, I like young people like you. A middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Eisner, Katzenberg and Ovitz both stood up and greeted the president of Paramount. Michael Eisner shook hands with Ovitz, then pulled him into a hug. Jane Fonda's new film is mine. How about it? As long as your bid is the highest. Jane Fonda demands fair competition, Ovitz replied with a very professional smile. Ronald also stood up, sizing up the most powerful person at Paramount. Eisner had deep-set eyes and a square jaw that somewhat resembled Superman from comic books. He wore a yellow t-shirt under a light purple jacket, dark gray trousers, and white leather shoes, with a striking white belt around his waist. His hairline, however, seemed even further back than Katzenberg's. Eisner looked as if he'd just returned from a golf course. You must be Ronald, the screenwriter. I've heard Jeffrey mention your name. Hollywood needs young people like you, Eisner said, shaking his hand with a word of encouragement, surprised that he even knew Ronald's name. Michael, you and Jeffrey continue discussing the details. I'm waiting for good news, Eisner, like Caesar in his purple robes, visited his centurion's tent, chatted briefly with each soldier, and then left. This style was completely different from Disney's top management, giving the illusion of dealing with a friend. After discussing the bidding process and details, Michael Ovitz led Ronald out of Paramount's doors. With a first bidder, the subsequent negotiations will be much easier. Just as Ovitz had predicted, the negotiations went increasingly smoothly over the next few days. Each time a studio willing to bid was reached, the next negotiation became less difficult. In the film market, no one knows whether a project will make or lose money, but since others are optimistic about it, its prospects must be good. Being able to borrow the insight of a top producer like Katzenberg to judge the film's box office potential, the subsequent studios readily agreed. "So you're sure your script will sell?" Pfeiffer came to the hotel with Ronald that evening. "I don't know. If it sells, it's thanks to Jane Fonda." Ronald and Pfeiffer sat on either side of a waiting cart, eating their dinner. "Right now, I don't trust anyone's promises. These past 2 days, Mr. Ovitz and I have met with Paramount, 20th Century Fox, Orion, and Warner Brothers. I was responsible for giving a half-hour sales presentation on the script, hoping to impress the producers." Ronald put a piece of pizza in his mouth and took a sip of soda. "The answers I've heard are all the same. We're very willing to invest in any project Jane Fonda approves of. We love the Vietnam War. We really, really love this script. But in 2 days, I haven't heard any studio executives instruct us to prepare a bid to sign the contract. I'm not sure if in Hollywood, really, really love means the same as I don't like it in New York. Very willing means you should find someone else, right?" Michelle Pfeiffer laughed at Ronald's amusement. "I don't know the producer's speaking style, but my agent, Lee Meadow, said that many stars speak like that, so I'm not very confident that we can finalize the contract this time. Tomorrow I'm meeting with Frank Price, the president of Columbia Pictures. You will succeed, Ronald," Pfeiffer said, shaking his hand. "How are you? Is your acting class going well?" Ronald grasped Pfeiffer's hand, asking about her progress. "It's all right, but the emotional memories often drive me crazy." Ronald's hand visibly trembled upon hearing this. Memories of the New York Actors Studio flooded back. "What's wrong, Ronald?" Pfeiffer sensed Ronald's tension. "Don't worry, I've met some classmates who are more experienced than me. Peter told me that as long as the chosen emotional memory is suitable for performance, like a crying scene, there shouldn't be any major problems," Michelle Pfeiffer reassured Ronald. "Really? What kind of memory did you choose?" Ronald took another sip of water, suppressing his tension. "Want me to analyze it for you?" "Haha, you're not an actor, you don't know. Emotional memories don't work if you talk about them." "Okay, you're right." Ronald remembered the method of emotional memory. The emotion must belong only to the actor to achieve the best effect. He'd asked Diane's father, Bert, when he had time. He used to run acting training classes. Maybe he had some better methods. "By the way, who's Peter?" Ronald forked another piece of pizza. "Haha, I thought you wouldn't ask. Peter is also an actor, often playing supporting roles in TV dramas. He was my classmate in acting class." Michelle Pfeiffer laughed at Ronald's jealousy. "I won't be coming tomorrow. I have a lot of practice in my acting class and physical training this afternoon. I'll miss you." Ronald reached out and wiped a bit of tomato juice from Michelle's lips, instantly creating an ambiguous atmosphere in the room. "Did you become an actress to become famous or to make money?" Ronald held Pfeiffer close, and the two whispered in bed. He remembered Katzenberg's words, "Making money and becoming famous is easy, but standing the test of time is difficult." "I don't know, I just really enjoy acting. After I won the Miss Orange County pageant, I called the agents in the Yellow Pages and asked them how to get movie roles," Michelle said, resting her head on Ronald's shoulder. "I was really naive back then, but I was lucky. My first agent was good to me, but unfortunately, I ran into those two con men. He got old and didn't want to represent me anymore. I heard he retired later." "Why did you get into this industry?" Pfeiffer asked Ronald after explaining her initial motivation for entering the entertainment industry. "Me? At first, it was to make money. Then I wanted to create something, preferably leave a mark in Hollywood." Pfeiffer moved closer, enjoying Ronald's warm body. "By the way, who are your parents? I've never heard you mention them." "They were just ordinary people, living in the suburbs of Boston, Massachusetts," Ronald said. "We used to have a house, but after their car accident, I couldn't afford the mortgage, and the bank sued us and auctioned it off." "I've never heard you talk about this before. You must be very sad. I spent a long time in the hospital and even developed aphasia. Some of the insurance money and the money left over after the house was auctioned off went to medical expenses. Poor Ronnie. Pfeiffer hugged Ronald even tighter. The next morning, Ronald met up with Ovitz again, and the two went to the last studio, Columbia Pictures, to promote My Brother's Protector. Of all the studio executives Ronald had met, Frank Price was the least like one. He looked more like a seasoned accountant or a high school math teacher. He had a large forehead, but his suit wasn't quite fitted. A red tie had wrinkled his shirt. "Welcome, my friend Michael." "And welcome, young Ronald." Frank Price embraced the two of them warmly. This sale felt more like a friendly discussion about the script. Ronald hadn't expected the Columbia president to be so familiar with his script, asking many detailed questions. How did he come up with the title My Brother's Protector? Why include a simpleton? Why make the simpleton the protector of all the warriors? Ronald answered each question. This made him feel that none of the previous studio executives had probably seriously read his script. Compared to Price, Katzenberg seemed more like someone asking a subordinate to read the script and write a synopsis. He himself only read the synopsis and his subordinate's comments. "What's your preferred director?" Price asked Ovitz. "James Bridges, the director of the Watson Syndrome," Ovitz replied. "He works very well with Jane, and Jane prefers him. I know him." Paramount just released Urban Cowboy, which he also directed. The leads were John Travolta and Deborah Winger, both notoriously difficult actors. "I agree in principle." Jane also hopes Bruce Gilbert will be the producer. Frank Price scratched his head. "Ronald, could you give Mr. Ovitz and me some private space to talk?" Then he pressed a button on the table, calling in his secretary. "Please take Mr. Lee to the lounge for a while." Ronald followed the secretary to the lounge and drank the coffee she brought. Knowing that Ovitz might be discussing some key issues with Price, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Frank Price was the most meticulous script reader of all, and perhaps the most likely to finance the film. Meanwhile, in the office, Frank Price was somewhat angry. "Michael, you've raised the bar again. Are you asking Jane's IPC Pictures to invest as well?" "Bingo. Orion and Paramount have both agreed. But they can't possibly come up with a $3.5 million budget." "Yes, but they haven't been torn apart by that tie-in either." Frank Price fell silent. Last year, Kirk Kerkorian, the Las Vegas tycoon who had controlled MGM and then utterly ruined it, set his sights on Columbia Pictures, aggressively increasing his stake to nearly 25% in the capital markets. The Department of Justice then launched an antitrust investigation into Kerkorian, who controlled both MGM and Columbia, as well as several theater chains, crossing antitrust red lines. Kerkorian's connections were extensive, and he managed to win the antitrust case in his favor. He was prohibited from acquiring any more shares in Columbia or any major Hollywood studio, but he was not forced to sell the 25% stake he already held. During this time, Kerkorian even prepared to sue Columbia Pictures on the strange grounds of failing to generate profits for shareholders. This was a multi-pronged attack targeting Price and other executives, aiming to purge the original management, unite with other non-film industry shareholders to seize controlling interest, and then slowly hollow out Columbia, just like MGM. Having witnessed Kerkorian's actions with MGM, most Columbia shareholders were unhappy with this casino-run company causing trouble, but Columbia's lack of big budget, star-studded productions was also a reality. Now, Price needed this Jane Fonda starring film more than anyone else to garner the support of all shareholders. "So what are your full terms?" "A production budget of $3.85 million, Jane Fonda starring with a $2 million guaranteed contract, James Bridges directing, Bruce Gilbert producing, and IPC Pictures involved, and any other conditions, announcing it as a big investment. I'll help you generate buzz in the media, starting with a young screenwriter selling a script for a sky-high price. How about that? You have a complete publicity plan." "Yes, let the news slowly build up, appearing repeatedly in the media. Ideally, Ronald, the young screenwriter, should fire the first shot." A 20-year-old screenwriter writes a Vietnam War script, attracting the attention of Oscar-winning actress Jane Fonda, ultimately 5 Hollywood studios bidding, and Columbia Pictures winning. I like the headline. Chapter 171. An order from San Francisco. Are you going back to New York, or staying in Los Angeles? Amidst the roar of the Jaguar, Ovitz asked Ronald about his next plans. "I'll go to the Mirror Studio in San Francisco to learn editing for a while. I made arrangements with the editors there last year." "Good. Give Richard your San Francisco phone number. You'll receive the check after we hold the script auction. Okay, I'll let Richard know as soon as I get to San Francisco. Ronald enjoyed discussing checks. The total package price included his script fee, which Ovitz said wouldn't be less than 5% of the total production investment. The exact amount would depend on the bids at the script auction. Jane Fonda's salary in Hollywood was $1 million, and Ronald felt he had a chance to get over $100,000 for the script. After deducting the 10% agent fee, this would be the largest single deal he'd ever made since entering the entertainment industry. Don't tell anyone about this before the script auction. Secrecy is paramount in the film industry. Otherwise, our project might be disrupted, failing to fetch the highest price, or even failing to close the deal. Ovitz gave Ronald another instruction in the car after dropping him off at the Holiday Inn. Seeing him make a gesture of zipping his mouth shut, he drove off satisfied. After all, it was $100,000. Ronald felt confident he could keep the secret, not even telling Aunt Karen. Ronnie, did your script sell? Very well. It depends on Mr. Ovitz's abilities, but what happens next is beyond my control. Michelle Pfeiffer came to the hotel again, helping Ronald pack. You seem particularly happy today. Is there a high chance? I can't say for sure. Mr. Price, the president of Columbia Pictures, talked to me a lot about script writing tips. He also gave me a business card, saying that if I have any important questions, I can schedule an appointment with his secretary. He'd be happy to take the time to answer my questions. Ronald took out a Frank Price business card from his pocket and handed it to Pfeiffer. This business card was different from the ones usually handed out to executives. It had the president's office direct number on it, signifying a certain level of recognition. You can speak directly to my secretary. Katzenberg also gave him a business card, which was more ordinary, only having Paramount's switchboard number. Oh, so Mr. Price appreciates you? Pfeiffer fiddled with the card for a moment before handing it back to Ronald. Not really, but he seems to value screenwriting. I even think he might have been a screenwriter before. He's very insightful. And he's the only studio executive I've ever met who's read my script from cover to cover. Looks like he's not very busy. Pfeiffer helped Ronald organize his clothes, neatly placing them into Ronald's old-fashioned suitcase, the kind without wheels. Ronald had seen Diane Lane's wheeled suitcases and found them very convenient, even going to the hotel shop to check them out. However, the salesperson there looked quite surprised when they learned it was Ronald who wanted to buy one. Wheeled suitcases are for women and children. Men, of course, should carry their own suitcases, otherwise, how can they display their masculine charm? So, is there a suitable role for me in this script? Like the sister of the mentally challenged man, Pfeiffer closed her suitcase, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked a question. Ronald pulled her hand, sat her down on a stool, handed her a glass of water, and sat down himself, saying, "Even if you hadn't asked, I was going to tell you anyway." Pfeiffer took a sip of water, shifted forward slightly, straightened her back, and waited for Ronald to continue. "I'll do my best to get you this role, but I don't have much power on set. The major studios are only interested in this project primarily because of Jane Fonda. She's a box office draw, so she has the most say. Then there's the director. I heard that James Bridges is interested in working with Jane Fonda again, and he's definitely the main casting director. CAA's goal is to use this project to promote as many of their clients as possible, so Ovitz will be very considerate of his clients in casting." Pfeiffer swallowed hard, looking disappointed. "I just heard you say that I'm suited for serious dramas, so I thought, that's a perfectly normal thought," Ronald continued. "That's why I mentioned you to Mr. Ovitz. And I recommended you to CAA, but they weren't interested, which is why you had the opportunity to sign Mr. Lamato. Mr. Ovitz promised to give you priority under the same conditions." Michelle Pfeiffer's eyes regained their captivating sparkle, and she quickly kissed Ronald. "Of course, all of this is contingent on the film selling well," Ronald added. Pfeiffer laughed. "Ronnie, your smile betrays you." "Really?" Ronald touched his face. "But you still need to get your agent to do everything they can for you. The moment a screenwriter sells a script, they fall off the power rankings. I don't have much influence over what happens after that. I have to go to my acting class later. You should come back to Los Angeles soon, Ronnie." With that, Michelle Pfeiffer said goodbye to Ronald and drove off to her class. Ronald turned around, grabbed his suitcase, and went out. He called Diane Lane's room at the front desk, chatted for a few minutes, and then waited in the lobby for a taxi to take him and the little girl to the airport. Diane and Bert had resumed talking, but they still didn't talk much. This time, when Diane returned to New York, she might really move out and rent her own place. "Hi, Ronald." Diane dragged her suitcase toward Ronald, who was lost in thought on the sofa. "You're here?" Ronald helped her with her suitcase. "The taxi won't be here for a while. I have something to ask you, Ronald." Diane collapsed onto the sofa like a freefall, propping her legs up on the armrests. "Where in New York is it cheap to rent an apartment?" Sure enough, she's here. Poor old Bert couldn't escape the fate of his sweet daughter living alone. Renting an apartment in New York isn't just about price, nor is it about convenient transportation. You need to find a relatively safe neighborhood, preferably not too far from Bert. And since you're an actress, living in Manhattan would be more suitable. That way, you can choose Midtown or downtown. Uptown apartments are not only expensive, but the landlord's board checks tenant qualifications, and I'm afraid you wouldn't pass at 15. Single women should choose condominiums, where there's a doorman on the first floor, and utilities are paid separately for each household. If you think the price is too high, you can find a girl to share an apartment with. Ronald took on the role of an older brother, feeling like he was giving advice to his cousin Donna. He hoped he would never have a similar conversation with Donna again. Diane Lane listened intently, sat up, and started thinking about who she could share an apartment with. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something, and she smiled as she continued listening to Ronald's rambling. White girls develop very quickly. Once hormones enter their bodies, they start growing rapidly. When Ronald first saw Diane in person at a casting studio, she was still a thin little girl. Now, her face had a bit of baby fat. A taxi arrived, and the two got in, driving all the way to the airport. Diane boarded an American Airlines flight back to New York. Ronald, however, bought a Pan Am ticket to San Francisco. Pan Am was currently running a promotional campaign, often offering very cheap tickets. Ronald's ticket to San Francisco this time only cost a few $dozen, less than the cost of the connecting taxis between the two cities. Upon arriving in San Francisco, Ronald contacted Walter Murch of the Mirror Company at the airport. Walter was happy he was coming and told him to come directly to the Mirror Company the next day. He would arrange everything. The taxi driver headed towards the hotel Ronald had booked by phone. Wow. Ronald felt like he was on a roller coaster. San Francisco has many steep slopes, and the car went up and down. If someone with poor driving skills tried to start on an uphill in San Francisco, they might keep rolling back and crash into the car behind them. "Is this your first time in San Francisco?" The driver had seen plenty of tourists like this. "Yes." Ronald looked out the window and began to look at the street scene of San Francisco. It was a city that mixed modern and old, orthodox and alternative. On one side was the skyscraper, the Pan American Pyramid, the headquarters of Pan American Health Organization, the parent company of United Artists, a multinational giant that operated life insurance. On the other side were all sorts of alleys and bungalows, and many homeless people, or strange people wearing weird leather jackets and carrying 6 colored flags parading through the streets. If you had come a month earlier, you could have seen them forming a procession and parading on the main road, the driver said, seeing Ronald's interest in the strange people. "Really? Who are they? Is that flags from some country?" "No, they're a bunch of gay and lesbians who parade in San Francisco every June for the past 3 years. They call it the Pride Parade." Ronald hadn't expected San Francisco to be so open and progressive. San Francisco is a strange city. Many people who wouldn't be accepted elsewhere live very well here. The driver turned on the car's tape recorder, and a song started playing. "If you go to San Francisco, you must wear some flowers in your hair. If you go to San Francisco, you'll meet some gentle people there. Hey, this song represents the Summer of Love party 14 years ago. That's when I came to San Francisco. Lots of hippies gathered here, and back then, people called them flower girls. Make love, not war. Those were good times. Just wear a flower in your hair, and you'll have a countless girls." As Ronald listened to the driver recount a glorious history, he looked at the colorfully dressed street urchins. Suddenly, he saw several men walking around wearing leg warmers he made himself. "There are men wearing leg warmers on the street. Aren't they hot in the summer?" Ronald asked the driver, pointing to the leg warmers. "What's that?" "Oh, it's a recent trend. I think it's called something like leg warmers. Lots of gay men like to wear them around." Ronald hadn't expected gay men to wear them, and fell silent. After arriving at the hotel and settling in, Ronald first gave his hotel room number and phone number to the relevant people in Los Angeles, and then called Aunt Karen. "Aunt, this is Ronald. Do we have any orders for leg warmers from San Francisco, California recently? How did you know? Some distributors in San Francisco have asked us about ordering. I was planning to wait for you to come back and discuss it with you. Teresa keeps saying she wants to open her own factory and expand production capacity, but her husband David and I are worried that the orders are just a passing fad, so we haven't agreed yet." "Really? I'm in San Francisco now, interning at Director Coppola's company for a while. If you want to open a factory, you can ask my high school classmate, Little Douglas. Anyway, all the suitable land for factories in Tatwell belongs to the Hanson family." Chapter 172 The Art of Boasting. On his first night in San Francisco, Ronald was wide awake, still preoccupied with the sale of the script for My Brother's Protector. He decided to head to the front desk of Motel 6 and ask a staff member for recommendations on nearby attractions. Following directions, Ronald arrived at a bar that stayed open late, serving cheap and delicious drinks, with a live band playing country and rock music. Best of all, there were no weird, eccentric people there. The patrons were mostly straight men and scantily clad women, clearly sharing Ronald's tastes. Alone, Ronald found the bar, sat on a high stool, and ordered a coconut grove. He was increasingly enjoying this Puerto Rican cocktail, fresh coconut milk mixed with rum and pineapple juice, strangely giving it a cola-like flavor, perfect for cooling off. As he drank, Ronald hummed along to the Coconut Grove song. Most of the people in the bar were dressed like cowboys, swaying to the live music, which made him feel good. Hey, young people these days like this soft, cheesy kind of music, unlike back in our day when we could drive across states to Woodstock. A middle-aged man dressed in cowboy attire, also sitting at the bar, broke Ronald's peaceful drinking and listening to music. Huh? Yet, young people back then were much angrier. Now kids can just work at McDonald's and earn money to buy the toys they want, or pay for college. It was just casual conversation between strangers, but Ronald spoke his mind. Anger stems from dissatisfaction with life. "You know what? You might be right," the middle-aged man said. He wore a blue plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, jeans, and Doc Martens. Beneath his slightly long blonde hair were a pair of bright, piercing eyes. The man might have been a hippie in his youth. His words carried a philosophical air. But humans are inherently lonely. As Confucius said, even if a person is not understood, as long as he is noble and wise, he should not be angry. Rock and roll and the hippie spirit brought young people together back then, and they all had a sense of mission. "You know what? You're the first American I've met who can accurately quote Confucius." Ronald raised his glass to the middle-aged man. "But you obviously also understand Confucius's works accurately, and you're very familiar with his lectures and collections of speeches." The middle-aged man spoke somewhat indirectly, but he was actually praising Ronald for his thorough reading of the Analects. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to tell that he had actually read Confucius's works. "Actually, I only schemed it," Ronald thought. "Who doesn't know the first chapter of the Analects? My name is Ronald, and I'm a screenwriter. John, you might not believe it, but I'm a singer. I released a few albums when I was younger, and I used to be quite famous, but I don't sing anymore, of course." Ronald, though skeptical, said, "I'm actually quite successful. Soon, an Oscar-winning actress will be starring in my screenplay." "That's fantastic." The middle-aged man took a swig of beer. "Actually, I have a glorious past. I went to the Woodstock Music Festival in 1969, and it wasn't until midnight that I got to perform. The next day, while driving back to Virginia, I even wrote a song." "That's really great." Ronald clinked glasses with him. It felt really good to brag to strangers in a bar. The middle-aged man saw through his insincerity. "What, you don't recognize me? You think I'm lying to you? If the record company boss hadn't swindled all my money, I wouldn't be without songs. That bastard boss's name is Saul, and he even bribed a few other bastards in my band to sign agreements. Now, I can't even sing the songs I write myself." "Huh? American law can deprive you of singing your own songs?" Ronald was even more certain the other man was exaggerating. "Let me tell you, that bastard boss Saul took my money to invest in a movie, and it even won an Oscar. That money should all be mine. There are way more con artists in the film industry than in music. Your boss really went too far." Ronald found it increasingly amusing and simply echoed the older man. To be honest, I also think there are a lot of con artists in the film industry. The middle-aged man grew angrier and angrier, ordering another large beer and starting to loudly curse his record company boss, Saul, saying that he had deposited his money in the bank owned by Saul, but the bank went bankrupt, and his money disappeared without a trace. He only received a few $100,000 in federally guaranteed deposit compensation. San Francisco guys are more interesting. They can brag in bars with such flair. We New Yorkers can only brag about how rich we are. These San Francisco guys are artists all the time. I, a Hollywood screenwriter, couldn't even write these kinds of stories, Ronald thought to himself, finishing his drink, taking out 2 bills and placing them under his glass before heading back to his hotel to sleep. That guy's voice sounded familiar, like he'd heard it somewhere before. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Hollywood CAA, the lights were still on. President Ovitz, along with his deputy Ron Mayer, was having a conference call with Frank Price, president of Columbia Pictures. "Michael, you have to guarantee Columbia gets this project. I need Jane Fonda to make a film for Columbia." Frank Price was speaking very quickly, his urgency evident. "Otherwise, if Sean Connery wants that role, your CAA can prepare to say goodbye to the former 007. Don't say that, Frank. I'm Jane Fonda's agent first, and then the matchmaker for this film project. I need to prioritize her interests, or I'll be fired." Ovitz winked at Ron Mayer beside him. Mayer was listening with another receiver, covering it with his hand to prevent Price from realizing he was also present. "Fair deal." Mayer wrote a few words on a piece of paper and pushed it in front of Ovitz. Ovitz nodded. "Mr. Price, it's a fair bid. We've sent invitations to every studio, and Jane will be there to see your faxed bids. I can't possibly have that much influence over her to make her give up the highest bid. If I don't get Jane, you'll lose Sean. It's that simple." Price's tone grew increasingly impatient. "Don't say that, Frank. We've known each other since you were president of Globe Television. We did several business deals together. You know I'm not the kind of person who would betray a friend." Ovitz spoke with increasing fluency. "So, I won't treat my friend unfairly. I'll reveal my bottom line. This is the price I've negotiated with Fox, Orion, Paramount, and Warner Brothers. If your offer is significantly higher than theirs, why wouldn't Jane choose you under the same conditions? So you're raising the price again? How much this time? You bloodsucker." "On the contrary. I'm risking my professional ethics and reputation to help you get the hottest star you desperately need to star in your film. As far as I know, Jane slightly favors Orion. After all, they have the reputation of being a mini United Artists. You know, artists have high demands for artistic autonomy, including director James Bridges, who has a lot of influence over Jane, but they can't afford it, only a little over $3 million. Fox is also broke. Your biggest competitors are Paramount and Warner Brothers. I estimate they won't offer more than $3.5 million. I think a slightly higher offer, like $3.8 million, would be a price Jane can't refuse. $3.6 million, what you need is a safety net, not haggling over $100,000 or $200,000, Frank. How about this? $3.75 million, $3.65 million, $3.7 million. Don't argue with me. I'll only lower the agent's fee. $3.65 million. Okay, $3.65 million. I've already lowered my commission to the bare minimum to make this project happen. But you have to guarantee that other actors in our CAA will be involved in this project as much as possible. Deal. So an agreement has been reached? Very good. Now let's talk about Jane's contract. Jane needs a guaranteed contract, and I've reached the point where I must discuss the contract terms with Jane. Ovitz confirmed again. She wants a pay-or-play contract. Yes, she insists. Listen, Frank, Jane is hot right now, red hot. Everyone wants her, so you have to lock her shooting schedule in with this kind of contract. So if the movie can't be made for any reason, I still have to pay her $2 million. Frank, Jane is hot, but Vietnam War is hot too. She won't give up. If she does, we'll go to Mary Taylor Moore, or the Brit Maggie Smith. Do you think Jane will just watch her main competitor get the script she first wanted? This contract is just to lock her schedule in and make her say no to scripts from other studios. Okay, I'll give her the contract. How do you plan to allocate the remaining $1.65 million, $350,000 for the screenwriter, and the remaining $1.3 million as service fees for hiring the director and producers, plus Jane's IPC production company participating in the production and receiving a share of the box office revenue, $350,000 for a 20-year-old screenwriter. Isn't that too much? That's way beyond Hollywood's usual rates. John Milius, the screenwriting genius, I remember he only sold a script for $350,000 back then. But he's John Milius, the screenwriter of Apocalypse Now. Hollywood's usual rates don't include a $2 million pay-or-play guarantee for the lead actress, Frank. Our goal is to create a media frenzy, to make the hostile takeover bidder Cochran's accusations sound like nonsense, and send him back to his Las Vegas. Besides, if you can land Hollywood's hottest actress, Jane Fonda, who'll doubt your control at Columbia, Frank, we'll start with the newspapers, hyping Ronald as a genius screenwriter, then we'll bring up your management skills, Frank. That's what I plan to do, you're right. I'll find a way to get CBS to cooperate with your publicity plan, yeah, bingo. After finalizing the bidding details and post-bid publicity plan with Columbia President Frank Price, and hearing the other end of the call, Ovitz couldn't wait to high-five Ron Mayer in celebration. So what was Paramount's offer? Less than $3.5 million, right, Mayer asked. A total of $3.2 million, $450,000 less than Columbia. The other companies were all under $3 million. We secured $2.35 million for Jane and Ronald, which is nearly $200,000 in commission. As for the director, well, he's not our client, so let him take the market price, a script worth $350,000, so you're really going to sell that newbie Ronald's script for $350,000? Our other screenwriter clients will go crazy. It's not a matter of script quality, it's a matter of CAA's capabilities. Ron, Ovitz seemed very confident. If we can sell a 20-year-old newbie script for $350,000, the price of John Milius, what do you think the other screenwriters will think? What will those screenwriters signed with other agencies think? That makes sense, of course. We also need Frank Price, that sucker, to cooperate. Yes, after all, it's rumored in Hollywood that his most suitable profession is script reader. The only major studio president who reads his own scripts. Chapter 173 Apprenticeship. Francis Ford Coppola's Zoetrope studio was located on Kearny Street in San Francisco's North Beach, inside the famous Sentinel Building. Completed in 1907, the building was among San Francisco's first skyscrapers, its green facade strikingly vibrant. Ronald entered the building, most of which was rented by Zoetrope, including a large soundstage. On a higher floor, Ronald found Walter Merkic, ready to begin his apprenticeship and learn editing techniques under Merkic's tutelage. Walter Merkic was remixing the sound for the film Dragon's Lair, a Paramount and Disney co-production, their second joint venture after the success of the live-action Pork Pie. Merkic, sitting at the mixing console with several tapes on it, saw Ronald approaching and smiled like an old friend, gesturing for Ronald to wait. Remixing involves taking the live sound recordings, post-production dubbing, and score, and re-mixing multiple audio tracks in a mixing room. This includes adjusting the loudness of each track, eliminating noise from the live recordings, adding a sense of presence to the score, and so on, ultimately creating the various sounds, dialogues, and music we hear in the movie theater. Walter Murch is one of the few top-tier sound editors who not only works on film editing but also on sound editing. At the 52nd Academy Awards earlier this year, he was nominated for Best Editing and won the Academy Award for Best Sound. Clearly, after winning the award, orders for his sound editing began pouring in. This film, The Dragon's Lair, specifically requested his work. I'm busy doing sound effects for this fire-breathing dragon. You can wait to hear, I'll come back to you later, Walter Murch said. Ronald nodded and walked out the door. Francis Ford Coppola was not in San Francisco at this time, but working in New York. He enlisted his friend George Lucas to vouch for their idol, Japanese director Akira Kurosawa. The 20th Century Fox invested film Kagemusha as a box office smash in Japan, raking in 2.3 billion yen. The Japanese began to reminisce about the honors this emperor of cinema had brought them, and reports of American adoration for him spread. Coppola was also invited for an interview, expressing optimism about the box office performance of Kurosawa's historical epic Kagemusha in America. His company, Mirror Pictures, also participated in a small part of the distribution. Coppola wanted to use this Japanese film as a trial run for Mirror Pictures in the film distribution market. Soon, Walter Murch emerged from the mixing room and found Ronald. Welcome. I'm busy doing sound effects for that fire-breathing dragon. Your presence is perfect for helping me organize the original film stock of Apocalypse. Now it turned out that Coppola had decided to store all the film stock from Apocalypse Now in the desert. He felt the film was a treasure of humanity, and the humidity and temperature in the desert were ideal. He found a cave and stored all the negatives inside, hoping that people 50 years from now could also see this masterpiece. You need to help me look at that pile of working film and find the parts that don't belong to Apocalypse Now. We discarded too much raw material in the warehouse back then, mixed in with the old, discarded film from previous years, Walter Murch said, leading Ronald to a warehouse downstairs filled with reels of film. This is where the Apocalypse Now film is located. Starting from the third column and going up to the 11th. There's another pile in the corner there, with quite a few Apocalypse Now reels. Your job is to use this editing table to go through each reel of film and check it against the labels. When we were editing, time was too tight, and we didn't have time to sort them carefully. Now Coppola wants to store it in the desert, so we need to check it. It's good that you're here. After teaching Ronald how to use the West German-made horizontal editing machine, Walter Murch went back to work on his dragon-slaying project. Ronald took out his notebook, tore off a piece of paper, folded it into two tiny figures, and placed it in front of the small monitor on the West German-made horizontal editing machine. The proportions made it seem as if two tiny figures were watching a movie. Then he picked up a reel of film, opened the box, attached the roller, and pressed a button, projecting the film onto the screen with a bright light. After working for several hours, Ronald sorted through some early films from the Mirror Films Company. The rest were original reels of Apocalypse Now, many of which weren't included in the final cut. For example, the scene Ronald was currently watching featured a different actor playing Colonel Willard, not Martin Sheen in the final film. His eyes were smaller than Sheen's, and he had a tough, masculine air. Ronald watched for a while, feeling that he didn't fit the overall atmosphere of the film. This is Harvey Carter. After a few weeks of filming, Coppola replaced him with Martin Sheen. Walter Murch came over and called Ronald to dinner. Do you think his decision was right? I've watched Apocalypse Now several times. It's a story about a protagonist leading you to explore the truth of the world. This tough guy Harvey Carter on film might be a little hard for the audience to connect with. His eyes are too small. Martin Sheen, on the other hand, is perfect. He's more feminine, with big, captivating eyes, so the audience can easily empathize with him. Ronald felt Walter was going to give him some pointers, so he boldly voiced his opinion. Martin Sheen is a handsome man with a touch of boyish charm. In the Sino-American co-production The Cassandra Crossing a few years ago, he played a gigolo opposite the aging beauty Eva Gardner. Ronald was deeply impressed. Your opinion is very good. That's what Francis told me. Walter saw Ronald standing there reviewing the film, one hand on the stop button, knowing he was using the opportunity to practice editing techniques, and nodded in satisfaction. You remember the techniques I taught you? That's good. I've always believed in editing while standing, but I haven't quite gotten the hang of it yet. I don't know if I've really found that editing point. Ronald remembered Murphy saying that if you find the right rhythm and atmosphere of the film, you can stop precisely at the 1/24th second frame every time you press the stop button. But he tried several times and still couldn't do it. I have another trick for these kinds of character shots. I'll teach you later. The two went to the spectacular cafe next to the entrance of the Sentinel building. Walter gestured to the waiter for two spectacular set meals, and he and Ronald ate. How is it going after a morning of work? I've been writing the script for a while, and now I'm standing in front of the editing machine. It feels like two different dimensions, requiring some adjustments. But once I put the film on the editing machine, the feeling comes right away. You're absolutely right. Actually, a film goes through several creative processes from the initial idea to its final release. The screenwriter writing it into a script is the first creation. The director breaking down the script into storyboards is the second creation. The actors' performances are the third creation. The cinematographer deciding which shots to use and which scenes to film is the fourth creation. And editing is the fifth creation, and the last chance you can correct the film's mistakes. Ronald picked up his espresso and downed it in one gulp. So, with so many iterations, how do you maintain the quality of a film? That's a good question. Each time, the creative team has a different vision for the film. Generally, the director is the only one who follows the process from the script to the editing. He's also the only one who can have complete control. The director knows more about the final film than anyone else, He makes all the decisions and is artistically responsible. But it's not easy, there are many difficulties to overcome. Actually, I haven't directed a feature film myself. You'll understand when you become a director. Ronald nodded and started talking about lighter topics. I heard Roger Coleman say you were George Lucas's college classmate. Yes, we studied film together at USC. Warner Brothers had an internship position, and in the final round of interviews, only he and I were left. Walter Murch's question evoked distant memories. We both felt we were each other's only competitors, so we made a pact that whoever got the job would help the other out. He ended up getting the job and met Francis Ford Coppola on set. I later got a job at Coppola's company, starting as a sound engineer, and then working as a film editor. So George Lucas still owes you one. Haha, sort of. Walter, will you also become a director? Walter Murch finished his coffee. Directing opportunities aren't easy to come by. After I became an editor, I kept getting offers for editing and sound design work. This leads to a cycle of editing and sound design jobs. I'm planning to break this cycle and start directing. But my kids are still young, and my wife Angie and I are considering waiting until they are older before pursuing my directing dreams. After lunch, the two returned to their respective areas and continued working. Ronald felt like he was in an unfamiliar place, starting unfamiliar work, but surprisingly, he felt very comfortable and didn't feel any discomfort. Perhaps he was even happy to be in the editing room, watching his film gradually take shape. Click, Ronald pressed the stop button again, still a few frames off from the previous time. Ronald paced around the warehouse, took out a pre-prepared thermos, and took a sip of black tea. Compared to coffee, he still preferred the slow-acting stimulant effect of tea. Coffee was like a high-interest loan, keeping you alert for an hour or two, only to have you pay it back with interest. Black tea didn't have this drawback. Who is this person? He looks a lot like the protagonist, Martin Sheen. Ronald began another practice session, pressed the play button, and looked at the young man on the monitor. Except for a slight hunchback, he was a spitting image of a younger version of Martin Sheen. Chapter 174 The Curse of the Oscars. That's Martin Sheen's eldest son, Emilio Estevez, but his scenes were all cut. A few hours later, at the dinner table in Walter Murch's house, he answered Ronald's question. Why are their last names different? Ronald took the coffee Mrs. Angie handed him, took a sip, and said, "Thank you, Mrs. Murch. Call me Angie, Ronald." Walter told me when he came back from Los Angeles that someone finally understands his editing theories. We've been talking about your visit these past few days. Thank you for dinner, Angie. It's the best meal I've had in the West. I brought gifts for the children. It's great that you enjoy British food. Angie accepted the Polaroid camera, leg warmers, building blocks, and other gifts Ronald had prepared for boys and girls of different ages, expressing her gratitude for Ronald's thoughtfulness. Angie was British, but had followed Walter Murch to California after he married her. She was a nurse and took excellent care of the family. So she went back to take care of the 4 children, while Ronald stayed in the living room to continue chatting with Walter. Martin Sheen is Latino. When he entered the industry, he didn't want his ethnicity and religion to affect his acting career, so he used an Anglo-Saxon surname, Sheen. However, his eldest son, Emilio, didn't want to inherit that stage name and used his Latino name. He's very principled, isn't he? Martin told me when he was dubbing his monologue for the film that he felt uncomfortable giving up his Latino surname due to pressure, so he really appreciates his son's decision. I see. Ronald understood the feelings of minority actors who didn't want to be categorized after learning about racial quotas in the film. Emilio seemed very confident in his acting skills and wasn't afraid that being Latino would affect his career. Since you won the Oscar, the studios have been putting you in charge of editing and sound mixing, right? I've seen you've been very busy these past few days. Ronald thought that Mervyn was currently very busy and probably didn't have much time to mentor him. On the contrary, I'm very busy, but it's mostly miscellaneous work like mixing and recording. I haven't done a single one of those projects where you oversee the sound design of the entire film. Why is that? Did the Oscars acknowledge your achievements? Why isn't anyone asking you to design the whole movie? That's the Oscar curse. Jane, don't worry. All the studio offers will be faxed directly to this office. We can just wait here, in the CAA president's office. Ovitz tried to ease Jane Fonda's tension. I have experience, Michael. After I won Best Actress in 1971, I was cursed by the Oscars for 3 years, with 2 consecutive films only grossing $200,000. While Watson syndrome did well at the box office, that was just a coincidence due to the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident. I'm very worried about On Golden Pond and the box office performance of my next film. That's why I insisted that each studio only have one chance to bid. Jane. Don't let them think you're an overpriced star, Ovitz explained his considerations to Jane Fonda. The so-called Oscar curse, in my personal opinion, stems from the market placing an excessively high price on winners after they receive an Oscar. Often, only laymen would pay such a price to hire newly crowned Best Actor and Actress. And laymen don't understand production, their judgment is flawed. Which frequently leads to films starring award-winning actors experiencing consecutive box office failures. Think about all the films you've flopped over the years, Jane. First, A Doll's House, then All Is Well, directed by the Frenchman Godard. None of them were projects favored by major studios. So this time, we must ensure that the major studios genuinely believe your performance in the film can bring in box office revenue, rather than gambling on projects where you're the only selling point. I absolutely do not mean to lower your salary, we simply do not want them bidding against each other and compressing other production budgets. As long as they respect your status as an Oscar winner, we can choose from the highest bidders. So, how much do you estimate they will offer in total for the script, project, director, and my participation? It's hard to say. From my interactions with them, they seem willing to offer you an unprecedentedly high price, but their willingness to pay for the script and director is another matter. In their eyes, only you have star status, you're the only bankable asset in this project. A bankable asset is a high-quality asset recognized by banks, a guarantee of box office success, and collateral that can be used for loans. The bank's loan manager has no concept of filmmaking, they only approve production loans if the assets they consider bankable agree to participate in the project. There are many types of bankable assets, such as directors who have consistently produced blockbuster films, top male stars, or top producers with a string of successful records. Jane Fonda is one of the few female stars who can rival male stars and is considered a bankable asset by banks. It's starting, the secretary said, pointing to the fax machine. Beep, beep, the fax machine began to ring laboriously, with one quote after another being faxed in from the 5 major studios. You're a professional, Ovitz. We want my IPC Pictures to have the right to participate in the investment, regardless of who it is. We will reinvest Jane's salary into the film's production, co-invest, and enjoy a share of the total box office revenue, Jane Fonda's producer said from the side. After years of experience, Jane Fonda had long understood the various ways Hollywood works. Having secured a guaranteed contract this time, she immediately reinvested in the film, pursuing even greater profits. Of course, this also showed that she and the producer had confidence in Ronald's script and the director's ability to control the project. Otherwise, they could have simply taken their salary and left. Fox $2.8 million, Orion $2.9 million, Warner Brothers $3 million. Ron Mayer carefully collected the faxes one by one, quoting the offers from each company. Jane Fonda turned back to the producer and whispered to him that the price was not satisfactory. Paramount $3.2 million. The secretary hurriedly tore the page with a quote from the fax machine before the last few lines of the fax were sent and handed it to Ovitz. What about Columbia's offer? Ovitz was also getting anxious, he couldn't afford any problems at this crucial moment. Beep, the fax machine started spitting out more sheets of paper. This time, there were many faxes, and the secretary cut a long roll of paper that had spilled onto the floor. Then, she stood by the fax machine, waiting for a sufficient amount of content to be sent out before showing it to everyone. Are these all suggestions for revising the script? Jane Fonda took the fax from Ovitz, glanced through it briefly, and exchanged a look with the producer. Yes, Columbia's president, Mr. Price, was originally a script editor at CBS. His professional opinions are very valuable, added Ron Mayer, one of CAA's partners. The offer has arrived. The secretary quickly handed the last fax to Ovitz, who gestured for her to give it directly to Jane Fonda. Total project purchase cost, $3.65 million, including a guaranteed pay-or-play fee of $2 million for Jane Fonda, and $350,000 for the script purchase. Jane and the producer quickly reviewed the information. Columbia will invest an additional $6.35 million in production costs, bringing the total production budget to $10 to $12 million. This $2 million is your IPC quota, Jane, Ovitz pointed to the last line of handwritten numbers. There was a pen on the pen, and after the printed number $10 million, he had handwritten the words up to $12 million. We'll call Mr. Frank Price, the president of Columbia. Ovitz instructed his secretary to answer the phone. I'll go and inform the companies that didn't make the cut. Ron Mayer volunteered to deliver the bad news. Mr. Price, Ovitz greeted him first. Congratulations on getting my brother's protector. Ha ha ha. I should congratulate all of us. Frank Price's laughter came through the loudspeaker. Jane, are you there? I've reserved a $2 million investment quota for your IPC. I saw it, Frank. Thank you for your generosity. Jane Fonda and the producer discussed it and decided to invest as well. IPC will invest $2 million. That gives Columbia even more confidence. Listen, Michael, the project is ready to be officially signed. We're going to book it for the summer of '82. If you have no objections, we can start the project launch and publicity plan, no problem. I got a strike exemption and I'm going to film on Golden Pond soon. After we wrap up in 2 months, we can set the filming schedule. That's perfect. We can use this time to make some revisions and refinements to the script. I've seen your annotations, Frank. Have Ronald revise it properly. Who do you have in mind for the male lead? That's also what I wanted to ask you, Jane. The interaction between the male and female leads will determine the success of this movie. Have Richard call Ronald and let him know that his script has been sold, but don't make a fuss. Wait for our publicity to start. Ovitz listened to the phone while turning to his secretary and whispering instructions. So that's what the Oscar curse means. Winning an award actually makes it harder to get good projects. Ronald nodded. Yes, Ronald. Let me tell you, if you care about how many good films you make in your career, not just empty fame, it's best not to win an Oscar, just get an Oscar nomination, Walter Murphy said. Why? An Oscar nomination already proves you're top-notch in the industry, employers will appreciate you. But an Oscar means something else entirely. Employers will always worry that your price is too high, that your temper has gotten worse, that you've become so arrogant that you don't listen to your boss. I see? But I don't see any signs of arrogance in you. That's not up to me. Sometimes it's not about what actually happens, but what people think you will be like. Perception replaces reality. So what are your plans now? Ronald couldn't help but worry for Walter Murphy. Usually, winning an Oscar brings 3 years of bad luck. But I plan to use those 3 years to transition into directing. I've written a script about the adventures of an archaeologist in Egypt. I hope Warner Brothers, who now owns this script, will let me direct it. Originally, this script was written for Mirror Pictures, but after Apocalypse Now, Francis ran out of cash to produce the film, so he sold it to Warner Brothers. They've had it for months and haven't contacted me yet. I hope the script doesn't just gather dust in Warner's script library. What? They bought it not to make a film? Ronald asked curiously. Walter Murphy wasn't a new screenwriter like himself. He was a seasoned industry veteran who had already won an Oscar for Best Sound. Studios usually buy scripts because they value their talent. It's not the 1970s anymore. Back then, as long as the producer trusted the director and the money was there, filming was possible. Now, major studios are much more cautious about initiating projects. They stockpile a lot of scripts, but not many are actually made. After chatting for a while, Ronald said goodbye and returned to Motel 6. It was cheap, relatively clean, and the service was quite good. Mr. Lee? Someone called this afternoon looking for you and left a message. When the receptionist saw Ronald, she turned around and handed him a folded note. Chapter 175 3 replies. Ronald opened the note. 3 people were asking him to call back. After inquiring about the hotel's long-distance call rates, Ronald hurried upstairs to his room and began dialing. The first call was from his main agent, Richard Lovett, who left a message saying it was fantastic news and he would call back immediately. Could his script have already been sold? Ronald, you're about to become famous. Columbia Pictures bought your script, and filming is expected to begin next year, with a release in the summer of '82. Ronald recalled arriving in Los Angeles with his script. It felt like just yesterday. It was sold already? Signed an agent, and the script was easily snapped up and bought by a major studio? Was CAA really that powerful? Although Ovitz had taken him to several major studios to promote the script last time, Ronald hadn't expected it to be done so quickly in just a few days. Hey, Ronald, are you still there? Ronald snapped out of his daze and hurriedly asked Richard, what's the total budget for the shoot? Jane Fonda is the female lead, right? Have they decided who will play the platoon leader and the idiot? What about the director? Ronald reached for the small freezer with the phone receiver in one hand, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. He quickly held the receiver between his neck and his arms, opened the freezer, and took out a can of Coca-Cola. Take your time, Ronald. I can't answer all those questions at once. Richard on the other end of the line was clearly excited as well, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Columbia is investing $10 million, Jane Fonda's IPC is investing $2 million, the total budget is $12 million. The male lead hasn't been decided yet, but I heard the candidates include Jack Nicholson and Sylvester Stallone. The director is Jane's longtime collaborator, James Bridges, who's going to play the idiot, Ronald asked impatiently. Relax, Ronald. The movie is still in pre-production. The idiots might cast a few young actors, but it's still just rumors. I heard Jane Fonda really likes Timothy Hutton, who played the young man in Ordinary People, but things are very unpredictable right now. Everyone except Jane Fonda could change. Okay, I guess I got too excited. What did they say about the script? Do I need to revise it? Yes, Frank Price, the president of Columbia Pictures, made a lot of changes to your script. We'll discuss the revisions in person when you get back to Los Angeles. That's fantastic. Ronald was so excited that he broke the tab on the can, leaving the Coke inside. He didn't mind, immediately turned around, opened the mini fridge, grabbed another bottle, and started drinking. So aren't you going to ask how much your script sold for? How much? Ronald stopped drinking his Coke at this question. $350,000, 30,000 fucking $50,000, what? That's not a market price, is it? Did you miscount? Ronald quickly calmed down when he heard the outrageously high number. Even Walter Murch's script didn't cost that much. He thought Richard had miscounted the number and added an extra zero. Today is your lucky day, Ronald. Columbia Pictures is being attacked and sued by Las Vegas tycoon Cockrell, and they need a high-profile film to fight back. Jane Fonda has a $2 million guaranteed contract. Even if Columbia doesn't want her in the film now, they still have to pay her, so. President Price doesn't care about the money, he just wants to create a media frenzy and let everyone know who's in charge at Columbia Pictures now. Also, Mr. Ovitz asked me to tell you not to tell anyone about this for now. Wait until he and Columbia Pictures release the news in the media. He and Mr. Price are currently focused on project initiation and marketing. Once that's all settled, we'll discuss specific script improvements and casting, understood? I won't tell anyone, you'll get the check when you come to Los Angeles. Give me a call before you come, and I'll pick you up at the airport. This is my first deal as an agent. Let's celebrate. Hanging up the phone, Ronald excitedly started dancing disco in the room. He jumped onto the bed, bounced a few times, and exclaimed, "Now, let me introduce the Oscar winner for Best Screenplay, Ronald Lee." Hey, I got this award all thanks to me. Ronald noticed there were 2 more phone numbers on the slip of paper in his hand. He jumped out of bed and continued dialing Aunt Karen, who said she had something important to discuss. "Auntie, it's past 9 p.m. there, what's up, Ronnie, you've done something good." Diane Lane is showing up at the door. What? Showing up at the door? I didn't do anything. Did you tell Diane that a 15-year-old single girl like her should rent in Midtown Manhattan? Yes, she has a lot of savings from her film work, but landlords in those rent-controlled apartments uptown wouldn't vote to let a single minor move in. Did you say that if she didn't have enough cash, she could consider sharing an apartment with other girls? I did say that, but Diane, no, she wouldn't want to rent the apartment you and Donna share, would she? Exactly, this, Ronald thought for a moment. Auntie, I don't object to her coming over often, but Diane isn't an ordinary girl, she's a child star who's been on the cover of Time magazine. She might bring a lot of media attention. Of course I've thought about that, but Diane said she's washed up now, and nobody would recognize her on the street without sunglasses. Besides, she's grown quite a bit taller and heavier, not as thin as she was in the movies. Auntie, please don't mention the word fat in front of actresses, Ronald quickly advised. And if she lives in our apartment, we have a responsibility to take care of her. Since I know Bert and I'm responsible for her family, that's what Bert agreed to. Diane threatened him that if he didn't let her live here, she would have to live with that playboy Christopher Atkins. What? Ronald remembered the way the male lead in the movie The Blue Lagoon treated Diane at the party. Is it okay? She's probably just trying to scare her dad. Bert and Diane are still at home. I'll have him talk to you. Aunt Karen put down the phone, and a sound came from the receiver, which was then picked up after a while. Ronald, it's Bert. Bert, what's Diane thinking? Is she sulking with you? You should talk to her, Ronald. I'm begging you to let Diane stay with you for a while. I'll come see her every day. I promise, she won't cause you or your family any trouble. That's not a problem. When she came for tutoring before, my aunt and Donna both like her, but how could this? Listen, Ronald, consider this a favor I owe you. Bert lowered his voice. This time Diane is adamant. If I don't agree, she'll move to another apartment. I can't stop her. She's declared herself independent. Legally, she's an adult. Good heavens, Ronald knew this little girl was very clever and had planned everything. In America, child stars with their own income can declare independence early with the help of a lawyer. So what are you planning to do? I'll come see her often. Let her stay at your house for a while, and I'll gradually persuade her to go back. She needs to take the high school entrance exam soon. She wants to experience a normal high school life. Okay, give the phone to Aunt Karen. Ronald discussed it with Aunt Karen and agreed to let Diane Lane stay in the new house temporarily. But he first made arrangements with Diane. She couldn't run away easily and had to stay in touch with Bert. Ronald, don't worry, I just want to live the life of a normal girl, without acting practice, auditions, or arguing with my dad about casting. I'll be back to normal after I get into high school. If it weren't for you, Bert wouldn't have let me stay at someone else's house. I could only ask Karen for help. I know you have a charm that makes everyone love you. I believe you won't let us down, Diane. Ronald said a few more words to Diane Lane and hung up. Yay, your cousin agreed. Diane and Donna cheered and hugged each other. This bedroom is yours, but you can't party too late. Donna gave Diane a bedroom. Don't worry, let me make a few calls and find some people to celebrate. Another call was to Michelle Pfeiffer. She said she missed him and wanted to talk. Ronald was happy. This was the first time Michelle had proactively left him a message saying she missed him. Hi, Michelle. This is Ronald. I'm so happy today. Guess what happened? Ronald made a few kissing gestures through the receiver. Ronald dialed Pfeiffer's number, eager to share his joy with her. Listen, Ronald. It's me, Limato. It was Michelle Pfeiffer's agent on the other end of the line. Ronald paused awkwardly. Hello, Ed, I didn't know you were here. I had Michelle call you. Your script has been bought by Columbia. Can you use your influence to help Miss Pfeiffer get the supporting role of that simple-minded sister? How did you know? I just got a call from my agent telling me. He said the project is still in the planning stages and is being kept very secret. There are no secrets in the agent business, Ronald. She told him, he told her, I have my network, okay. I haven't contacted the production company yet. I heard Columbia offered a high price. But honestly, I don't understand how to use my so-called influence to get Michelle the role. If you have any ideas, please let me know. You know, I've heard people say that once a script is sold, the screenwriter is out of the game. The real star of this project is Jane Fonda. Not many people know me, I understand. Ovitz seems to be preparing a big move. You'll have influence after that, Hollywood will know you. Limato seemed to have heard some news and appeared quite confident. It's good for you to stay in San Francisco for a while. Try to meet Francis Capella after the news breaks and ride his coattails. Damn it, Ovitz should have taught you all this. Call him and ask him. Limato handed the receiver to Michelle Pfeiffer, gesturing for her to talk to Ronald more, and then turned and left the room. Michelle, Ronald called out. Ronnie, the agent had taught her to ingratiate herself with Ronald to get a role in a big production. I miss you. I feel a little lonely without you in Los Angeles. I might stay for another week or two, honey. I have some editing questions to ask the masters here, then I can go back to Los Angeles soon. Yeah, I'm about to start filming for Detective Charlie Chan. You can see me again soon if you come back early. By the way, did you see me on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson? Even though it was only 3 minutes, people already recognized me on the street. Yes, I saw it. You looked gorgeous on the show. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.